Duelists of the world, welcome and hello. It live from Ariake, Japan. You are watching Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2026. This is day 2 of the festivities as we seek to find out who the strongest duelists of the world are. And today we are going to be taking on the trading card game category. You saw the digital titles yesterday with both Master Duel, Rush Duel, and Speed Duel in Duel Links. And today we're taking to the tables to see the actual cards get played. And it's going to be an exciting weekend. I have no idea what's going to happen here this weekend, but I'm excited to share it all with you. I'm Jerome McHale, and joined with me today are 3 people who have competed in the World Championship in Japan previously. First off, let's start with Marcello. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jerome. I'm Marcello Barberi, the one intruder in this amazing...
Linkage, one mystery card as well. Not to mention multiple cards in hand. But Gabriel gets to start his turn now.
And let's see what he is playing.
Really considering the first card he gets to play this turn. Not easy playing into the strike field. It's unassuming. It doesn't seem like it's that much, but it is a lot of interruption.
Yeah, the 0 can destroy a card.
Started with the Power Patron Terminus, I believe.
Strong starter here. We'll see if there's a response. No response there. Gonna resolve.
Now that could be indicative of a number of different decks. The Power Patron and the Medius War cards are kind of in a lot of different strategies right now, so that doesn't quite give us the information we need to figure out what he's playing yet.
All we know is there are Power Patron cards in the deck, and we're gonna grab Medius the Peer.
Sending one of the Power Patron Pendulums to the graveyard. Next up, see if he's going to decide to summon that Medius the Pure. Oh,
no, on
one
resolution, we've got the one Droll Lockbird. Oh
That's
no!
devastating here for Gabriel.
But a very strong start for Yuki. All right, so now Gabriel's not going to be able to add any more cards from deck to hand anymore. And you don't really want to pass on nothing, because Sky Striker is well known for being able to take out all your life points in an instant.
And that was like the general advancement of the strategy. In the beginning, when this deck was first released back in 2018 for us, it was very difficult to actually end the game quickly, but now it specializes in it.
Taking a moment to consider his options.
Tough position.
Yeah, under a lot of pressure here. Going to summon the Archmage.
Power
Patron. Yeah.
Power Patron. Looks like that's going to be okay.
So he's going to activate Pendulum Treasure. He's going to let him place a scale from his deck.
It gets around Droll Lockbird, in a way, circumvents it.
Only specifically prevents adding. So anything that sets, like this, or like the branded card did before, can essentially get around it. Although in the case of your quick play spells or traps, for instance, you can't activate those the turn you set them.
It's going to be very difficult to navigate, but Gabriel has not given up yet.
So he's going to add one of the Power Patrons to the extra deck.
All right, and Yuki's going to take a look at that one real fast.
I believe that's Nervetto.
Yes, the Archmage one.
So they have the Neuron app available to them in order to get the translations of the cards.
Yeah, but this is quite a tough spot. I mean, you have the Power Patron in check, and even if you pop it, the effect to add is locked out, so for now, Gabriel needs some more.
Yeah, Yuki doesn't have to really use any of his responses just yet until there's anything that actually threatens him.
I think he's going to summon Archmage Glaflare. I think that's what...
Yep.
Yeah, the one.
So this is interesting. This gives us more of a clue as to what's going on here. You don't really see this in the general like Power Patron Pendulum ones, like the ones from the EU. I don't believe they were playing any of the regular Archmage cards, just the Pendulum ones.
Yeah, so this is the defined Archmage strategy involving more of the Power Patron engine, and Glaflare is strong into this position because it has the ability to go after Yuki's set spell and traps.
Indeed. But that's also okay. Yep. No response from Yuki.
I mean, it does target, right? At any point, if you need to use your anchor, you can. Not really any threats here. The biggest form of interaction that you have is the 0. Yuki's just patiently waiting. We're going to go ahead and activate another copy of Nervetto. Is that all 3 now shown?
I believe so. One in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Yuki's considering using the Fallen, and it does.
Yep, there it is. Going to go ahead and send, for cost, a copy of Ecclesia from the extra deck.
And destroy Nervetto. All right, so Naverno has the extra deck face up.
For the second time.
And now Gabriel's thinking about it. Thinking through the rest of those back row cards.
This is also just round 1 of the World Championships, so a lot of nerves on the line right now. So players kind of playing extra carefully. It's something they're going to probably want to adjust throughout the day, and because time is definitely an issue that you have to be considerate of.
All right, so he's going to use the destruction effect here. And it's not a quick effect because he doesn't have 3 different types on the field.
And hits a Forbidden Crown. That was the mystery one. We had not known about that yet.
Okay. So in terms of an information advantage, he's got that, but whether or not he can do anything about it is yet to be seen.
Forbidden Crown resolves and chooses the Graflair, so now it is locked onto the field there.
The 6 curses of Forbidden Crown.
And yeah, now we're going to use the Power Patron.
I imagine you just use the Widow Anchor here. You can take it if you'd like. Yep, that is going to be Widow Anchor.
Yeah, as you can see, he's thinking about it.
So Gabriel doesn't have a response to this, so Yuki still gets a chance to respond to his own Widow Anchor.
Yeah, it looks like he's considering to actually take the monster.
The last card should be linkage, right? You
Yeah,
mentioned,
I think so.
Linkage.
I mean, this really restricts anything that Gabriel can do, knowing that the Graflair is locked there because of the effect of Forbidden Crown. Not much ways to extend. You are still under the effect and drone lock, where the 0 is still face up on the field if there was another monster to extend on the field as well.
It can destroy a card.
It would take a miracle right now.
It's a tough situation, but if anybody can do it, it's a World Championship competitor. It really comes down to what those remaining cards are. Hopefully it's not a bunch of search cards.
The pressure is on. Must take too much time to consider here.
It's kind of the make or break point of this duel, though. All right.
Looks like he's revealing Archmage Findmel.
Since he controls and Archmage, Fimel can come to the field. Does not have the 3 monster types still. But Yuki's going to go ahead and take a look at Finmel. And we recommend everybody do as well over here on the right side of our screen.
For what it's worth, one of the advantages that Gabriel has here, it seems like Yuki is unfamiliar with his strategy. With, you know, it might be down 1 game at the end of this, not necessarily that it's over yet, but for the following games, he has that advantage where Yuki's not necessarily prepared to play against the strategy.
Gabriel definitely still has more plays to go. Archmage Non-Finito is always online, even though you won't be able to add with it. He has ways to keep getting monsters on the field, and he's already pushed through a significant amount of Yuki's cards here. So even though this has been an uphill battle, he's trying to find a way and navigate his way back into this game. Looks like he's considering using the Sky Striker 0 here, decides not to use it just yet.
That's a set.
Okay.
Set and a pass.
That does potentially provide some options.
He'll get his Archmage Power Patron back.
And I think that would give him the 3 monster types required that would change his effects into quick effects.
Well, we'll see if it gets that far within this end phase. Yuki still has the effect of 0 to use.
All right, so Gabriel's going to pass over, and Yuki will use 0.
Before giving back.
Not turning them into quick effects yet. I'm going to wait to resolve the Widow Anchor. Going to get a copy of Rose and Ray from the deck.
Yeah, Sky Striker's really had a resurgence in popularity. I mean, it won the NAWCQ this past year, and it's kind of been a contender in a lot of the tournaments leading up to this one.
And it's going to take out the Archmage Trap card.
Yeah.
Alteration, I believe.
Awakening?
Awakening.
Yeah.
I knew it started with an A. Yeah.
Many of these cards start with A.
Oh, yeah,
Numerous
especially,
times.
especially the field spell.
I mean, that is the one that you want to have go to the graveyard. You can banish it, target an Archmage monster, and then return to the hand or extra deck, and if you do, destroy a card your opponent controls. So actually more powerful in the graveyard in this instance.
Kagari going to add back Engage using Ray's quick effect. Power Patron, Archmage Power Patron back to Gabriel's side.
All right, and now the objective for Gabriel really is survive.
Which can be quite difficult against Sky Striker. Once they clear your field, they can do a lot of damage very quickly with linkage.
Especially once they start chaining engages.
We're at well more than enough spells in the graveyard now to get the draw, too.
Yeah, and being able to summon Kagari on the interface. It looks like he's going to use Graflair's effect as a quick effect to try and take out that spell or trap, force it out if it is that linkage.
And is during the end phase still.
Oh, is it? I thought he drew for his turn. It might be still in phase. Oh, takes it out.
Oh yeah, please throw.
Yeah, it's on the other turn because he already used Graflair's effect on his other turn.
That's right. You're right.
Just immediately getting that out of the way before we can pose too much of a threat.
Kagari probably turning into, what, a Hayate perhaps? Oh, it looks like Amaterasu maybe?
Yeah.
Changing armor, changing modules, maybe wanting to try and go into a Sky Striker Ace 0, but it looks like we're going to use the quick effect of Archmage Power Patron to fusion summon with the card in hand.
It was the Metis that we knew, right?
Yep.
Now with Amatsu on the field, able to potentially counter a monster effect here.
Yep. Summons Archmage Deactorus.
So the Actress out with 3 different types on the field. You can negate the activation of a card or effect on the field and destroy it. And the Actress also has the ability to leave behind a Medius if it's destroyed. So if nothing else, you could pile up a bunch of monsters to block attacks here in addition to just kind of disrupting things a little bit.
Well, we do have the Amatsu on the field to protect from the effect of Deactorus, and so we now just have to bait it out. A little difficult with the Rose still on the field.
Yeah.
Blocking the main monster zone is important for the Striker strategy. You need to be able to have a clear main monster zone to activate a lot of the Striker spells. Not all of them, though.
Yeah, he would need to link summon Sky Striker Ace 0 to clear that up.
Or just potentially use a Lemnis Gate.
Lots of different ways.
I imagine we still have the effect of Ecclesia in the graveyard as well right now, right?
Yeah, I believe he sent both of them, so he's got the Dragon and Ecclesia.
We're not going to start with that, though. We're going to go ahead and link away the Rose and the Amatsu into... is it going to be Azalea?
Oh, Azalea, okay.
All right. Sky Striker Ace Azalea. I'm going to use Azalea's effect.
We're going to go ahead and try to force out some of these interactions here. Not a whole lot he has to get through, so he's just forcing Gabriel's hand. Yep, just going to go after the Deactorus.
This is whether you use the Diactress or the Fin Mill here.
Gabriel's really feeling the pressure. You can see it in his face, but he has to make a decision soon.
Yeah, I think round 1 of the World Championship is like the hardest one.
Absolutely.
Like, the nerves really don't come shake off until after that first round. That's at least been my experience in the past.
At least getting one game in helps a lot.
Yeah.
And Gabriel's taking a look at that trap card in his graveyard.
All right, so he's going to let it go and then activate the effect of Deactorus to grab a Medius.
So skipping the effect of Diactress here, I assume that means his plan is to fuse another one later. And then reactivate the ability to have that negation.
If we can get to it, yeah. We're just going to go ahead and use the effect of Medius now. That's going to attempt to summon a copy of Ginoldo, perhaps? Looks like it.
Yep.
The wall, as you mentioned, has grown wider.
It really kind of snowballs across the field.
But now the board is clear. We can activate a copy of Engage that we added earlier. Plenty of spells in the graveyard. We can pick apart the field now.
I believe that's the new Widow Anchor.
Yeah.
That's gorgeous.
Now we get to draw a card. We'll see how many engages we go through this turn. Still have access to a Kagari right now. Yep, we're going to be linking away the Azalea into what I can only assume is Kagari. Yep.
Yeah, makes sense.
Just get all the tools necessary. We're going to grab back that Engage from the graveyard, just to activate it again immediately. There it is. Getting 2 more cards here. There's the Lemnis Gate.
Going to be able to use that to help clean up this field a bit and hopefully clear the way to get some damage in. That Upstart Goblin putting Gabriel at 9,000, maybe that'll come in handy a bit for him to try and survive this turn. We're going to have to see.
Hey, how many Skyscraper Aces does he have in there now?
Plenty.
Plenty of spells to put back, that's for sure, too.
Enough to take out
at least 3. I'd assume you have 9.
Yeah.
There's 0 Amatsu and Kagari in there, as well as Azalea.
Looks like he is counting
2 Rays in a row as well.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
He has the Ecclesia still as
Yeah.
well.
To go for the cleave.
Yep, going to be able to put back that Albion to take care of one of these monsters. It's all about just clearing up this field the best he can. Gabriel's going to think for a moment.
We're going to be using it now. Oh no, we're just going to resolve the effect. All right, 1 piece down.
I think the last interaction Gabriel has that we know about, at least, is in the graveyard.
Yeah, the Awakening, which can return an Archmage to the end to destroy a card. So
We're going to be activating the
let's
Lemnis Gate
see.
now.
Let's look at that graveyard.
So we're going to be eyeing an Engage.
Plenty of spells to put back.
Yeah,
So you need an equal number.
it's gonna be 3. Seems like it.
Going to put back, I imagine, the Zeros and the Kagaris as well.
A little messy.
Okay, it's gonna be 6, I think. Yeah.
1, 2,
Yeah.
3.
Yeah.
4, 5, 6.
I mean, good enough.
Yeah, that goes up for 2 cards, right?
Yeah. And then we still have enough spells in graveyard at the end of the.
All we need is 3.
Yeah.
This is going to be able to resolve now. Interesting, we leave the Archmage on the field.
It's always nice to have an attack position monster to get.
Right, but was that the only monster that he could use the trap on? Because it has to return.
Oh, is, oh, no, it's got to return. Yeah.
So it's an interesting choice, but I imagine there's a plan here. I mean, he still has the anchor as well, so he can force it out right now.
Is that talent? Yeah.
Oh, well, that'll definitely do it.
Wow.
He's going to take a peek at the hand there. And put the Junaldo back.
Yeah.
Incredible hand here for Yuki in game number 1.
I mean, when Gabe gives you 2 more draws.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
I mean, the Droll and Lockbird when you're going first is so devastating, especially when you're playing something like Artmage.
With 1 copy, it doesn't happen too often, but it still can happen. Unfortunate for Gabriel that it happened round 1 here, but again, this is still just only 1 game.
yeah, I guess at least you'll take it when you go second anyways.
Yeah.
You know? Like, you much rather see Droll going second than when you go first. So, let's see. That's the Widow Anchor?
Yep.
And now we're going to see the Awakening.
Let's see if Yuki is aware of their interaction, as you've mentioned. Yeah, as you can see, maybe.
Yeah.
He might not slide.
I mean,
He's still fine if he could like chain. Does it target the Awakening?
I believe it does.
If it does, he could like chain like Widowing or Linkage maybe. And still
yeah,
find a way
it does target the Archmage, but then like the destruction effect doesn't. So.
Oh, the destruction effect doesn't. Okay, so that wouldn't work.
Yeah, that
so
doesn't
he just has
work.
to. Oh, but if he gives up the Kagari, Ray can come back from the graveyard.
Yeah.
He'll still find a way to probably be able to do some damage. But the fact that he's already had to use Kagari to add back Engage, that's 1 less linkage that he'll have access to in the battle phase. So maybe that will be able. Losing that linkage plus having the 9,000 from the Upstart Goblin, there's still a chance that Gabriel will be able to survive this turn.
And it does make sense to pop here. So.
All right. So
let's see.
Comes back.
So, see, if he has a linkage, Ray's 1,500, Ray tags out to 0, that's 2,000, linkage goes into another 0 plus 1,000 to 3,000, that's 5,065.
And then it just tags down to 2 more?
I don't know, without Kagari.
Ray and Rose.
Well, if he doesn't add, he can do that.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to add, right?
Yeah.
No, for sure not. Yeah, should be.
So that's 35 down. We're going to be using the effect of 0 now. We're going to get them back from the deck here. Gonna get a copy of Ray, and I assume the Rose is still in the graveyard. Yeah. That's going to be another 3,000.
Yep, but if he has linkage, it'll be enough to do 3,000.
2,500 left.
Because the linkage will give it that 1,000 boost if he has it.
He's already used Ray's effect, so it really does have to be linkage.
I mean,
Clear the way.
he did use the effect of Ray, right?
Yeah.
That's how he got to the 0.
So, no. Because you need to clear the way, so you can't really. No.
Yeah, linkage requires you to also have no monsters in the main monster zone.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So it's pretty much done.
Like, it's only Lemnis Gate is the striker spell that doesn't require that.
Yeah, so I guess
You also use this turn.
just leave him at 2,500.
I mean, this unfamiliarity might prove extremely advantageous. I mean, that's one of the reasons you get to play a deck that isn't necessarily one of the ones chosen for this format, and Artmage hasn't been as popular going into this tournament.
I think it's significantly more popular on the TCG side versus the OCG side.
It very much is.
But this is what I love about the World Championship, is that we get to see TCG versus OCG. I know round 1, as a TCG representative, I got to play against an OCG player, and it made it so like incredible. Like, it was just an experience.
No, I guess in this case in particular, the talent might come up to be, you know, the costly, because if you just took with the talent, that would have been enough. So instead, you know everything anyways in the end. So
all he had to do was, with the Lemnis Gate, not leave an Artmage on the field.
Yeah, I mean, also.
There was only one.
Yeah, there were a couple of options there. So hopefully he doesn't get punished for it. And yeah, now surprisingly, Gabriel gets to see another turn.
I mean, the Ray is still on the field here. That turns off a lot of his interruption.
Shizuku's going to drain the attack points of opposing monsters, and it's also going to set.
That's drones?
Yeah, it's Hornet Drones, yeah.
Hornet Drones.
A card that's surprisingly better in every non-Sky Striker deck.
Yeah.
than in Sky Striker.
Indeed. Well,
I mean,
it's a yummy card, right?
Yeah, it's more of a yummy card. It's like the 4th worst version of linkage in Striker.
Yeah.
All right. So go ahead and.
I guess it would have given the extra 1,500 that he needed to do.
There we go. What if he's got the spells for it? All right, so Gabriel's up. He survives the onslaught. He survives the Droll, and he gets another turn.
And you see his pace of play picking up here. Maybe a little excited.
Yeah.
The fact that he's still in this game is
I like his chances now.
So
actually.
he's going to summon Medius from the graveyard.
By sending a monster back to the deck.
Okay.
It's going to be the other Medius.
Here
We can have
comes
Ash Blossoms.
More unknown
yeah.
interactions from the hand there.
I mean, we still likely are able to push through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alteration.
Good alteration.
He's going to be able to add. Let's see what he adds with it. Is this another copy of Medius? Yeah. Or Assault, sorry. Archmage Vandalism Assault. All right, is that Latera?
One.
Is that Latera? Or
I believe that's Spell Trap one again, right?
Or is it
Eagle Flare,
Oh,
it's
it's
Flare,
another
yeah.
Flare.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to tell from this distance.
The Flare is going to immediately use its effect.
Then you,
We're picking this apart.
Yeah, this is the first time in this match that feels like Gabriel
It's another Forbidden Crown.
Just useful card after useful card here from Yuki.
That could be devastating here.
It's going to stick. It can't be used for anything.
But we have ways to keep pushing. I mean, these were the ones we knew about, right?
It's the Finmel. Finmel's up next. But this
Now we
really
get
feels
to
like the
draw.
first time that Gabriel's making headway in this match.
He endured. The school is still in session.
Gabriel has yet to yield.
And there it is. It's the Archmage Academic Arts Acropolis. Arcane Arts Acropolis, sorry.
Gonna discard Lol.
Acropolis?
No. No, Acropolis. The fun thing about this one is because you have to name the cards that you're getting with it. It's like taking roll call in school.
Love that. All right, and then Latera.
And there's the slacker herself, Latera.
She should be in the library, but she's out there playing music. Special summons.
All right, now the gang's all here.
Yep, even the Archmage Power Patron.
Gonna be finally using our normal summon here on the Archmage Power Patron. Full board. We are not able to use the Flare for anything because of the effect of Forbidden Crown, but we have plenty of other monsters here.
Yep, Archmage Power Patron is going to use the effect of Fusion Summon. Probably for a Deactorus. He can still summon a Non-Finito too. Or it looks like he's going to summon Non-Finito.
Non-Finito.
We'll be able to add a Speller Trap, I believe.
That's any two Archmage monsters, and the Archmage Power Patron is such. It's Non-Finito.
Going to grab a trap.
Lets you set it directly from your deck.
And that one, I believe, you can use while it's set.
Yeah, as long as it's a normal spell.
No, that trap specifically.
Oh, which one did he get? The
Recapture.
Oh, recapture. Yeah, that's true.
If you control an Archmage, you can activate it the turn it was set. And it is a negate.
That's helpful, especially if you're going first and you play the Non-Finito without actually committing anything to the field. You can get your negation online before your opponent has a chance to blink.
Essentially what we're trying to do here. There's only so many responses that you could possibly have at this point.
Especially with that zone clogged.
Just look at the body language as well from Yuki now,
And he got caught off guard. That's all it takes. It takes one mistake when you have almost everything to your name, and Gabriel's taking advantage.
That's a tough one, too. If he can't finish this one off after starting as strong as he did and having the Ash and the Droll, that could be devastating going into game 2 or 3. He has to reset himself.
Yeah, it can definitely hurt your mental.
Yeah, it's hard to recover from that.
But these players are all professionals, right? They've been here before. They have had to fight a long way to get to this point. Not one game isn't going to end their career in any way.
Yeah,
No, absolutely. But I think now it starts to become a matter of are you conceding to save time? Because as a reminder for the Swiss rounds, these players will have 50 minutes, but then if time is called, it will be a double loss. And so, I mean, we don't really have a timer right now, but I think this has been going on for a while.
We will be able to let you know how many minutes the game was after the game is concluded.
After it's concluded.
We will update you guys so you know.
Now, Gabriel's continuing to build here with the Power Patron Link monster, and he gets Diactrys back as well. Purification Power Patron, there it is.
I mean, now he has 2 forms of interruption for the 2 cards that Yuki could have. It's just smooth sailing from here on out, but we're going to enter the battle phase here, go after the Ray.
Yep, and he's checking to see if he used the, I believe, the halving effect of
I think
Timeout.
they are doing some math for the Shizuku as well, no?
Yes.
So, yeah.
Let's pay attention to our life point counter. That should be accurate once the damage is taken.
Getting the direct feed from the table itself. So down to 7,100.
We're going to be able to destroy the Shizuku here. I mean, this will trigger the Ray in the graveyard now, which
Yeah.
is the main threat, but I imagine we're going to immediately try to respond to that. Yep, we're going to go ahead and stop that before he can put another 0 on the field, and then start swinging.
There goes Diactorus in there for 28.
Ah. Wouldn't it
And for
still be
Gabriel,
better
you
to
got-
attack the other way around? Because at least you force them to activate the ray and then you push more damage, no? So it's,
I was thinking the same thing when
Yeah.
he attacks, but I thought maybe he had like another Ray in the graveyard potentially, but
Oh, does it summon itself back? What? Oh, the effect of lull, or?
I think the big thing is Gabriel knows that time is now like going to be an issue in this game, so he's trying to play a little bit quickly.
yeah.
Yep, and then, okay, immediately in the draw phase, he's going to use the effect of Flare again, try to really constrict Yuki's options, put him down to 2 cards.
Yeah, this is tough because it's really just one Hayate direct attack away from defeat.
Exactly.
And it looks like it's a chain of a Widow Anchor from hand. We're going to be negating that with Diactorus, and then it's...
It's linkage. They're
it's
both linkage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I know it's hard to
Looks-
tell.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it looked almost like a second copy.
Yeah.
Linkage is the one that's more silvery,
Okay.
if that helps.
Yeah.
This is really the first time seeing the new art out in the wild here.
It just came out here in Japan as well as it's upcoming in the TCG.
We're going to be able to get a 0 on the field. Luckily for Gabriel, you can only use 1 effective 0 per turn, so Yuki has to make a huge decision here.
The downside of playing in under no strategies, your opponent's going to have to read the cards from time to time.
I mean, if you have a strong strategy and your opponent is unaware of how to interact with it, you take that risk.
Ooh, Predaplan Dragos Tapelia. That's a classic fusion monster.
I mean, having access to a powerful fusion monster like that in your extra deck, you know, kind of an indicator of some potential non-engine you could have as well.
And seeing it actually being fusion summoned properly
Yeah.
is a bit of a unique experience.
I mean, you mentioned this earlier when we were talking about the introduction here, going into this format, because of the lack of powerful non-engine that you could play as far as stopping your opponent, you get to see more of these games where players get to play out both their strategies to their fullest potential, try to break through the board, and we get to see both their strategies play out this much. I mean, it does take a long time to be able to finish a game when the player gets to go first and the player going second gets to crack back here, but it looks really strong for Gabriel right now.
This is what we want to see. This is exactly what you want to see. Is both players being able to go full force against each other.
And then there's that Hornet Drones that we knew about. That was the last card added off Shizuku in the previous turn.
There it is, puts up a Sky Striker
Nice.
ace.
Does he have a Kagari still? The third
Still
one?
has one Kagari, that gets negated by Dragos Tapelia.
I mean, there's nothing left, right?
Hayate, no? To just try the
got a
desperate move.
Hayate,
Wow.
Yeah, like,
But I mean,
Hayate with Kagari being
Yeah.
spent, not the greatest.
But he only has 1,500 left.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Oh,
it gets
that's
through,
true.
if it gets through, it gets through.
yeah,
but
yeah.
That would be devastating.
And it does.
No! And after all of that,
Wow.
a Hayate direct attack finishing off game 1.
That's a tough one.
That's a tough one. We were talking about the mental. That's a tough loss.
That's tough. Great game, though.
Great game, tough loss for
that's
Gabriel.
That's tough. Like either one, if whoever lost this one is going to have a bad 3 minutes in between game 1 and game 2. But the fact that it was really hanging in the balance right there just by a thread, I think both of them should have confidence they can pull this out across the next game or 2 games.
the one thing is, Off the field while also negating its effect. Not many cards can do that. We were kept talking about the restricted number of these non-engine cards, but we're finding the best ones every game. But there is a Ghost Spell in Haunted Mansion. Doesn't solve the problem, but at least allows the Q to resolve. But Gamma is still going to linger in Yannick's hand, able to use in the remainder of the turn, but now you can navigate around it because you get to resolve that pivotal first interaction. Going to get Rotary directly to the field here. We're going to be able to block our chain links for the remainder of our effects here as well. We're going to be immediately synchroing with the Q and the Rotary. I imagine we're just going to make Q chain link 3 in this instance. Yep, there's Trackmaker hitting the board. Chain link 1 is the Trackmaker, chain link 2 is the Rotary, and chain link 3 will be Q. Q is going to be allowed to resolve. We're going to look at the top 2 cards of Yannick's deck. We see Fualos as well as...
I believe that's the Martyr of the Sacred Beast.
That would make sense, and that's a huge reveal. We're going to go ahead and leave the Martyr on top of getting rid of the Fualos. That's an interesting choice. That means you're going to expect to play multiple times on your opponent's turn.
Now, do not adjust your dial. This is not Genesis. This is really advanced here at the World Championship, and it appears that Yannick Ackerman has brought Sacred Beasts.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. That's Ghost Ogre in the hand?
Ghost Ogre, yeah.
We have Haman, and what is that? Oh, it's Raviel as well.
Raviel Haman, that's the Sacred Beast searching spell as well.
One of the most ridiculous cards I've ever read, by the way.
It's super good.
Indeed. But that's a huge surprise, and now let's see if Sebastian prepared at all against this deck.
This is what I'm talking about. When you look at a hand, you don't know what it's going to do. How do you navigate as a Cool Toon player? Are you prepared for this?
Has Sebastian played Genesis? Does he know what all these cards do?
Well, we're going to have to find out the preparation going into this tournament. I know that if I was preparing for this tournament, I would have overlooked the Sacred Beast matchup for sure.
100%.
So would Sebastian be better than Mila? I guess we'll have to find out.
And regardless, this shows the boldness of the youngest player in the event, as mentioned, you know. 19-year-old Yannick, and yeah, brave enough to bring definitely an underdog strategy here. But now
he's got a Cool Toon Synchro to hand, as well as something that I could only see half of.
I can imagine. So Rico, we're going to activate Duelist Genesis here. Now that a tuner is in the graveyard, we're going to be able to add a Spell. Synchro Overtake is going to the hand.
Yeah, so we need to navigate through Gamma and Ogre for now in terms of interruptions.
I mean, it's an incredibly powerful hand for Sebastian. Ideal to have into such powerful cards from Yannick. We're going to be synchroing with the Rico as well as the Trackmaker into Zaylin now.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Zalen's ability to negate either of the chain links, either one or two, makes it very impactful. As we see the Synchro Overtake hits the field.
Going to be able to summon a tuner from the deck here that is listed on the Synchro monster here. Got a couple options.
Didn't quite see what the Synchro is, but we'll find out based on what the tuner is.
I imagine... Yep, there's going to be a Rico hitting the board.
Yep.
Rico's going to be able to add a monster from graveyard or deck. Going to be looking to the graveyard, I think. All copies are in the grave at this point, except for Mix.
Tuner except level 3.
Yeah, all the cool tunes specifically go after the level that they are not. Are we just going to get access to Mix now? Yep, going to grab a copy of Cool Tune Mix.
So we've seen Q, Rico, Rotary.
No clip just yet.
No clip.
But we do have Cool Tune Synchro. We're going to be synchroing with the Mix in hand along with the Rico on the field. That looks like our remix, yeah.
Remix.
Yeah, remix.
Felt early to go in ours right now, but like...
Yeah, that's 3 face downs, and I mean, Gamma is pretty good to keep for your own turn as well, but...
I mean, Sebastian's not going to be too much more into it. He has a Cool Tune Synchro set that we both know about.
Yeah.
Just giving the deck several cuts here. And turn is past Ionic. We'll see if he can get value from this Gamma. I mean, the Ogre as well can pose a threat. Honestly, more likely to pose a threat than the Gamma, because we will have to commit cards. But at the very least, you know that the Sacred Beast spell will resolve with the Gamma in hand.
Exactly. Yes. That's the important. I mean,
and that's what he's going to start with.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. But let's see.
So Sacred Beast
Will
release.
we see a Dominus Purge? No, okay.
That's great.
It's going to go through. He gets to add 3 Sacred Beast monsters with different names, deck to hand, then discard 2 cards. Doesn't even send them back to the deck. You get to discard them, which is also a way to get value.
Now, that would be a problem if those cards didn't have effects in the graveyard, right?
Well, that would never happen.
Right.
I mean, that's almost a better graceful charity for this deck, you know? So
yeah, you compare Engage to Pot of Greed, where you get to choose the card and then draw another one. It's similar, right?
Yeah. Kind of graceful charity. It also has a graveyard effect of its own, but it won't be usable this turn. Let's see. Looks like he got the Summoner, Sacred Beast. He got the Uriah as well.
I mean, that completes the ones that we didn't already have.
Yeah, and unsurprisingly, Sebastian is going to have to read a few of these cards. And
he's checking in the graveyard right now.
He's going to get rid of the Ghost Ogre.
Wow. Interesting. He can discard anything. He gets rid of the Summoner as well. The Summoner also has a graveyard effect. You can banish it to special summon a Sacred Beast from your graveyard in defense position, other than a level 8, which is what it is.
Which is very interesting that you discard the Ogre in this situation.
Yeah, indeed.
We're going to go ahead and reveal the Uriah now.
He may be thinking that the Ogre can't do anything due to Zalen. If you activate something and chain over, then Zalen goes right after it. Whether it's the right thought, we'll find out.
Is that really more beneficial than any of the monsters immediately being able to be summoned? I mean, Yannick knows more about this deck than I do if he's choosing to play it at the World Championship, so I'm not going to question it.
Well, he's going to go ahead and start with Uriah and use that effect to get a trap from the Sacred Beast trap cards and discard it.
Combine the Assault, which you can then banish from the graveyard to fusion summon a Phantom's fusion monster from end or field.
This is not the other one. It's not the one that you need the 3 copies of. So this is just a singleton that you play.
And yeah, we are just gonna go for it right away. So banishing it, fusion summon all 3 materials.
Here it comes. It's the chaotic, phantasmal Sacred Beast.
Amazing artwork.
5,000 attack and defense.
One of my favorite cards to come out of Chaos Origins, but will it be enough to handle the Cool Toon field here?
Well, it's a very difficult card to get rid of, given that the first 2 times you try to destroy it with a card effect, it's not. And then once per chain, but 3 times per turn, you can target a face that monster controls and negate its effects, and then gain life points equal to half of its attack.
I mean, that all sounds really good, but doesn't stop the effect of Trackmaker in the graveyard to just put it back.
Now that's the thing.
Sebastian didn't necessarily put himself in the position to do that easily right now because he didn't get the remix off the field yet, but at least the Sacred Beast can't go after the remix. Yeah, we're gonna get the remix off the field now using its effect.
Now that going to resolve.
Yeah, now that a monster is on the field, safe from the effect of Gamma, which again, you didn't want to discard the Gamma instead of the Ogre? Like,
Yeah.
hey, he has a plan for this Gamma, I know it.
He must be assuming that he's going to lose the Phantasmal Sacred Beast
I
and
guess
use
so.
the Gamma
Yeah.
then.
But now Ghost Bell is back into the end from Sebastian, which can also keep that Gamma in check one more time.
And now he's going to be using the effect of Chaos Phantasmal Sacred Beast. I mean, you might as well. You could use it 3 times a turn. I'm going to go ahead and negate the effect of Rico.
Once per chain, thrice per turn.
Yeah.
Sebastian,
The phrase I don't think it appears on any other card.
Very few, and they're all quite good. We're gonna
Oh,
opt
he's
to
got
use.
infinite impermanence.
I think Sebastian was looking to see if it needed, if the monster that attempting to be negated has to remain on the field to be negated. Otherwise, you might have chained Cool Toon Synchro here. But seeing that it didn't have to, I'm gonna opt to just use infinite impermanence now, which is honestly a fine choice. Like, there's not gonna be too many better cards to use infinite impermanence on. And then we're going to get that clip to the hand. Going to be really important to be able to navigate through whatever Yannick does next.
And just to keep track at home, the middle column is the imperm column in this case. Just got to be careful not to put any spells there.
Sebastian has full information on Yannick's hand at this point. Don't think there's any more spell traps to be activated at this, right? Like
That sounds right. I think that's right.
I'm trying to remember what was left on top of the deck with Q.
All right, so next you can go ahead and banish Summoner of the Sacred Beast to special summon a Sacred Beast from the graveyard, defense position.
Makes sense that the Ogre was discarded because we needed to have the fusion materials to dump the other 3. Now we get able to use the effect of Summoner, as you mentioned. Getting to see the ideas in Yannick's head here. Try to play through the Cool Toon interruptions as best as he can. Now, Yannick for sure is absolutely familiar with Cool Toon, having to play against so many going into the WCQ.
So is that going to resolve, or is it going to get hit by the bell? Or something else? Sebastian's checking his face downs.
I mean,
Goes
yeah, you
ahead
want to
with
use the
bell.
known before the unknown. How many ways to extend does Yannick have at this point?
I was thinking long and hard about this next one. It is...
I mean, the Martyr
it's
was
a
the
tough
last
one.
The Martyr was the card left in his hand, right?
I
mean, he has a
the
normal
Martyr got axed by the Q, didn't it?
He banished the Fualos. I imagine he left the Martyr on
Oh,
top.
he banished the Fualos. Oh yeah, that would be why Fualos is over there. That's interesting. can get the Martyr on the field, would place a Sacred Beast field spell or continuous spell.
I mean, unless I missed it and he put Martyr on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, I
really didn't
suspect that might have been what happened.
He really didn't want to draw the Fualos. I mean, he does resolve several Synchro Summons potentially.
I wouldn't want them to have Martyr.
Was that a pass here?
Yeah, I think he passes and Cool Toon Synchro is activated.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and grab a Mix. And we're going to Synchro Summon with the Rico and the Mix here. The Mix is going to be able to go after the Chaotic. And now, still under the effect of Infinite Permanence, is not going to be able to protect itself. RS hits the field as well.
Alright, so that goes away. Now he doesn't have any monsters.
Gamma is live, but I mean, RS threatens a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure that one Gamma is going to get there, especially because Zalen is still active.
Are we still on the Onyx end phase right now?
I haven't seen him draw yet.
Sebastian's considering if he has anything else he wants to do. He's going to be careful, though, because, again, as you mentioned, the Gamma is live now.
He should be able to just negate it with Zalen, though, right? He hasn't used it.
That's true. But that might have been the opportunity that Yannick was waiting for. Now we're going to be able to activate the effect of Haman. It's allowed to resolve. He's going to add a Sacred Beast spell from his deck to hand, then discard a card. Each individual one lines up to a monster spell or trap. Haman being spell, Uriah with trap, and Raviel with monsters here. We're going to go ahead and grab the Sacred Beast spell. Now, will he remember the...
Ooh, and the Gamma is gone.
Yep, so I guess we're not in the end phase here.
No, I think probably
Cool Toon
Synchro is in the main phase.
Yeah. And make sure not the Impermanence Helm.
Not the Impermanence.
I guess we tried to enter end phase and then...
And then he used it.
Yeah.
So now he still has access to the Zalen and the RS, as you mentioned.
Yeah, Thunderclap has been activated.
That's the one that places 2 more, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 2 more copies of itself. Yep. And then it can also get the field spell as well if you still have a level 10.
Like that's the case, but we're going to be using the effect of RS here. Going to go ahead and banish Mix from the graveyard. Stop that in this tracks.
Oh,
And
that's
yeah,
gonna
that's
be
a
it for
surrender.
Yannick.
All right, so Sebastian takes game 1. I mean, convincing opening through that Gamma. The Ghost Bell really came in handy to, you know, keep this side frame for at least a little bit. And
that's one of the advantages of Cool Toon, right? Is that you've got your deck full of these incredibly powerful interactions that just happen to be tuners as well, like Ghost Bell.
Being able to recycle them with the effect of Remix, you get to use them multiple times, you get to use them as extenders, and as we saw in that game alone, when you open a hand that powerful, it doesn't really matter how many interruptions from the hand that Yannick had, he's able to play through all of them and on the exact board he wanted. Given having Bell for Gamma specifically, it could have been Ash, I suppose, but really strong interaction there to be able to resolve your most important effect being your normal summon, and then being able to block any other effects from that point on to make sure you get to resolve the relevant ones. The Q he could have lived without, but that being able to resolve also made it so that he had so much information about Yannick's turn, and given he seemed fairly aware, he didn't allow anything to happen that would cause him any problems. I mean, the Infinite Impermanence also very much helped to be able to go after the Sacred Beasts. I think it was just very well played from Sebastian. With the cards that he had, he was able to just completely stop Yannick's push.
It was, and the Zalen was just so threatening there. Like, it didn't actually physically do thing, it never activated its effect, but the Spectre of Zalen was kind of looming over that entire duel.
I mean, that's the best way to use those types of cards. The faster you use interruptions like that stop in a a non-specific effect, the more you can just open up the rest of your turn. If you leave it like that, if you just don't use it, it's really hard to ever actually make a push, and you get to like float through your less important effects and then just allow it to resolve. You don't really get very far.
No, I mean, it's just a safety net. You keep everything in check, and yeah, in the end, he didn't ever need to use it. So good job on him. But now we'll get to see some Sacred Beast action going first. So we'll see whether Yannick can tie the score up. And also I think Sebastian is going to have to think a little bit about what he wants to bring in his side deck. So
yeah, I don't think anybody was planning on side decking for Sacred Beasts in this one.
Yeah, indeed. I don't know. Even in terms of the Mulcharmies that you could keep for this matchup, I don't know. What are we thinking?
They're both good.
Yeah,
Like, I mean,
they're both good because you summon from your hand and deck. Quite bad.
I guess so. So maybe you just call it a day. And I mean, as we know, the Kultun deck already is maining a lot of interactions. So maybe you just keep adding some Mulcharmies to get into them. And regardless, I think you are very confident after seeing how game 1 went, thinking about a possible game 3,
Yeah.
Usually we know that the Kultun deck tries to bring either some counter traps or some more, going first options. And if that already worked, maybe it's gonna, work fine again in game 3. But for now, I'm really interested in seeing what's the plan for going first for Sacred Beast. Like, what's the ending field gonna look like?
I mean, I had an idea of what it did in Genesis, but when you have access to Link monsters, it gets a little bit crazier, right? And we saw how powerful the fusion monster is by itself. It's a really just big threat on its own, but it's not going to be nearly the only thing you do. There's so many bodies that you get from the Martyr alone. Martyr gets to summon 2 more copies from the deck. That's a lot of material. Usually not a problem, but now we can see how far he can go.
And then speaking of cards that just like we have seen that keep in check, that's a deck that can summon Varudras very easily, and then just keep it in there, just a safety net against any sort of interactions. And
that's scary. You could also put the trains in.
Yeah,
like you play Gustav Max, get a lot of damage and get another negation out that way. You get Varudras in the other train if you wanted to.
Yeah, so
I think a very underexplored deck as in the advanced format. We don't necessarily know the potential of how far it can go, or if it's even worth going to its maximum potential, because sometimes you just want to do what is necessary to win, not necessarily the most of what you can do. But we're going to have to find out where players are ready to start game number 2 here.
And you can see it right there. He's 1-0. So there is something to this.
Is that Heatwave?
That is Heatwave!
Oh, wow.
I would not have expected that.
That's a tough one.
Wow.
So he's going to use Heatwave, try to force Sebastian into basically doing nothing, and then just try to take him out in one go. I
mean, I guess when you have a bunch of big monsters, attacking for game is the simplest solution.
Wow. I mean, yeah, that could be a quick one, honestly. That's it. That's a pass back. And now if we have the chance to just push... I mean, the fusion itself is 5,000, so,
The fusion's 5,000.
Aren't most of the bodies 4,000?
No, that's a pass back.
Oh!
He passed back. Wow, it must be a full brick. He didn't activate a second Heatwave. It was just a pass. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it was just a very quick back.
Oh, and he's given away all the advantage he gets from getting to go first.
That's so unfortunate.
We're going to summon Q again.
Does he have the Gamma
There's
again?
a Gamma again!
He does.
Wow.
These things tend to happen.
Will we have the way to extend here, potentially a Kultun Synchro to chain?
Sebastian thinking about it.
Bell again!
What's going on?
Is
this a replay?
Sure? Yeah, he's got the playback going on.
Oh, but there's a Veiler to at least stop the Q. But if there's another tuner in the hand, Sebastian can just keep going.
Yeah, now keep in mind the ability to synchro summon with the monster in your hand is an effect. Can't be negated. It's just something you can do.
I mean, Sebastian knows if Yannick had to pass turn, it's likely that he has a lot of those forms of interruption in his hand.
Yeah.
We're going to synchro with a Veiler in the hand. That is enough to make Trackmaker here. Yep, Chainlink 1, Trackmaker, Chainlink 2, Q, just to play around that Gamma. We're going to see a Droll off the top.
Oh, Droll Bell.
I think he's going to keep the Droll.
Yeah.
Droll's going onto the top of the deck there.
That's tough.
Yeah.
All right, so Yannick's going to have to do whatever he needs to do with just the cards in hand. The Droll's not going to help.
I mean, it wasn't the absolute worst case scenario. There was no rotary in this, so Yannick's hand is still a mystery to Sebastian.
But I wonder if Sebastian's going to try to do his best to get to peek at it.
I think he might just try to do the simplest way to get damage.
Yeah.
I think he could very easily end the game.
Because there's a tuner in the graveyard, right?
But you still have the Gamma.
There's several tuners. We're going to be synchroing with the Trackmaker and a Rico in the hand.
I think in a
That's
way...
Sailing again.
That's rough.
So this one goes to the extra monster zone.
Synchro overtake as well. Another strong hand, but there is that Ghost Bell.
Okay, and at this time we do have the Gamma.
Yeah, you don't want to use a Zalen here.
Yeah. Especially because Gamma now also has the benefit of shuffling the deck, you know, just getting that roll away. Yeah, very unfortunate end from Yannick.
At least you drew the Gamma.
Yeah.
This is one of those things is, you know, when everything just kind of goes sideways, can you figure out the way to win?
And Sebastian seems like he's considering.
Ooh,
he's
really?
He wants to play into the Gamma because he has. He had
got Ash. Oh,
I mean,
my.
the way he was thinking about it, I knew he had Ash in the hand. He just thought if it was worth it, and he can always add that Ash back off a remix if he needs to, but I don't think he wants to even allow it. There's only 2 other cards in Yannick's hand. Outside of something along the lines of Nibiru the Primal Being, it doesn't really stand a chance of stopping Sebastian from ending the game this turn.
Funny enough, we could see 3 Gammas in 1 turn from Yannick, so...
Well, the next one will surely resolve. It'll definitely work this time, trust.
Yeah.
I mean, it does, like, as you mentioned, shuffles the deck, puts up 2 bodies, which does matter. All right, Rico hits the board. Imagine you're not activating it.
Nope, going straight back into the extra deck.
Is that back-to-back?
Yep.
Back-to-back kind of sums up this duel.
Yeah.
The first turns of this duel.
Cool Tune B2B hits the board now. Gets an attack here and attacks again.
That's quite a lot of damage there.
Simplifies the game really quickly. Doesn't end the game immediately, but
Yeah, but...
Sebastian knows a lot of information about Yannick's hand. He couldn't play before, doesn't want to play too much into the Gamma. If he does try to play back-to-back, we'll give him more and more resources. Maybe potentially underestimating how much damage Yannick could do if he is allowed to play.
It's a considerable amount, but...
But yeah, he already passed, so like... Chances are he cannot play anyway, so... Yeah, that's it, that's it.
That's
wow.
a tough one.
Yeah. Very quick and decisive win for Sebastian Todd on Cool Tune. Moving on 2-0 in this tournament. Only has to win a few more to get his spot into top 8.
And better take care of those now and just not have to worry for a few hours at the end of the day. Yannick started out pretty strong, though. He did win 1-0, so there is something there. We just didn't get to see it here in round number 2.
Yeah, not quite. I mean, in game 1, at least he managed to fusion summon, but then that wasn't quite enough to, to close out the duel. And here, what can you say? I mean, it's unfortunate sometimes.
here, but going to Ash Blossom this Wallows. Excellent start.
I love the minigame. We're going to be normal summoning Rico now.
Yep.
Rico's going to be able to resolve. Almost certainly going to be adding a copy of Cool Toon Rotary if he doesn't already have it in his hand.
Yeah, Cool Toon Rico, a strong start here.
Now Mario already qualifying for the World Championship through the World Points Playoffs, all qualified again by making the top 4 of the WCQ.
And he used Cool Toon in that tournament as well.
Cool Toon all the way through here. Now, Paul, was he through points playoffs or was he through top 4?
Yeah, it was playoffs, but I'm just looking at this facial expression right now, sorry, Sala, because I think in your mind, and as a reminder for the watchers, for this event, Call by the Grave is forbidden, and Ash Blossom is only, semi-limited to 2 copies. So when you see one of those,
who else is supposed to resolve?
You can see that he's a bit, unhappy with that. But,
I mean, now we're going to take a look at his hand as well. He seems very dissatisfied with his position. We'll see what tools he has to potentially counter the Cool Toon strategy now that Rotary is resolving.
Yep, going to synchro with that Rotary from the hand for Track Maker, so it gets the 3 of the effects here of Rotary and Track Maker.
I mean, Mind Shuffle is never a good side, but...
the other 3 cards are pretty strong. It seems like Black Chaos, Ragged Rights, as well as Nadir Servant.
Indeed. Yeah, really good end if he were to win the roll, but even going second, you can do quite a bit.
I mean, 3 cards that demand an answer. So we'll see if Mario has the means to stop 3 cards instantly, or if he has to play through it a little bit. Each one of those cards gets a massive amount of advantage if they are able to resolve.
Yep, the Rotary's going to add JJ Cool Toon. Now Trackmaker's going to be able to add another Cool Toon card. Is it going to be like a Cool Toon Cube, perhaps? Or a Cool Toon Synchro.
Yep, just grabbing these spell cards now while you can. Going to be activating another a Duelist Genesis here. Cool Toon has been having some phenomenal hands on this feature match stage. Duelist Genesis can either add another copy of Cool Toon Synchro or that Synchro Overtake.
Yep, Synchro Overtake, allow him to add or a special summon a monster listed on a Synchro monster.
Looks like it was RS revealed.
He's going to special summon Mix.
Oh, it must have been Remix.
Yep, Mix is going to add probably Cool Toon Q. It's the one we haven't seen yet. There it is.
Yeah, and also, I mean, that Ash Blossom is not only good to stop Fuvalos, but we can get it back.
Yeah,
so,
we know we have this Ash Blossom again. Yeah. An immediate use of Remix on the field will potentially stop one of those cards in Paul's hand immediately.
Yeah, that's a good call there, Marcello. Not only is Ash Blossom semi-limited, but being able to shut down the Fuvalos, being able to add it back and use it again kind of doesn't matter that it's semi-limited if you can use it every single turn.
We're going to get access to Ghost Ogre as well. That cuts off the Mind Shuffle. Mario identifying what he needs to do in this matchup. I mean, that is the powerful ability of Cool Toon. When you know your opponent's hand, you get to pair for their exact hand. You get to pick apart every single tool that they have.
Yeah, heads-up play here from Mario, knowing that you can use the Ghost Ogre from the field as well.
Okay, at least, he doesn't get a fully unplayable card on top, but,
It's just another copy of a card he has, which isn't great. Yeah. Oh, he's going to put the...
He's going to leave him with the VLS. Interesting.
Okay. Wow.
I guess he doesn't want to have to use Ash on the Nadir Servant if he has to use an effect that allows him to potentially resolve 2 Nadir Servants, or not resolve, but use 2 Nadir Servants in the turn. Doesn't want that to be an issue.
All right, so the remix is going to allow him to add back that Ash, summon a monster from the graveyard as well, and then Synchro afterwards. He has Cool Toon Synchro set. We can assume that he added that. So,
leaving the Trackmaker on the field to be able to Synchro with on the following turn. Going to be able to use its effect in the graveyard as well for that.
And, just having to be able to play quickly with the deck is definitely advantageous from what we've seen so far. I mean, the early rounds of the World Championship, a lot of nerves on the line, so players will pick up the pace of play and speed as it progresses on throughout the day.
Absolutely. The most consistent thing I've heard talking to all these players is how nervous they are.
Yep, the beginning rounds of the World Championship is probably the most nervous show. But leading off into Nadir Servant, he has the Ghost Spell on top.
I mean, that makes sense why you wouldn't give him the second copy. You wanted to use that. That does negate the activation.
Yep.
Let's see if he decides to use this remix to grab the Ash Blossom, or if he's just going to hold it a little bit longer. It looks like he's considering his options. Yep, he's going to go ahead and use the remix.
I mean, this checks every single card in his hand.
Yep, this is absolutely phenomenal here from the Canadian.
Potentially be a very quick game 1 here, but Paul has not given up yet.
Yep, Ash Blossom goes in hand, Rico summons to the field. He could Synchro Summon here for Zaylin, or he can leave the Rico out to use the effect to grab something like Cool Tune Clip.
We're just going to grab the Rotor Man from the graveyard.
He can still use the Cool Tune Synchro to get the Clip and Synchro Summon with the Rico and the Track Maker if he wants into Zaylin, and have the follow-up with the Clip.
Lots of options from this position. We're going to be activating that Ragged Records.
Yep, it's probably going to be hit by this Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, I'd imagine.
Well, considering it not an automatic activation here, he knows the other two cards in Paul's hand is a copy of Black Chaos as well as the Blackluster Soldier.
And then the Zaylin would check it completely because he could always just chain the Clip, chain Zaylin.
Oh, there's an additional copy of Mind Shuffle as well. I guess he doesn't want it to be live on his turn.
Yep, Ash Blossom for the Ragged Records of Rights.
Makes a lot of sense. And yeah, now we know everything else. It's Mind Shuffle, Black Chaos, and the B. Yeah.
Yep, discard the special summon.
Just gets to put it back in the deck.
Shuffle back. Black Chaos.
Yeah, that is the issue with leaving that monster. You are able to actually summon Black Chaos, but without anything in the grave, with no ritual spell in the graveyard, Black Chaos can be affected by card effects. This will likely prompt a response from Mario before Black Chaos is able to use its powerful effect on the field.
He doesn't have access to Cool Tune Mix to go with Clip, but plenty of different things he can use here.
Yeah.
We can just grab Mix right now, right?
Well, you could probably grab Clip, I would guess. Or you could go Mix and then just use it to Synchro and then destroy. He could go for Loudness War, anything really. Or just RS.
Yeah, no shortage of options here for Mario.
That's the cool thing about Cool Tune. It's just so consistent, so strong, so toolboxy, so many different options, so many different ways to play. It is going to go for the Mix. Synchro with the Track Maker to go into that Loudness War. Now the Mix, since it was used for a Synchro Summon, it's going to be able to take out that Black Chaos. You don't want to send it back to the hand. You want to send it to the graveyard. And then is this going to be a concession?
I mean, the last card in hand is Mind Shuffle with the Ghost Ogre face up on the field. Not that it would even do anything with no other cards anyway.
And a Rico on the field that can take it out just as fine. Yep, he's going to go ahead and not concede, just decides to continue play.
Interesting, yeah.
I mean, at the very least, the Cool Tune strategy is very quick at ending the game. It has a lot of damage potential.
Yeah, just have to get to back, and every tuner can attack twice, can end the games quickly. Mario draws her turn. He already knows this game is over. Activates Mind Shuffle, chain the Loudness War, gonna banish the Track Maker, and just send it right back to the hand.
Yeah.
Yep, and it looks like that is the concession.
I mean,
just getting through the motions here.
Yeah, a few seconds more, and I mean, what a masterclass by Mario in this game one, having access to 3 different, you know, sisters and traps, we could say, in, you know, Ash, Bell, and Ogre. But yeah, I mean, you're really showing us why he made it twice to this tournament, I guess, and just 1 game away from advancing with a 3-or score.
Yeah, an absolutely phenomenal hand, right? We started with Rico. He had the Ash Blossom for the Fallows, the Rico that had the follow-up.
Yeah.
Like, it was just pretty much everything you could ask for. I mean, even the Bell on top was really the cherry on top for that game. Not even having to use the Ash Blossom. He could have probably had like 2 less cards and still checked everything down. That
would take a little bit more effort, but
yeah, a little bit more. Like, he didn't even have to go into anything like Zaylin. Didn't have to worry about the Track Maker, like really returning anything on the turn, but really showing why Cool Tune is so powerful. I mean, Loudness War is just like such a cool card too. Like, not only are you going to be able to, you know, make it with Mix, destroy a card, the Loudness War is like the gift that keeps on giving. Being able to pick one of those effects from the graveyard when your opponent activates a card or effect is absolutely phenomenal, especially because you have such a wide spread. It really reminds me of like the way Shadal's were, really, where you just had to use your monsters and use them as a toolbox to take care of cards when you need them. And Cool Tune just does that probably better than any other deck right now.
Yeah, a lot of players I've talked to, they've actually really enjoyed the Cool Tune strategy because of how complicated it is, because of how many options it has. It's not one of those decks that just blows out your opponent as far as powerful effects. It's a bunch of small effects and use of knowledge, use of their own skill that makes it seem so powerful.
Right.
Yeah, on the other end now, let's see what, you know, Paul is gonna try to do. Going first, of course, he changes a lot. His hand, we saw, was gonna be extremely powerful, and you know, it's a deck that can set up a lot of different layers. Just the Grifo alone gets you going, and it's kind of tough to interrupt. But with the side deck, you can also have a lot of different options on how you want to do, whether you want to add some layers on top, shut down, for example, spell and traps. We have seen some Diabell Star action sometimes bring it out a sort of anti-spell fragrance, you know, sort of effect. And, you know, let's see. Of course, we're going to see a lot of interruptions from Mario in Kultun anytime you're playing against it. You know, it's like pick your poison kind of thing. We're going all the way from 18 to 20. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how Paul navigates this one.
Yeah, I mean, you touched on a really cool point. Not only, like, the fact that the Kultun deck can use tuners and synchro, you need to synchro with tuners, right? You can use them from your hand. Well, it just kind of works out where all those defensive options, Ghost Spell, Ash Blossom, even the Psy Frames and stuff like that, all tuners. So not only can you use them defensively, they also help you offensively too. And like, let's say you normal summon a Kultun, the effect gets negated, you just synchro from your hand with one of those options. And so you, like you said, you know that his deck is packed with those options from the hand. But it's going to be interesting to see how the deck plays out. I do think the Light and Darkness Ritual deck does play much better when it goes first and has an opportunity, as it is like one of those combo-heavy decks. At least that's the way a lot of players are playing it.
It has a lot of combo potential. It's one of those strategies that you can mix in with so many other ones. It mixes really well because of the Skull Archfiend Chaos. There is so much you can do with it. And it's a question of how much he's actually committing to his strategy. Is he just playing more low to the ground? Is he playing just basic Light and Darkness Ritual? Or is it just every engine in the game?
Well, I guess we'll find out, because we don't want to, you know, reveal too much about his deck. But yeah, he has some surprising going for us. He has been on the deck for a while, and
he's 2-0 right now in this tournament. Like he has not lost yet. There's a chance he lost game one in one of those previous rounds, but that's what's so great about Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, best of three, side decks, everything can change no matter how that first game plays out.
Now, as you mentioned, with Kultun taking advantage of how many points of interaction that it can play, something I've seen a lot of players do in various points of Kultun is they side even more and then just take out a lot of engine to even just go into the dominance traps. Cuts off a lot of what you can do, but you identify that you just need to stop your opponent entirely and resolve one thing, and that is enough for Kultun to get there. I wonder if that is something that Mario is trying to do in this instance. It's fallen out of favor sometimes for Kultun, depending on which points of interaction are most prevalent in the format, but sometimes those Dominus cards, Dominus Spark even, can be so relevant against a deck like this. Yeah,
Dominus Purge is also another one we see a lot of times in a lot of Kultun's deck, but can really kind of mess you up. Like, you have a couple of fire monsters like Rico, but we're going to have to see now that we're finally jumping in here into game number 2. Paul will be able to go first.
And
Black Chaos.
Black Chaos, it's a good way to start things off.
All right, so he's going to get access to Mind Shuffle right away. Gets placed it on the field here. Now we'll be using the effect of Mind Shuffle, I'd assume, to be able to add and discard.
Do we have Ghost Ogre? No.
It looks like it's allowed to resolve.
Yeah, that's the main difference between Grifo and Black Chaos when you open, is that one sets it, and so Ghost Ogre cannot be activated when you flip it right away, but...
Oh, because you just activated it upon the flip? Yep, that's a really good thing to note.
Looks like we're going to be adding Skull Archfiend Chaos and immediately discarding it for the effect of Mind Shuffle, which will trigger the Skull Archfiend in the graveyard to send Light and Darkness Ritual as cost to then send another card, or to, sorry, add. We're going to be adding the, that's a very long name here.
Magician of Black Chaos, Black Chaos?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos.
Almost.
Almost, I was close.
Yeah.
Close. But yeah, the Skull Archfiend Chaos is such a strong card, and that's why Mind Shuffle is so strong. It also can bridge into Mitsurugi cards as well, but it's so fantastic.
We are thinking maybe about a Ghost Bell here, but no.
Yeah, no responses. And now that you're at this point, the like 1-for-1 trades of defensive options from the hand aren't going to be as impactful from this point on.
Yeah, once Mind Shuffle resolves, the Light and Darkness Ritual deck has so much going for it. There's so much value of Skull Archfiend already in the graveyard. Getting one ritual monster on the field is really all the deck needs to do to win, because then it just starts playing that loop with Mind Shuffle. They just keep hopping in and out. It makes it so difficult to deal with the Mind Shuffle itself as well as the monsters.
And there it is.
Oh, he does use the Ghost Spell.
Yeah.
So he's going to keep the ritual spell into the graveyard along with the other card it would have added back. So yeah, that is an impactful turn. This was the last opportunity for one of those trades to work out.
I mean, can we find a way to put a ritual monster on the field now?
kind of looking at the demeanor here from Paul, it's looking like he's kind of in a tough spot. Where to proceed from here?
He might just be one of those guys, though, where you're never happy with your hand.
Yeah, I mean.
That's true. Oh, yeah, he has.
He is.
Yeah, he's one of those guys.
He is.
He's got the Fallen of the White Dragon, so we do see that he is not just playing a pure Light and Darkness Ritual deck. There are definitely some branded cards in here, which is a really popular strategy to combine with these cards. He's going to be able to send that Albion, the Branded Dragon, special summon out the Fallen of the White, and then they'll be able to special summon Incredible Ecclesia from the deck. Unless Mario has a response, does he have Mulcharmy Fualos?
That's an interesting one in this. Oh, but Infinite Impermanence.
Another good one, another good one. He's going to try and stop him from being able to synchro into that Ecclesia on the Dark Dragon.
A few more unknown cards in the end from Paul.
The Albion's going to be solid, just being able to get access to like the Fallen and the Virtuous.
I wonder if Paul actually already has a Fallen and the Virtuous that he might chain here just to make sure the White Dragon resolves. It looks like that might be the case.
That would be huge. Oh, it looks like Brandon.
Brandon High Spirits. Interesting in response.
Interesting. Not exactly the card you're going to want right now.
I think he does.
But he'll be able to search just for like an Incredible Ecclesia potentially and special summon onto the field. He's not going to want to. Yeah, he's sending Granganol, so it's going to be adding an Ecclesia. Well, I mean, yeah, he has to do that because it's a spellcaster, so it has to be Granganol. But I can't imagine he'd add another Fallen of White.
I'm trying to figure out what is the reason to chain it to the Infinite Impermanence right now.
Why not?
I guess.
Yep, there's the Incredible Ecclesia. He'll be able to special summon it since he does have a Fallen of Albaz on the field. Yep, special summons Incredible Ecclesia. Going to still go ahead and synchro for Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon.
Or the Chosen Sword.
Yeah, makes sense.
Never mind.
This is going to add a level 4, level 8 monster from the deck to hand. We'll see which one he chooses to grab.
3 Champions of Sword Soul. Really cool card. Featured in the Chronicles anime.
Okay.
All right, going to add the Dogmatica Ecclesia now. So already having access to Fallen of the Virtuous with the Albion, but going to...
I mean, sometimes you want to use it twice.
He is playing, like, we did see Nadir Servant in the deck as well, so we know it is kind of heavier on the Dogmatica package, so he could potentially have some other Dogmatica cards outside of the Fallen of the Virtuous in the deck.
And it looks like we're about to find out.
Maybe he sided some in going first, potentially. Does he have any other cards that are not Fallen of the Virtuous?
Yes.
Oh, is that the Fleur-de-Lis, the Thunderbolt?
Yep. Absolutely.
Awesome. Love that one. So this also would lead me to believe he has another card. Because Dogmatica Fleur-de-Lis, the Thunderbolt, lets you grab a Dogmatica trap from your deck.
Usually punishment, so we'll see whether that is the case.
I think the most relevant part here is this is a level 8 spellcaster that can hit the field, that you're like turning on Mind Shuffle to go ahead and start swapping.
That's true. Very, very good point. This is cool. I like seeing like the heavier Dogmatica package here. Like you mentioned, this is kind of the cool thing about the Light and Darkness Ritual deck. So many different strategies you combine with to utilize the cards. So yeah, it looks like he's going to special summon it since there is a monster special summon from the extra deck with 2,500 more attack on the field.
Let's see what we grab off the effect of the Thunderbolt.
It is going to be that Dogmatica punishment. So Mario already down 2 cards from the hand, drawing to 4 cards, and with multiple interactions here from Paul, he's looking to try and even this game out and push things to a game number 3. Like, Mario's going to have some incredible cards in his hand to be able to come back from this.
And now we're activating Skull Archfiend and Chaos in the graveyard, going to be putting back that Magician of Dark Chaos.
Does he want to put back, just try and give him cards he doesn't want to draw for his turn, non-cool tune cards. 2 cards from Mario back into the deck, 1 card for Paul, and that Skull Archfiend and Chaos will be summoned to the field.
Now we are locked out of the extract because we activated the effect of Dogmatica Ecclesia, but just remaining on the field is still strong enough. If it goes to the graveyard, it gets even more value.
Paul really putting on a masterclass, showing what he can do despite getting stopped for the first couple of actions he had there. I think the Ghost Spell was probably the most impactful, just keeping that Ritual Spell in the graveyard, along with the card it would have added back as well.
But did not cut off Hall's ability to start summoning them, because now on Mario's turn, he's going to be able to use the effect of Mind Shuffle again, discard a card, get one of those rituals to the hand, and then start swapping it out, as I mentioned earlier, as soon as Mario activates any effects. But doesn't have access to both.
Ooh, this is a good one. Bestial Magnemite is going to take out the Albion, the Branded Dragon, more than likely, cutting him off from the Fallen Virtuous, as well as being able to let him add Hydraulis Harmonia from the deck to the hand.
I mean, Cool Toon has so many powerful effects from the hand that he can use. This is one of those that just gives you even more.
Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be any, like, opportunity for him to trigger the Hydraulis Harmonia. I don't know any monster effects that Paul might be activating on Mario's turn, but we'll have to see. I'm sure it can come into play. But yeah, Bestial Magnemite being played in like Cool Toon now is really interesting, but just being able to get that body on the field, being able to search out Hydraulis, just absolutely incredible.
Looks like we set a card after the fact here, and now in the end phase, Incredible Ecclesia is going to be able to go back to the hand, and the deck will be shuffled because there's nothing else to grab after the Albion was banished. And Magnemite will resolve now, grabbing that Harmonia, as you mentioned.
I guess maybe jump the gun on that a little bit. There's usually not any other dragons played in the Cool Toon deck. I guess it could have been a Bestial Druid.
Yeah, maybe.
There could be other Bestials potentially, but unlikely.
Let's see. Now Mario.
Still only having 3 cards in hand at the moment, drawing to a 4th, but as we've seen so many times, the deck can do so much with just 1 card.
4 drawing to a 5th, right?
I think it's 3 drawing to a 4th.
But the Magnet replaces itself, right?
Yeah, he... was I missing a card?
Yeah. You use Imperm, Ghost Belt, Magnemite, and then the Magnemite goes back, so he has 4, draws me 5.
Also impermanence, no?
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, never mind, you're right, he's down 1 more. All right, what to see? The Italian Mario, as Marcello would say. Honorary
No,
Italian.
I'll claim when he wins.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
I like it. I like where your head's at. Smart.
All right, Mind Shuffle activated immediately to discard, or sorry, to add Blackluster Soldier and then discard Ecclesia, resolving its effect. So now it is alive to be able to summon from the hand. We're going to be normal summoning Q.
Cool Toon Q, gonna try to special summon a tuner from the hand or deck. Or graveyard, but there's nothing there quite just yet. So he has that Blackluster Soldier in his hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he'll be able to summon that, but he knows if he summons that, tries to banish a card, that will turn on that Hydraulis Harmonia, which could be more detrimental than the card that the Blackluster Soldier would be taken care of.
Yeah, Paul has to be careful now. Is in a strong position, but doesn't want to let an opening commence from Mario.
This game much more competitive than the first one we saw.
Ooh. His own Harmonia.
It's always the cards you don't know that are spicy and can really turn things around, but yeah, Harmonia is going to be revealed here to try and take out either the Q or the Magnemite. He can do both.
Stardust Dragon?
Wow.
Hey, I got the Stardust Dragon coaster yesterday, so very timely. Oh, he's going to send the...
Malong,
yeah. I just saw the Lulu Wallace, which is kind of cool that he uses that as well. Yeah, so the Hydraulis Harmonia is going to destroy the Q. The Q will be able to summon. The Malong will be able to return a card to the hand. Probably just going to... Not really useful, the Malong here. Like, even putting the Rico back in hand, I guess, is something, but...
I think it's probably the option that does the most. None of them are fantastic.
But this also turns on Harmonia here from Mario, if he wants, from the Harmonia effect. Or from the Malong effect. Harmonia doesn't need a monster effect on the field, actually.
Yeah,
right?
no,
It is on the field.
It's only
so
if it controls.
Oh, okay, so he couldn't do it on the Malong or the Harmonia.
I think in this position, there's nothing that he would need to go after anyway.
No, he'd just be getting another tuner onto the field. Like, I think that his biggest problem right now is trying to get a monster to stick.
What a wall from Paul.
I mean, as you mentioned, sometimes the wall is enough. You just need to get to another turn, and we've seen what the Light and Darkness deck can do with just another turn.
Yeah, we might be going to a game 3 here pretty quickly.
I don't know about quickly, but I could definitely see...
Quickly from now?
Yeah.
Maybe not quickly for the whole game, but from this point on, like, Mario's down to just using this rotary effect to try and get an extra normal summon, but...
I guess asking for a translation, maybe? Yeah.
Making sure to know what all variables are.
I think the Lulu Walleth, if like a card leaves the extra deck, you can return a card or something. It's been a long time since I've read Lulu Walleth. We should pull it up.
You can negate the effect.
Negate the effect.
Yeah.
That's what. If a card leaves the extra deck.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then just gives you a boost of 500 to every monster you control, which can be relevant.
For sure, for sure. All right, so Rotary reveal Rico. He gets the normal summon a tuner if this resolves. The Lulu Walleth would allow him to summon the Harmonia from the hand potentially, but.
That's very tense out here. You can tell that Paul knows he's in a really good spot, but he also knows that if he makes just a single mistake, this could be costly.
Yeah, I think all the players also know, like, kind of what happened in round number 1 to so many players. So being able to go 3-0 is so significant right now with how the tournament has started for so many players.
I mean, if you go 4-0, you're pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So they both know they're just 2 wins away from being able to punch their ticket potentially into the top 8. So everything on the line here. Oh, he had a Fallen of the Virtuous, so he didn't even need to set it there with that Albion the Branded Dragon last turn. Going to be able to send the Renbrum.
Just even more to try to stop. And there's a surrender from Mario.
Yeah.
So many resources from Paul.
Makes a lot of sense, as you've mentioned, Billy doesn't want to waste time. There is no reason to risk a double loss after winning game 1, and he recognizes he's beaten. And well played by Paul. I mean, it's showing us why his deck, even through 2 interruptions from Mario, was able to set up a full field here.
Yeah, definitely a great bounce back after losing that game 1 so decisively. But when you're going second against Cool Tune and they're getting to look at your hand, your Fualos got Ash Blossom. Like, you kind of know, like, there's nothing you can really do about that. And you just got to lock in and focus what you can do. And this, it wasn't like he went unopposed in this game either. This is a pivotal game.
For one effect happening, both players seem so stressed in this position.
All right, he's going to use Rotary's effect before Synchro Summoning, revealing Mix. No shortage of cool tune monsters here. You're going to get that extra normal summon.
We're going to go for the mix.
Wow.
Is there a Harmonia? Anything here from Paul?
Trying to take a look at the end, but unsure on what's going on.
Yeah.
And a copy of Q. He's going to be looking to normal summon that with JJ Cool Tune at some point in this turn, I'd imagine. If he's next up, might synchro for Trackmaker with the Rotary and the Rico.
Yeah, usually the Cool Tune strategy wants to resolve Rotary as soon as it can. So interesting that he opted to do the effective normal summon mix, playing potentially more cards. But I mean, I don't know what would have happened in between this interaction. So I'm just trying to get the value out of the Rotary while it's in the hand.
Ooh, and it resolves. There is nothing, no interruptions from Paul.
Yep, Fallen of the White Dragon, Incredible Ecclesia, Black Chaos, Foolish Burial, and Ragged Record of Rights.
Another fantastic hand if he went first, but
unfortunate going second for sure.
I mean, it's still a lot of cards that demand answers, so not necessarily the easiest for Mario to stop all of those cards.
Yeah. So now the question becomes, what has he brought in for going first? We know that, you know, there are some trap cards that usually Qtune can put in going first, whether it's the Magnadium engine or playlist or, you know, anti-spell, whatever, Solemns, you know. It will be interesting to see what kind of combo Mario goes for here.
Yep, adds the JJ Cool Tune and the Cool Tune Synchro. JJ Cool Tune's gonna let him get another normal summon for a tuner. We know he has the Q in the hand.
Yep, all following the script, as you mentioned. Will we see another Ghost Ogre hitting the field off the effective Q? Or are we going to opt for something else this time? Maybe get access to Ash Blossom because we don't have that one yet?
That would make
as far as we know.
Yeah, he could have it in hand.
There it is.
Mario's seeming very Italian right now.
Indeed, indeed.
Canada's been so strong this year. They really brought some of their best players, and they did phenomenal at the WCQ, and now they're out here trying to reclaim the World Championship title. It has been some time since any player from Canada has won, and they would love to do it again. Pot of Prosperity. Oh, that's brutal. There's a good chance he's going to find something, especially after seeing the hand and being able to pick from your top 6 cards.
The beauty of Cool Tune. I mean, Mario, specifically, not even just as a Canadian, trying to represent his country, he has attempted to make it to the World Championship the last 3 WCQs in a row, getting so close, only 1 game off so many times, and now he is here, qualified twice, and could be very soon 3-0.
And we're going for 6. Wow.
Yeah. Okay. Won a YCS with Tempai Dragon as well.
Yeah, he did.
But showing he doesn't just need to rely on like a go second strategy, being able to play one of the top decks and do so well at so many tournaments.
Yeah, very flexible player, just does what he needs to do.
Huge moment.
I guess what will we hit off this Prosperity? As you mentioned, he did opt to get rid of 6 cards, even though he was already playing, just trying to find the most powerful card he can.
Let's see. Looking for trap cards.
We are looking for trap cards. I mean, playlist is okay.
Playlist isn't bad. Cool Tune Synchro is not bad.
Okay.
Reframing's pretty nice. He might be able to find...
He could have done that anyway, right?
He can still access the reframing potentially. Oh, man. There might be...
Both these traps are cards he could have... I guess that's the difference, though, right? Now that if you get it here, you don't have to do that line.
I mean, even the Cool Tune Synchro seems kind of appealing. Like, having 2 of those, not so bad.
Yeah, at least here, you know, revealing critical information, and makes sense to me, honestly.
It's just a card that'll trade 1 for 1 with one of the cards he needs to take out.
And it's perhaps the more expensive one of the 2 when you want to go for the line. So.
All right, so he's gonna probably go into Remix right here, and then maybe Zaylin with the other 2.
And let's see, big moment.
That Perulia can stay there, I think. I mean, I guess he doesn't actually want the...
Yeah, no, he's not going to summon from the hand on his turn, so... Banishes the Blackluster Soldier.
I mean, this is the tricky part, right? Putting the Blackluster Soldier in the Banish Zone is available for the Black Chaos now.
I mean, sort of, yeah. I guess so, yeah. That's something. But even if it was like you were to draw, it's the same thing, right?
Well, you could put it on the bottom out. Like, yeah,
Oh, I guess. Yeah, I wouldn't do that, though. I'm not trying to give him a fresh card I don't know.
Purulia definitely one of the easier cards to play into. With such a powerful hand, having a dead card on the top is ideal for Mario.
Oh, so he used JJ Cooltoon to tribute off the Ash Blossom to summon a Rico from the deck.
Just loading up the field with possible interactions. You have the Track Maker to go ahead and answer a card. You have Rico to go ahead and answer Mind Shuffle by destroying it if it's able to resolve its synchro effect.
He has Reframing to be able to use as well.
Ash Blossom in Graveyard for the remix.
We know the end from Paul, and there are a lot of cards that he can use, so this for sure will be a tricky one. It's not like the game is completely over.
All it takes is one mistake from Mario, and all could easily get in there.
Immediately using the remix to add back the Ash to summon the Rico. Not going to synchro summon, so he can activate Rico's effect to probably add like Cooltoon Clip or Mix. I haven't seen a lot of Clip yet. I mean, there's usually one that they're trying to find a way to, but
you can get to it eventually with Cooltoon Synchro if you need to.
Right.
But you just want to have the actual effects in the graveyard that you need, right?
Yeah, and especially when there's one rotary, anytime you can add that back, it's pretty useful to do so.
So we had Ecclesia, which is one way that we can start things off.
Yeah, especially if they're playing like the original Fallen of Albaz, that kind of works as something you have to stop.
We're going to start with Foolish Burial.
Okay.
I guess that's looking to send Skull Archfiend of Chaos.
That wouldn't be a bad one. We're going to use the Ash Blossom immediately.
Wow. Okay.
Identifying that he could be sending that Skull Archfiend, putting the Light and Darkness Ritual in the graveyard could pose a problem.
And you wouldn't want to Ash that because then you're just giving him a monster they can summon back from the graveyard. Next up is Ragged Record of Rights. Does he reframing this? Or does he just let it go?
It looks like this one's going to resolve. Dangerous. I don't know how pleased Mario looks either, having resolved full combo with no interruptions.
Yeah, still waiting. Maybe waiting to use Cooltoon Synchro to Rico to destroy Mind Shuffle when it ever comes down onto the field, potentially. Mario taking his time to summon like anything like Zaylin.
Revealing Light and Darkness Ritual, gonna grab the Skull Archfiend of Chaos.
Okay.
What is up next? How is he going to navigate through this tough field? He's going to...
Ecclesia.
Ecclesia and use its effect.
He just had to normal summon it, right? Yeah.
Well, his opponent controls more monsters.
No,
than
no,
you.
you can special.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking Blazing Cartesian is the one you can special summon to give Albaz, yeah.
Ooh, and it is the original.
There you go. So this is going to be something he'll be able to discard the Purulia or the Skull Archfiend of Chaos and force out something here from Mario.
I mean, this is a strong interaction.
Yeah, really good. Getting to trigger the Archfiend in the next chain.
We got to get rid of the Fallen Albaz. That's the only real solution here, but the Skull Archfiend is going to do a lot of damage of its own.
Ooh, okay.
Going to be using the reframing.
Yeah, it doesn't destroy it.
Yeah.
Just negates the effect. Now the Skull Archfiend of Chaos is going to resolve anyway. Wow. Paul's definitely not out of this quite just yet. Going to add the Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos.
Yeah. I mean, this is the power of the Light and Darkness Ritual deck. When you have so many ways to push through, it's hard for a deck like Cooltoon to stop it, even when it has all the information. 5 live cards is hard to stop. We'll see what Paul does next. still has the Fall of the White Dragon in hand as well. It looks like we might be activating the effect of Light and Darkness Ritual now.
I have to think Mario's not too happy with the position he's in after being able to start uninterrupted.
Yeah.
Paul's really putting on the pressure.
Okay, Ghost Bell is there.
So we are still able to cut off the Light and Darkness Ritual for now.
That was huge. Yeah, that was huge.
Yeah.
It's always the unknowns that get you.
Is he going to try and put the Albaz back into the hand and make a Zaylin? What can Mario do? I mean, he's down to so few options now.
Yeah, we know one Synchro is face down, and yeah, that's going to be the card.
Cool Tune Synchro is activated here.
We at least know the other one is not Cool Tune Synchro.
Yeah.
Because it is semi-limited here at the World Championship. Yeah, there's the clip.
And Rotary in hand. Rotary likely going to use its second effect here to go ahead and go after a card in the graveyard.
Shuffle back that Skull Archfiend of Chaos. And also get a search here with Trackmaker. So Trackmaker will probably add something like Mix. He's going to take out the Skull Archfiend of Chaos.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Maybe not Mix. If his plan is to still go into Zaylin, yeah, he'll want follow-up instead of Mix because there's no way he'll be able to synchro with the Mix. Because he'll just use the clip to synchro with Rico and Trackmaker into a Zaylin, or even like a back-to-back maybe. There's so many different options, but yeah, it looks like he's going for Zaylin.
The clip, as you mentioned, activated. Gonna summon itself and then
no,
synchro.
it is going to be back-to-back. Oh, because back-to-back can get you to Zaylin too, because if he uses a monster effect, he'll just be able to summon back a Trackmaker and then synchro for a Zaylin if he wants.
Yeah, just trying to play the value game, out-engine your opponent. Trackmaker is going to be able to put back that Fallen of Albaz. Clip is going to hit a random card in the extract?
Yep. Till the end of the turn.
Just confirming where everything came from right now. Clip is the last card on the chain, so that will have to resolve first. Gonna hit a random card in the extra deck. It's going to be, that's a strong one.
Wow.
There's only one of those. The Dark Magician of Destruction.
That's a brutal one, because we know there is the Black Chaos in end.
Yeah, that's like one of the best ways to keep extending for sure.
Wow.
Looks like we're going to be using the effect of Black Chaos here.
Yep,
Putting back its ritual form.
Black Chaos can take out some cards on the field.
And is unaffected by everything because Light and Darkness Ritual is in the graveyard.
Will Black Chaos save Paul Robert Goss here? Back-to-back looks like he's using the effect of back-to-back. It's not an effect to summon itself, right?
I believe it's not.
Yeah, so he won't be able to trigger it until he decides to use the Black Chaos effect to destroy cards. But then he can immediately bring something back and synchro if he wants. Let me pull up Black Chaos. Yeah, it's not an effect to summon.
A really difficult game for Mario to navigate, but he's doing the best that he can so far. I mean, this game is a testament to both these players' skill. What are the cards we still know from Paul's hand? We know the Perulia that was left on the top. We know... What else? We use the Ragged Records. We have the Fallen of the White Dragon still remaining in the hand. What is the last card? It looks like it's another... well, okay, so Perulia...
Perulia White.
All right, so he's going to take out the Mix and the back-to-back.
Is it not Albaz, maybe?
Oh,
the Albaz that we back? Okay, okay.
Wow, this is huge. The Black Chaos being able to banish both those monsters. Mario's in bad shape. Going to special summon the Fall of the White, sending the Dragon that devours Dogma. Be able to use the effect there if he wants to special summon an Ecclesia from the deck or graveyard. He's going to summon the Incredible Ecclesia from the graveyard. Wow, Mario in bad shape. Paul really bouncing back in this game. I just have to wonder if Mario found a way to get to like Zaylin a little bit earlier, if there would have been a way to just negate one extra card to like stop some of this from happening, but...
I mean, he had to stop the Ragged Records, right? Cut off all access from the Skull Archfiend. That's really what it was.
Yeah. So
if you were willing to stop the Foolish Burial, then Ragged Records is kind of the same thing.
Yeah, maybe he just needed to go into Zaylin right away, because with no quick effects in hand, he wouldn't be able to hide it. Yeah. Goes back into the 3 Champions of Sword Soul again.
Using its other effect now, when going second, is going to be able to destroy a card.
Special summons the Blazing Cartesia, since there is an Albaz now in the graveyard. Wow, absolutely incredible here. Incredible play from Paul Robert Goss from Germany. Really putting on a masterclass and showing why the EU players are so strong.
Using the effect of Cartesia, Fusion Summoning Grand Guignol, using its effect, going to send Skull Archfiend into Chaos back into the graveyard.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, really well played.
This is 8,000 damage. Oh, can Black Chaos attack the turn he uses effect? I'm assuming it can, yeah. Once returned to your main phase, just banish 2 cards your opponent controls, yeah.
I don't think there's a single bad line of text on that card.
It's a great card, yeah. This is absolutely phenomenal. This is 8,000 damage on the field.
Just moments away, Paul's full engine hand combating a very strong full Cool Tune combo.
Yeah, luckily no duplicates, so at least having just different cards. Like,
is this gonna be it?
Oh, Fallen and Virtuous. All right, he might be able to survive here. Sending Albion, taking out the Skull Archfiend into Chaos. It's all about surviving. Going to take 5,500 points of damage here.
Sigh of relief, gets to leave another turn.
I mean, we just know his 1 card in hand is Cool Tune Q, but is it enough? Well, he'll also be able to get another copy of the Fallen and the Virtuous. While Black Chaos is strong on your own turn, doesn't have any defensive options. The Grand Guignol can summon Despian Lulu Wallet, since we know he does play it as well, which is some form of interaction.
Yeah, 2 forms of interaction here. You know the cards in hand are Albaz and Perulia, not going to pose any threat. Looks like we're activating the effect of Fallen Virtues right now. Going to go ahead and get rid of the JJ Cool Tune. Going to get another card off the effect of Albion here, likely just another copy. Yep, another Fallen the Virtuous, really limiting Mario's options right now. A Q in her Dream.
All right, Mario grabbing his copy of the Fallen and the Virtuous thanks to Albion.
In the end phase, Cartesia and Ecclesia go back to the hand. Is there still an Ecclesia in the graveyard for Fallen Virtuous to go ahead and summon something back?
I don't think so.
That's a draw.
Mario able to start another turn after Paul picked apart his entire opening combo. We're going to normal summon Rico.
And the back-to-back being banished is huge. That's a big way that Cool Tune's able to put out a lot of damage fast, and Mario will not have that option if he does find a way to play through everything. All right, so Rotary and Q going to reveal, so he can normal summon the Q again. He can summon back from the graveyard. He's going to summon back Trackmaker. Trackmaker's effective surge can trigger on special summon, but Paul is going to activate Grand Guignol's effect since a card left the extra deck.
Going to Despian Coritis.
Oh, and that's it. Mario's going to scoop. He knows he has no way to finish him off. He's going to have to pass back. Paul Robergas has so much follow-up, and well played there from
Fantastic
the player from Germany.
I mean, what a match. Really, really good comeback from Paul. Gotta give credits to Mario in the first place. I mean, he put up a masterclass, but in the end, it wasn't enough.
position you possibly can to make the top 8. So this is a pivotal match, and it looks like Hin Fong Sang is going first. Start with Pot of Desires into a Visions. We're drawing cards for days. We're chaining the linkage to send the Visions.
This appears to be Sky Striker, as we've seen before. Pot of Desires is one of those ones that kind of goes in and out of vogue in Sky Striker. But seeing more draw cards these days between that and Radiant Typhoon Visions with all the powerful quick play spells the deck has to offer.
Yeah, the only thing you really have to worry about is banishing like all your copies of Ray or Rose, potentially making Sky Striker Ace 0 not as impactful, but the odds that are happening are unlikely. But now the linkage will be summoning the 0. The 0 is going to affect to add.
But
met
actually,
by Mourner.
Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill.
So we see that Logan Johnson certainly packing a heavy interaction from the hand package, a little more so than we normally see for a lot of cool tunes.
Hang on, he's chaining Fallen the Virtuous here to destroy his own Sky Striker A0 and try to force that through.
On the one hand, I think this also reveal a lot of information because I can't think of any other deck that would run the card outside of Kultun, no?
Oh yeah, for sure. And especially when like they're both undefeated, chances are they kind of know what each other are already playing, but really showing off the power of the Fallen and the Virtuous. It's kind of the gift that keeps on giving. Not only is it a defensive option, it's something you can use to protect your own monsters from these targeting like negation effects. Really showing how it's offensive and defensive at the same time.
And that's what Logan's questioning the judge about right now, is whether or not destroying the 0 is going to stop Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill from negating it.
Gonna take a look at what we banished with the Pot of Desires. And then get to resolve. Yeah. This is going to be an amazing opener. Now getting the first copy of Engage, most likely.
Yep, taking his time to decide. Looks like he's going to add Widow Anchor.
Interesting.
Perhaps he already has Engage there.
But, yeah.
We're going to go ahead, and that is the indicator about whether or not the deck needs to be randomized.
Is there any reason why you would?
He has 3 copies of Engage in the hand.
Yeah, I mean, I know, maybe Pot of Desires.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, because he played Pot of Desires.
That could be devastating, though. Like, if he banished, like, at least 2 copies of Engage, I guess. That could also be a very bad news. Hopefully not all 3, because
that's disaster.
Yeah.
That's, you know, under 2%.
Wow.
Not good.
I mean, we're talking about the downsides of possibly playing Pot of Desires, but looks like they're still waiting on a judge ruling here. Both these players are undefeated, looking to win that 4th round. There's 7 rounds of Swiss, so even if they win the first 4 and then lose the next 3, they will still have a decent chance at making the top 8. So this is the biggest round of the tournament for both of these players.
I want to say it's almost guaranteed, given the amount of also double losses that we've had in round 1. So it's really, really an important match, and you can see how much it matters to both. Not quite sure what the call could be about. I guess the Rose was used.
If we get word on what it'll be, we will relay that information to you. But it could be even a matter of, you know, some kind of procedural thing coming up that the judge needed to take a look at.
It seems like everything is fine, and so we should be able to proceed normally. But I don't think I see Engage in the end.
So if it's not in the hand,
there has to be 3.
And didn't go get it.
That is absolutely unbelievable. I think, at least. I see a couple monsters and maybe a couple. Yeah, I don't see it. Maybe. Let's see though.
I like to say it's unbelievable, but it happens to me every time I try to play Sky Striker, so I just stopped.
Yeah, and that's Akagari. So now we pretty much get the confirmation that there is no Engage.
Definitely. Looks like he's targeting to add back the linkage.
No way. Yeah.
I mean, this is an uphill battle without engage. I mean, it means you're going to be losing out on a lot of cards. Who knows? Maybe the Shizuki's going to add engage to the effect since there isn't one in the graveyard.
I mean
it's unlikely, but going to set a couple cards. Can imagine it's going to be the linkage, the Widow Anchor, and then he'll still be able access to get another copy of Fallen and the Virtuous thanks to the Albion, the branded dragon there in the graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, it's still winnable, but it would have been just so much easier. He would have had at least 2 engages, so getting 4 more cards than he does now. If even just 1 copy was in the deck.
All right, Shizuki's going to add it's a linkage.
I believe that is a linkage.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm still getting used to the new art.
No, I've got it down now. The more silver one is linkage, it's kind of just so hard to tell.
I'm hoping I can get used to it on a more personal level by pulling it.
Oh, that would be nice. Out of Magnificent Monsters, September 2nd at your local OTS. September 4th everywhere. Hashtag ad. And next up is JJ Cool Tune coming down for Logan Johnson.
All right.
Let's see if he's going to prompt the activation of the Fallen of the Virtuous. You don't want to let them get that extra normal summon. It also threatens the tributing of a tuner to summon a Cool Tune from the deck as well. He's definitely going to, yeah, you got to check that Vanish. Maybe are the 3 engages still there? Yeah, Fallen of the Virtuous right away. Going to take it out before he gets the extra normal. And he has
got a second copy. Oh.
The mind games.
Yeah, a lot of players are playing 2 copies of JJ Cool Tune nowadays. Just more ways to make sure you can access more normal summons, and now he's going to use the extra normal summon Ghost Ogre. This is good news for Hin Feng Sang because this means his hand, Logan's hand, is weak, or maybe he just wants to try and force out that interaction. Maybe he wants his. You don't want the Ghost Ogre to get Widow Anchored really, but if he takes the Ghost Ogre and then he still has a Cool Tune in hand, you'd much rather lose the Ghost Ogre than one of the Cool Tune monsters that you normal summon outside the.
He's going to go ahead and trade it out with JJ Cool Tune next. Interesting.
Yep, so he's going to probably summon Enrico or Mix. The only one you don't want to summon is Q, since that one only activates its effect on normal summon.
It's one of those cases where things seem like they might all work the same, but they don't in this case. So make sure you read all of your monsters carefully.
Yep, Mix will be the one to be summoned, and that will be met by Widow Anchor. Does Logan have a response? It looks like
the Synchro.
It's I think it's Fallen Virtuous.
Yeah.
It's the ultimate rare one.
Cool Tune Synchro would have been even better, that's for sure.
So Hin Feng used Fallen and the Virtuous to sneak something past the removal. Logan's going to try to do the same, but a second Widow Anchor is used.
Yep.
And it'll negate it, then it'll be destroyed. Then it will try to negate it again, but it's gone. And then it will still resolve negated because it was negated first before it left.
It's end phase, I think.
Logan didn't open any Cool Tune monsters, unfortunately for him. So now he will be going to the end phase using the Albion, the branded dragon.
Yeah, this is the situation where you get a lot of the most interesting games, where everything's just kind of going wrong for both players.
Yep.
And they just got to scrap and claw out a win.
That is definitely what this game is. Not pretty, but it is what makes the most out of these players being able to do what they can with the bad hands. It's easy to play the good ones, but when you don't have, when you have things going wrong, that's where you can really find out if you are a true duelist.
Interesting also that we chose not to use the Ash, but I guess, yeah, we can use just the 0 now.
He's just feeling like getting really confident in his position. No need to here. He's going to, linkage for the 0, use the 0 effect. And the last card is Ghost Bell. Can he catch him on not having any Sky Striker monsters now? This could be huge. He does have a Rose in hand, it looks like. But with no engage.
All the Widow Anchors are gone.
The Fallen of the Virtuous can take out the Rose.
Does he have a Lemnis Gate, maybe?
To try and get rid of the card before he's able to use it?
Yeah.
That would be heads up. Oh, he can use the...
Oh, he's got,
the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon.
Can force out the Fallen.
Yeah, it looks like despite Hin Feng's unfortunate banishing of the 3 engages, he's still going to probably find a way to climb into this game. He may not have engages, but he still had plenty of cards with the 4 cards he drew. And Logan just not having a good hand at all.
Yeah.
Probably the worst hand we've seen drawn today, I would think. 2 JJ Cool Tunes, a couple of Ghost Bells. Just when you draw 2 copies of the same card multiple times, it's tough.
Reinforcement of the army. Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
That is it. Wow. I mean, Him Fung Tsang really dodging a bullet there with that Pot of Desires, banishing 3 copies of Engage, but still finding a way to close this duel.
You got to feel good about that. You used up all your bad luck for the tournament in that one game and still came out on top.
Yeah, chances are that won't happen again. And yeah, if you're able to have something go wrong but still get the W, fantastic. But, you know, we just saw in the last round where we had Mario take a decisive Game 1 victory and then still was able to lose that match. So, you know, the best of 3, the side decks are getting involved now. Logan's going to have that chance to go first here in game number 2, and we're going to see if it's going to be able to turn the tide back in his favor. Because at the same time, like how unlucky he got with the banishing the 3 engages, Logan's hand was not good at all. Like 5 cards, but 4 of them are just 2 of the same card. Like, not where you want to be as a Cool Toon player.
That's always a tough time, having to manage the hard once returns on all of these things. So you're obviously going to play all of these copies of Ghost Spell and Ash Blossom and the like, because man, they're real good when you draw them. When you draw them together, that's why a lot of decks, and I see this more actually out of a lot of the OCG players' decks, they might just diversify their lineup of the different things. You play 1 Ghost Mortar, 1 Ghost Spell, all the Ash Blossoms, and just one of each of a bunch of things, so that when you draw them in combination, you can have more ways to play.
But now it's going to be Logan going first, and unfortunately we have seen how good of a matchup it is for Sky Striker, even going second into the Cool Toon. You know, they have so many field breakers. After siding, they can choose a lot of different options, from cards such as Evenly Matched to Lightning Storm, you know, a lot of different options. And I think it's also one of those matchups in which the additional power of Cool Toon Q doesn't really matter, because, you know, there are very few cards. If you don't play Entraps at all, there is nothing you can stack that is completely useless. So, you know. Yeah, and even if you put, like, you see one, you banish one, you put the other one to the bottom, chances are the next card's just going to be just as useful. Sky Striker's just full. Were you talking about the once per turn cards? The Sky Striker deck doesn't have many of those.
No, there's
most
not a ton.
Most of them you can use no matter how many copies you draw. The Pot of Desires, the Radiant Typhoon Visions. I guess Pot of Desires is one of the only ones.
One of the major ones.
But Visions, I mean, being able to just, you have multiple cards that will let you dig deeper into your deck, so you're able to keep finding those options. And then Linkage is just one of the best cards. But really this weekend, I think so far, the key card in all the players' decks, no matter what strategy they're playing, whether it's the Light and Darkness Ritual, whether it's Branded, whether it's Sky Striker, whether it's Cool Toon, is Fallen in the Virtuous. It has been all over the place and has been super impactful in a lot of these matchups, whether it's dodging that effect negation or then having that follow-up to take out the key cards. It's just been phenomenal. And
when you get the second one, that automatically leads into the third one as well, because you have the Ecclesia and the other fusion in your graveyard, so you get to remove yet another card with just an effect before you start playing any of your actual cards.
Which is also what we're seeing now in the ending, you know, just activating the Synchro in the graveyard. But I think we are quick with it, so our duelists are ready. Let's see if Logan gets a more playable end. Oh, no, no way.
No, not like this.
Set 2 pass is, that's not where you want to be.
Worse than the last hand. I bet he would want to trade this for his hand he had last time. At least he would have the JJ Cool Toon and a normal summon. Whoa.
Okay, now that is devastating. All right, that can cause some real problems if he doesn't have quick plays.
He's going to chain Visions here to try and dig deeper. It's better than him chaining the Fallen and the Virtuous.
I was about to say, do you ever just add Mystical Space Typhoon and hope it, you know, gets you there next turn? But I mean,
this is one of those things. So, like, this is also going to affect Logan as well. So if he draws into another spell, his own anti-spell fragrance might stop him from playing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the anti-spell much stronger when you also have a field to support it, but yeah, the Ray is going to give Him Fung Tsang at least some tempo here onto the field, and we at least know Logan's already in a position where he needs to draw a Cool Toon monster. But yeah, as you said, Jerome, his top decks are even more limited now by his own anti-spell fragrance.
And this is devastating, because if in the past anti-spell was extremely effective, now with 0, you just have an easy out, so...
We're going to the battle phase here. Ray gets in for 1,500.
Then, let's see, I guess...
Tag out into the 0?
Like, I would say so. You can push so much damage here.
There's 0.
Yeah. I mean... Yep.
Tax for another 2,000.
Yeah, back, swaps out 0 as well.
No response. Wow. So,
It's tough out here for Logan Johnson.
yeah.
I mean, the anti-spell is just keeping him alive at this point, let alone just slowing down his strategy.
That's
it's not
gone now.
anymore.
Yeah, so this could just be game.
It's 15.
If he has a linkage, oh no, he can't use linkage because his
Yeah,
monster's
yeah,
in the
yeah.
main monster zone. So I mean,
No,
if anything,
15.
maybe Logan might be happy the anti-spell's gone because now he does have those more options to top deck off his deck.
Yeah, I was about to say that maybe there was a universe in which you just keep the anti-spell there and you just pop the face down. It's bold, but it can work, honestly.
And this is the danger zone where he
Yeah.
really has to do a ton, otherwise you just get there with Hayate. Next turn.
Okay, don't take any risk.
Is that Azalea?
Camellia, I believe.
Camellia.
Yep, it's going to be able to send down Engage. Now that he has Engage back in his deck this time, potentially. There it is. He does
Yeah.
play them. He does play Sky Striker Mobilize Engage.
Oof.
Kagari's going to add back.
I think we have to stop this. Yeah,
Like, gotta stop this one.
Is it a Effect Veiler? Yep.
yeah. Is there linkage? Wow. Brutal.
This is not your game, Logan Johnson.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good thing it's happening while you're 3-0 and you really only need one more.
True.
There are worse times for this to happen.
But, yeah, unfortunately. Okay.
Looks like he's considering going into Hayate.
No, the thing is, you can only summon 1/0, no?
1-0 per turn.
And so,
Oh, he summoned the second 0.
yeah, so he might get a warning for it, but I mean, nothing too serious.
So he summoned what? Kagari, 0.
No, because then he tried to go for another 0, but he cannot, so
Yeah.
he
Oh,
must...
but he would have a monster. He wouldn't be able to get rid of both his. Oh, he could have to go into Zeke
Which is
or one of the ones that takes 2 monsters because he had the 2 monsters on the field. Or no, Camilla.
No,
Camilla
no,
takes 2
it's
monsters.
fine,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
fine.
Camilla takes 2 monsters. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's fine. It's just now that the linkage...
Oh, with the linkage. Yeah. Switching into Hayate. Yeah, the Camilla took the 2 monsters. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what they are discussing, probably just asking, you know, the usual procedure.
Yeah,
of-
just be a warning.
So it's, yeah, you can't do that. Normally it's warning. Have you had a warning
Yeah.
for this thing before? And they go check it. And then it's usually just fine in the end.
But yeah, regardless, Engage gets added to the end.
Checking to see if he has 3 spell cards before he actually engaged. He does. Does he have Ash? Nothing.
Wow.
This might be the easiest game of the
Yeah.
tournament for Infeng Sang.
Draw and lock, but
now
a
you
bit
get
too
your
late.
awkward. It's way, way too late.
And I mean, yeah, it does get the draw anyways.
Yeah, both of them are part of the same thing, so he has to use Droll afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, you see draw and lock and anti-spell, and you're probably thinking, wow, this is a great end, and then you don't draw any more playable cards. That feels devastating for Logan.
Yeah, that's the issue. It's only 40% of a great hand.
Yeah.
And now we're going to go ahead and pause again. I think there is a bit of a issue with tossing the Droll before Engage finished resolving.
Maybe, but yeah, I mean,
Is it really that big of a deal?
I mean, it's the World Championship,
Yeah,
so
that's
you know,
true.
you got to do it properly.
I guess so.
only one
It's
card.
kind of like
in
pouring
hand.
salt on the wound here for Logan. Like, could just not even use the Droll. Like, all he has is a clip in his hand.
Oh.
We can see it now. Like, that's the worst cool tune to have. Yeah, man, he had clip, Veiler, Droll, anti-spell, and whatever that other face down is. Just brutal. Because even with the clip, you just need another monster to be able to synchro with, and your one other tuner is just Effect Veiler, which is, there is no level 3 cool tune synchro, so goes into Amatsu.
Sets 2.
And yeah, I mean, 3 or 4 cards in hand.
Summons clip.
I mean, let's see.
I don't know what he can. I don't think there's anything he can draw here that
Yeah.
will really change the tides in his favor.
I also doubt it.
I
But
think he's going to reach for that surrender flag.
we were just gonna activate something right away. In Fung Sang is thinking about it.
Maybe just take out the cube before anything can happen, before he can get to the main phase.
And what is it?
It's a Rico. I can't. Yeah, I think it's a Rico.
All right.
Oh no, it's a mix.
I think it's mix.
It's mix. If you went for track maker,
So go for track maker first.
All right, at least it's something.
Yep. Get any cool tune card from your deck to your hand.
I'm sure he has. Yeah, the Widow Anchor just to negate. Does he have? Oh, Manadium Reframing.
Manadium Reframing. All right.
Okay, he's trying.
That's another one doesn't do any good without a synchro, but he managed to get there in the end.
Fair enough.
The clip will be able to banish a random card out of the extra deck. Let's see if we can hit like a 0 or something for the turn. Is that Zeke?
Zeke?
Looks like Zeke.
Yeah.
Got to start somewhere.
I mean, this is much further than I thought he was going to make it for the turn, so this is awesome to see him bouncing back into the game after such a devastating start. Adding Cool Tune Q, which is like the most impactful of your normal summons in your deck. Unfortunately, Hinfeng Sing does have more cards. Forbidden Crown. So now he won't be able to synchro with it with the track makers. So Logan basically sitting on nothing right now.
Yeah, so negating the effect doesn't stop you from tuning to hand, but making it unusable as material at all will. Forbidden Crown, very, very good against this deck. And he passes with that. Really just needs to sneak past for 1,500 to finish it.
Yeah, I mean.
Links away into Kagari.
I think this is it. Yeah. Logan has seen enough. Picks up his deck after 2 very unfortunate openings. It is in Fung Sang that is the first to advance with a 4-0 record.
So chances are we will be seeing him again in the top 8. We are going to be playing the first round of the top 8 tonight. We have 7 rounds of Swiss, and then we are going to
see how many cards he's holding in his hand. This is a pile for sure. That is 60 cards.
Yeah, a lot of cards in the deck just means a lot of chances to draw those non-engine cards, less chances to open up with the Mind Shuffle, but also means less chances of opening up with Griffo, but we see that's not going to be a problem here for Xi.
The trick is finding cards that replicate the purpose. That's kind of the whole point of the pile decks, is that you are replicating the same purposes throughout the deck and being able to circumvent all the restrictions on the card and just keep playing no matter what.
Yep. So he's going to set the Mind Shuffle with Griffo, and Griffo lets you activate it the turn it's set. Going to add that Skull Archfiend to Chaos, send it straight to the graveyard to send a Ritual spell, and then be able to add a Ritual monster that mentions the Light and Darkness Ritual.
The very strong start here, Light and Darkness Ritual in the graveyard, and gets the Magician of Black Chaos.
Yep. Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos.
Dark Chaos, Black Chaos.
Now, I wonder what prompted Jerry to do it all right now. Was it actually a pass from Luca after the Purulia?
No, it's still the same, the Griffo. This is
no, but like
Luca hasn't had a chance to play it.
You can see our turn indicator over there on the side.
But I imagine this might have been during the end phase, is what I'm saying.
Maybe.
Luca seemed to have made, like, I couldn't tell if it was I'm passing priority after the Purulia resolved or if he's passing turn.
I think he was just passing the priority. Or surely he has a play. Well, we would like to hope, because we want to see some of the most interactive games that we can. We'll have to wait and see here. All right.
Yeah, and I think that sounds like a pass. Yeah, he was passing the turn. That's what I got from his body language there.
Luca having that same luck as Logan, not opening too strong, or maybe just not wanting to play into the Purulia.
I don't think it was worth committing to it, is what he attempted.
So if you're watching at home, you can see there's a bit of a turn indicator over there. The player whose turn it is currently will be lit up around their box. So you see G is lit up right there. That means it's his turn. And when it's back to Luca, the light will shift over to him.
All right, so he's going to use Ghost Spell as G tries to add back Light and Darkness Ritual along with a card that mentions it from the graveyard. One of the stronger cards against Light and Darkness Ritual, keeps it in the graveyard.
See if there's any response.
Well, it's not going to be called by the grave. That can't be used in this particular tournament.
Yeah, Ghost Spell's been in a lot of players' decks that we've seen so far because they were anticipating this. It's also a strong card against Cool Tune if you're able to stop something like Cool Tune Remix from summoning back and adding back from the graveyard.
I mean, makes sense. Level 3 tuner monster that happens to function against all the best decks at the time.
All right, so Jiri goes ahead and he's going to use the Mind Shuffle here.
Time to find out what other strategies he is including with his Light and Darkness Ritual deck. I think I saw Futsu, so we might have some Mitsurugi.
I saw a very powerful one of in his hand. So we'll see how much he can bait out from Luca before having to use it.
All right, going to go ahead and grab Black Chaos and sending a copy of the Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos to the graveyard.
And that's the Ritual monster that you need.
Trying to figure out where to
put the deck randomized or not randomized.
Are they going to move it again? No. What is going on?
Sure.
All right. Well, we're inventing new field layouts moment by moment.
Covering up that beautiful logo on both sides.
It looks like he's going to activate it. Nope. Still holding on. We're going to be playing a different card here. That is Wanted.
Seeker of the Sinful Spoils. If you haven't checked out the latest Chronicle episode, you definitely want to. You'll see a lot of the cards from this strategy, including Diabell Star, the Black Witch. One of my favorite Chronicle episodes that we've released thus far.
Definitely a fantastic piece of lore.
I believe Wanted is at 1, Diabell Star's at 2 for the weekend.
Yeah, it's something like that. I know Wanted's at 1 for sure, but definitely a good hand for Xi here.
I mean, what a ridiculous hand, actually, just seeing every single piece of it and having the Griffo as well. We're going to be using the Diabell Star now, getting rid of the Mind Shuffle.
I imagine since Luca passed, you just try to put 8,000 here and don't get too fancy.
Yeah, in combination with the Black Witch and the Black Chaos, that's already 5,500 points of damage, so he is close to finding a way to 8,000 here. But, you know, if Luca's passing, maybe due to the Purulia, we still can expect some defensive options from the hand.
I imagine the safest thing would be to keep the Mind Shuffle, but how powerful is every other card in his hand to give that up? I mean, you do have another copy of Black Chaos now, so you can access a different copy of Mind Shuffle if you so need.
All right, there it is. We talked about it. Jerome mentioned it's an impactful card. It's very strong. It's Hydraulis Harmonia in response to the Black Witch effect.
Now, in this particular version of the deck, how important is it to get rid of the high-level Dark Spellcaster that's used its effect?
Pretty important. Yeah, you don't want to see that turn into the Dark Magician of Destruction, which you can only assume is in the extra deck, especially when you see 60 cards and the Black Witch. And okay, so
Chainlink 1 or Chainlink 2 Harmonia, Chainlink 3 Ghost Morning. So he's going to try to destroy it and negate it.
Something you could really do here at the World Championship as a TCG player, but maybe not back at home, since we do utilize more of the OCG rulings here for the World Championship.
No, you'd still be able to do it.
Really? You can do a Harmonia Chain Mourner? Oh, okay.
They're both triggers, right?
True.
All right. I'll have to check that on the wording of Ghost Ogre. It's when they special summon, right? Not when they activate an effect.
Oh, it's on special summon. That's right. Yep, you're right.
So it has to be that order, though.
Now, deciding how he wants to continue, there's going to be Habakiri.
That is a strong card. Is that the card that you released?
That's a surrender button.
That's, that's to be expected.
Yeah, a quick game here for G. Just absolutely incredible. We talked about Light and Darkness Ritual dominating this tournament so far. It's between that and Cool Tune that have really been impressive. But showing if any deck can win going second, it's this Light and Darkness Ritual strategy.
All three of those starters there, Griffo as well as Diabellstar and Habakiri, are independently able to do the entire full combo, right? They are so powerful on their own. Any one of them resolving is all it takes, and we just see them power through, just pushing through. And having all of them together in a 60-card deck, I mean, that's just what you want to do. That's how you win a World Championship.
Along with the high-impact interaction from the hand there with the Perulia in combination with the other cards. Because when you're playing against Cool Tune, a lot of times you have those defensive options that trade 1-for-1. Don't work really well into Cool Tune. Like an infinite impermanence on a Cool Tune monster might slow them down, but being able to still synchro from the hand despite the effect being negated means that you're not always going to get that same kind of value out of those cards. But when it comes to the Mulcharmies, that can really help, especially Perulia against Cool Tune.
Yeah, it's not even so much as what the Perulia does, it's what it stops your opponent from wanting to do. If they just don't have the will to give you all of those cards because they know they can't do anything about it, and their best shot is to just hope you don't have anything else either.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Perulia is an interesting one against Cool Tune because you can get away with giving them 1 or 2 draws and doing the entirety of your combo. But against a strategy like that, 60 cards, you know they're playing. At this point, they definitely know what each other are playing. And you see all those engines, and we saw it in Mario's match alone. Even if you do your full play, it's not enough to stop an actual hand that can get crafted with that many cards. So you just have to pass sometimes.
Yep.
Yeah, and you know, he might have not even had any starters to begin with. We'll never know if it was the Perulia that slowed him down or if it was just not like the right cards in hand there to actually be useful there for Luca.
That's kind of the good feeling, though. Like, if you don't actually have anything and your opponent just, like, follows Perulia and uses all this stuff, you're like, well, yeah, I wasn't going to do anything anyways, so it's not that bad.
It's, like, it feels good in that sense, but it also feels terrible because you went first and had to do nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but when you get Mulcharmy, like, your mindset goes to, okay, well, my best option sometimes is leave them with less cards in hand, hope they don't have the starter cards, but plenty of starters there from G from Australia. It's cool to see the Australian players really showing up here, and it would be cool to see one of them make the top 8, if not multiple of them as well. Oceania is a region that doesn't have as many players as the other regions, but they always send really strong representatives to the World Championship.
Yeah, shout out to Bowden Temtic.
They have, what, 2-3 players this year?
They have 2.
2 players this year. That's about normal.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see if he can take this win. But as we were saying, there's going to be multiple players with 3 losses that can make it in. So even whoever loses this match will still have that opportunity to make top 8. But
it's just very scary.
There's going to be a
scary path.
Yeah, there's a lot of players that will have 3 losses that are going to be looking to try and still make top 8, and it's going to come down to those tiebreakers potentially.
Yeah, you just want to win as many early as you can, just to have those better tiebreakers, as you mentioned, going into the later part of the tournament. The winning early means that the players that you lose to later on will still have higher breakers because they also had more wins.
Yep, and we see the players finished. Look how tall that deck is.
That is a tower.
Yeah.
that is a
it's
tower.
beyond a deck. That's a tower.
Double sleeved, very large. Just absolutely phenomenal. I'm a fan of 60-card decks, you know.
They're very entertaining to play. I think when you have so much power in your strategy, it's so fun to get to do all of them. but you never really need to do all of them.
Yeah, maybe. I kind of enjoy it. I mean, you just use so many more options, but yeah, it's a trade-off because the more engines you have, the less likely you are to draw those interactions when you do go second. But we've seen time and time again with the Light and Darkness Ritual, whatever variant you're playing, even if you don't have any defensive options, sometimes all that power is strong enough to push through any sort of disruption that the opponent can set up on turn one.
And the nature of 60-card decks have changed over the year. Back in the day, it used to just be grass decks.
Yeah.
Decks playing that grass looks greener because they're trying to throw half of those cards in the graveyard right away. But now you're going to play as many of them as possible.
Or Curry Bandit. The first time I ever played 60 cards, it was all about the Curry Bandit, which is like grass way before grass. I mean, it's only 5 cards, but it was enough back then.
I like Curry Bandit.
Oh, it's a classic.
Those are good times, playing Curry Bandit and the Fire and Ice hand, those sort of things.
Love it. All right, looks like the players are side decked, and we are ready to jump into game 2. Luca will try again at going first. Doesn't look like G has any Mulcharmies here, so Luca will be able to play, and he's going to start with Synchro over Take.
I mean, strong one to start off the turn, one of the more powerful starters, because it doesn't take away from any of your natural plays in the deck.
Yep, and it can naturally play around like a Fualos, because you can choose to add it to your hand. And he looks like he's going to reveal a Remix, so he'll be special summoning Cool Tune Mix from the deck here, I'd imagine. There it is.
Mix is going to be able to add any non-level 2 Cool Tune monster.
Yep, from the deck or graveyard to the hand, and it's going to be Cool Tune Q. That's the one you're going to want to normal summon.
All right, the Droll and Lockbird check here. Looks like he's all good to go.
Yeah, checking again real fast, though. Nope, looks like it's good.
Always good to double check.
Always good, just in case. Maybe it manifested.
This is the difficult part now when you're playing Cool Tune and you know your opponent is playing that many engines. He saw Diabellstar, he saw Habakiri, he knows all of the Light and Darkness Ritual cards are there. How do you combat that? When you get to look at his hand, how are you going to be able to beat 5 starters if it's there?
Yeah, it's definitely a tall order, but Luca off to a much better start than he was in game number 1. It looks like he may have a copy of JJ Cool Tune, but he wants to keep that information private right now. Just go ahead and use his regular normal summon on cue to special summon a tuner from the deck, and it's going to be Phydralis Harmonia. Okay.
Likely just to get access to reframing here going into Visas later.
And then here comes the JJ Cool Tune. There it is, the jukebox.
Going to be swapping out the Q right now.
And all of this is resolving. We haven't seen anything from G's side.
But that's what you'd expect from a 60-card strategy, right? You're trying to push through with engine. Maybe you have Mulcharmies in there to try to stymie your opponent's play. But for the most part, you're trying to just play through what they're doing.
All right, you looks like you called it there, Asala, summoning the Rotary from the deck, synchroing with the Harmonia for a level 8. It's going to be Visas Armitara.
And now we're all going to get to see.
Hey, as a Monadium fan, I'd love to see this card being, utilized still to this day. Even if it's not, there's no Visa Starfrost, but definitely an iconic card.
It's Baron with extra steps.
Ooh. So we talked about having defensive options in the hand. We talked about being able to take a peek and look at your opponent's cards. But the card,
good stuff.
The card that counters the reveal is Pot of Sloth. Being able to use that card to sculpt your hand on the following turn. And we also get to see the other strategy he is playing. You've seen it a lot in between rounds if you've been watching the Yummy Snatchy go around and grab the Yummy monsters. We have a Yummy Lollipo in the hand.
That has to be devastating for Luca to see. You saw 3 powerful engines. Now you see the 4th as well as a Pot of Sloth.
And Magician Souls.
Magician Souls. Luckily, the only Mitsurugi monster there is the Saji, which doesn't really do anything on its own. You can get access to Mitsurugi Prayers, potentially to get to a Habakiri, but not, you'd rather have like an Aramasa or something like that.
I mean, that's going back in the deck if Pot of Sloth resolves, but like you kind of can't let it resolve, right?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the card that's going to be hit with the reframing, and he'll probably try and find a different way to stop the black chaos. But even just the normal summon of Lollipo is so threatening, being able to start going into the Yummy part of the deck. And now he's going to Synchro summon for Cool Tune back to back.
Cool Tune Synchro is activated now. Going to grab a copy of Rico. Going to be using his extra normal summon, summoning the Rico. Now, this is why we see Luca going for this line of play. He's going for the absolute maximum output that his deck can put out because he knows he needs it against Jerry's strategy here. Now we're making the Trackmaker so late in the game because you know he's not going to try to stop you from playing. You have to go for maximum output. And in Luca's favor, I did see an Ash Blossom in his hand already.
Yeah, that's a good one.
All right, Zaylin, the Shackle Dragon, is coming down next. Now Q will be able to check the top 2 cards. He could choose to banish one of these, and the other one can either go to the top or the bottom.
This is also a situation where the level increase from B to B might come into play.
It's really strong against Yummy, extremely strong against Yummy.
Okay, so he leaves the Futsu on top, knowing that he has the Saji, which will be able to add Mitsurugi Ritual to really start the Mitsurugi portion of this deck, potentially.
Or even Prayers.
Could be, yeah.
But I imagine Luca's goal is to let 0 spells resolve.
That's usually a good way to win. Your opponent can't play any spells.
Easier said than done, but I think it's possible here.
Yep.
So is there a framing, another card face down.
That's why you play Anti-Spell Fragrance.
Maybe he will. I mean, it's Cool Tune Synchro and Reframing. That's
Yeah,
those are two cards
we know it's not this one, but...
All right, so he draws the Futsu. Let's see how G is going to play out all these strong cards in his hand. What will he use first to try and get an interaction? If he uses any monster effect, the back-to-back will be able to summon back from the graveyard any tuner. I mean, that's the cool thing about Trackmaker, right? It's not only when it's synchro summon, it's also on special summon, so that can lead to more shenanigans.
Jerry does have to find his way navigating through all the response that Luca can have. I mean, just 4 immediately on the field that are extremely threatening. Will we start off with the Pot of Sloth? We will.
It's going to fire that off immediately, and it gets hit by the Ash Blossom. Doesn't have to use Reframing there. So that's good. I always want to use your most restrictive ones first.
That does make this situation a little bit more complicated.
Looks like he's considering using the Black Chaos first. Let's see if he wants to. Yep, so Black Chaos, the monster effect is activated, so now back-to-back will be able to special summon back a tuner.
Will he use a Zaylin as well? He will. Just limit access to the Mind Shuffle.
Brings back.
I think this makes a lot of sense here because of the Magician's Souls. Luca knows there's no spell and traps remaining in Jerry's hand, so Magician's Souls will get very minimal value.
It at least gets to put the Ritual monster in the graveyard. They can potentially try and find a way to summon the Black Chaos from hand, but with so many options here for Luca, it's going to be tough to have that actually happen. He's going to add Clip off the Rico. Next is the normal summon of Saji to try and add a Mitsurugi spell or trap.
I think this is a fine one to negate, simply because you're going to have to negate the spell anyway. Or at least just make sure to cut off access so it doesn't turn into a random draw.
Yep. He could also trigger the back-to-back. Oh, he has another defensive option in hand. Just plenty of interaction here for Luca. Just a complete turnaround from that first game. Yeah, the Limited World Championship Pack 2026 with all those new cool artworks for a lot of the cards. The best one, in my opinion, is the Ame no Murakumo no Mitsurugi.
I love the one. I got the clear file at the Casey store. I got that one in Caesar Valius.
Yeah, those are definitely some of the top ones from that pack. I definitely can't wait to get my hands on that. I've been playing in Master Duel because they also released it in there as well. If you haven't checked out Master Duel, plenty of cool rewards to celebrate. And we're going to see a Link summon. Saji has 1,000 or less attacks, so he can go into Salomon-grade Almirage. But now he's going to use Cool Tune Synchro to bring out Remix. Mix will take out the Almirage. And it's going to be a concession here from G. Light and Darkness Ritual decks have been really strong going second. He's waving the flag, letting him know I surrender. And Luca is going to even out the match here. And a lot of these Cool Tune decks do side the Manatium Reframing. Some choose potentially main deck it. Don't know where it falls in a lot of these players' decks, but having that option when you go first really helps you to counter those really strong spells like Pot of Sloth. But he also had Ash Blossom. I think he had another Ghost Spell in hand as well. So plenty of interruptions, and excellent play there from Luca. You talked about it. Maximizing, making the most optimal field is key. You can draw all the right cards, but knowing how to use them properly is the biggest difference, and getting the most you can out of those powerful cards.
And Cool Toon is not typically a deck that tries to maximize its output. Like, it tries to play safely, try to resolve Rotary first. It's something we see so often in normal summon Rico. Add Rotary, just go Trackmaker 1, Rotary 2, or other way around even, just to make sure you see their hand before you do anything else. But when you know that their hand likely will have nothing to stop you, but also just try to play into you, and you won't have enough to stop it, then that means you have to make as many responses as you can.
Yep, but now G will have the opportunity to go first for the first time in this match. So you know Luca's going to be looking for more options when going second. We're going to have to see if maybe he'll draw something impactful like the Phydralis Harmonia. And you know the Cool Toon deck playing, you know, only 40 cards versus 60, a lot more opportunities to see those defensive options when you're going second.
And he's got room to side stuff out as well. So if you're main decking the Mulcharmies, for instance, you don't need those when you're going first. If you have something that you really want to put in that's going to help you out here, well, it's really easy to figure out what to take out.
Yeah, made side decking. The Mulcharmies are great, and it also made side decking just a little bit easier sometimes because you just have those obvious options to go out. But even like you could consider keeping in like Perilia because of cards like Phydralis Harmonia and stuff like that. But I still think, yeah, taking out the Mulcharmies for more cards that are going to be more advantageous to push through, because Cool Toon utilizes like, yeah, a lot of those one-for-one trading defensive options from the hand. The Ash Blossoms, the Ghost Spells. We've even seen Ghost Ogre be really popular in a lot of these decks, being able to summon it with Q to take out stuff like Mind Shuffle and things like that. So if he's able to find a way just to have more cards to push through a lot of those options, it could be key here in this game number 3.
Now, you mentioned all those cards. If you're on the Cool Toon side, on Luca's side, if you look at your side deck and you see the Mulcharmies, are you putting them in? You need them against the yummy part of the deck, but the Light and Dark Ritual cards don't even care. You can play the Mitsurugi cards without really caring too much about either of them. The thing is, they're playing all of them, so they're all good. How do you make the choice?
Yeah, it's tough, especially when you're playing against decks like, yeah, a pile kind of deck with 60 cards, all gas, no breaks. It's hard to slow it down. And then they have, yeah, the Mitsurugi cards, I think, as you mentioned, really line up well into those Mulcharmies, not needing to summon from the extra deck as often as other decks might need to. That's like the make or break for some decks. Like, I can't summon from the extra deck without giving you cards. I don't know what to do, but yeah, so many options. You might cut off like a portion of the deck, but what if they have all the other cards instead?
You know, like if they had the Diabellstar stuff, for instance, a Fulos could help you. If they have the other one, maybe not. So I guess you just have to do in your math, you know, what's the size of each of these engines? How many cards does it take up? What are the odds they're going to draw this versus the Light and Darkness stuff versus the Mitsurugi stuff? And it's tough because the math doesn't add up well in favor of the Mulcharmies in this case because of the weighting towards, you know, Mitsurugi and Light and Darkness versus the other ones, especially in this format where there are fewer copies of the Diabellstar related cards available.
Yeah, but
very true.
In my opinion, I still think Luca has to just maximize everything and put in all his options, because he feels really terrible if he has the wrong cards for the situation, and he just needs to have something, right? He needs to see some combination of cards, because that's what it comes down to. No one card is going to get there. You're going to try to find a combination. The Mulcharmies are the best way to find combinations if they give you at least one draw. So I think he's going to try to put in every single piece of interaction that he can, because that's what Cool Toon tries to do. It tries to really limit every single option your opponent has, because your engine cannot actually play through their entire combo. If you have a full Cool Toon hand, it's really difficult to play through your opponent's full engine.
Yep, definitely could be the case here.
And on 2 losses, it's better to try everything than do nothing, I think.
Yeah,
I'd probably just throw everything at the wall and see if it works.
And we're going to find out if that's going to be the case here. Will Luca have the options? Will G be able to push through those defensive interactions? I do think I see a Griffo, and that will be the first card activated here for G.
And it looks like he did get the Charmies.
Yep, I do see a Fuwalos in Luca's hand. Griffo is a strong start for Jerry. I mean, it's difficult. It's so easy to find the wrong half of your deck. You have to be thankful every time you find the Griffo, you're able to at least resolve one of the strongest parts of your deck, being the Light and Darkness Ritual.
Yep, they're going to activate the Mind Shuffle here. Going to use the effect on activation to play around something like Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit.
No Ash Blossom here in response.
All right, so he's probably going to add that Skull Archfiend to Chaos and then send it to the graveyard for the Mind Shuffle resolution. He also has a Ragged Record of Rights in his hand, so more cards for the Light and Darkness Ritual strategy.
It can get Habakiri.
That too. Oh yeah, since he is playing so many different engines as well.
That's where the redundancy can really come in when it has multiple routes.
Yeah, he could send Mitsurugi Ritual here, or Mitsurugi Mirror with the Skull Arcana Chaos if he wants to have access to Habakiri as well. And it's going to be Light and Darkness Ritual.
I think at this point, when you have the Ragged Records, you just want to limit what your opponent sees, so they use their interactions in a certain way.
True, true. Adds the Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos. Does a Droll and Lockbird check. Nothing here from Luca. Going to use the effect of Light and Darkness Ritual trying to add itself back, and a card that mentions it, the Griffo. No Ghost Spell. We've seen that effect Ghost Spelled multiple times throughout the day. Not this time, though.
It looks like smooth sailing so far for Jerry. I mean, there are multiple points of interaction for Luca, but oh man, what a strong combination. There's the Ghost Spell. Looks like he was saving it. He knew that this was a potential option.
I think Pre-Preparation Rites is also a card that's limited to 1 because of the combined list as well. Very strong.
Is that a crossout?
That is definitely a crossout.
It's crossout designator.
It's the no.
He's saying no right now.
No to Ghost Spell.
How many powerful one-ups can we have in 60 cards?
A shake of the head there from Luca, and the inclusion of Ghost Spell in Jiru's deck, and now he is going to be unstopped here.
This is just devastating for Luca.
That's tough.
No Called by the Grave, but definitely Crossout Designator still looming. So there's the Mitsurugi Mirror and the Habakiri.
I actually, just looking at Luca's hand, I don't even know if he has a starter. It looked like Fua, Veiler, Mourner.
Well, at least he'll get a draw here from Fua as he changes it to the Habakiri, which will special summon a Mitsurugi monster from the deck and immediately tribute it. Doesn't have a second copy of Crossout, and it's limited to 1. No Called by.
It could have been an Ash Blossom.
True.
But I think this is still a fine position for Jerry. Can give close to no additional draws after the Saji is summoned. If he can even find it.
That's the other thing. Sometimes it just takes a little while to sift through all of these cards.
This is when he finds out it's in his hand already. Oh no, there it is.
There it is. Okay.
Summons the Saji. A draw for Luca.
Knocks one off there. That goes back to the deck.
Mitsurugi Ritual is added to the hand off the effect of Saji.
So many cards in the hand here for Jerry.
So they started the duel with 5. He's got 7 in hand and another one on field.
All right, next up, it looks like it's going to be the Mitsurugi Ritual to summon from hand, I'd imagine.
Yeah, because we already have Mitsurugi Mirror in the hand, we can circumvent the Fuwalas really easily by just sending Murakumo for the effect of Ritual. I imagine that's what he's going to do.
We were just talking about this in between the games, how the Mitsurugi cards can play around Fuwalos pretty well.
And Habakiri takes the field.
Going to probably send down a Kusanagi and an Aramasa.
All right, we're opting to do that. Just getting maximum value as well.
Yep. Be able to add back that Mitsurugi Ritual from the graveyard and add a Mitsurugi monster from the deck to the hand. Unless Luca has something here. Nope. I'm a big fan of the Mitsurugi cards. They're just so strong, and like just being able to summon a few of them, you get so many cards. Murakumo is just such a big threat. Not only are you going to potentially take a card out of your opponent's hand, being able to destroy all monsters your opponent controls just can be absolutely devastating when timed properly.
Yeah, just that additional tax that it provides on the field.
Yeah. It's all good.
You're allowed to
It's
resolve
coming
your
right
effect,
back.
just give me a card.
And if you can get them to have like no cards in hand, it can become absolutely powerful. And next up, he might be looking to, I don't know if he'll be using the Mitsurugi Ritual to summon from deck, maybe just use the Mitsurugi Mirror here to tribute the Habakiri to summon the Murakumo from hand, and then the Habakiri can summon back from the graveyard and add another Mitsurugi card. Since it's game 3, he could either main deck the trap card, or he could just grab something like Prayers. Maybe he sided in.
I mean, you definitely want access to Prayers if you don't have it already, but it does look like there is a copy of Purification in his deck. Prayers is the most flexible one, though. You just want to get it in rotation, and there it is.
Prayers is limited to 1 here at the World Championship.
Oh, he's going to go ahead and check to see what was going on there. This is a Light and Darkness ritual deck, right?
It's a ritual deck.
It is ritual. There is light and there's darkness.
Mind Shuffle is on the field. Like, he just doesn't have to use it yet.
All right, where is he going to go next? He's under the Mulcharmy Fualos. He doesn't want to give his opponent too many more draws.
I imagine we'll give him 0. The Ragged Records is activated now.
So he's going to reveal the Light and Darkness Ritual to add a Ritual Monster.
Or any card that mentions it.
Yeah. Oh, it could be Black Chaos, I suppose. Yep. I don't know. I mean, I think he'd want to make sure to have access to the Black Luster Soldier as well. Maybe. Or he can always just grab it with Mind Shuffle during his opponent's turn as well.
Exactly. Especially if you can resolve Skull Archfiend again, that's usually the best way to get the additional Ritual Monster.
So he's going to use the Light, we're seeing the synergy, the Light and Darkness Ritual to tribute the Habakiri to summon Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos. They'll be able to add back a spell, summon back the Murakumo, add another Mitsurugi card from the deck to the hand, adds back the Ragged Record of Rights to be used next turn.
And then just putting the mirror on top just to make sure all the other effects are safe from an Ash Blossom or a Ghost Spell of any kind. Given Ghost Spell's already used.
He checks the Ragged Record of Rights first. Really? You can get Black Chaos? Yep, it's quite good.
Just making sure it's not once per turn, I think, at this point.
Now, let's see if he adds the Purification. Having Prayers and Purification is huge, and he does have it in the deck.
There's not many decks that can actually beat this setup alone in Mitsurugi, but having the Light and Darkness Ritual cards as well, so difficult. Oh, it looks like did he target Crossout Designator with the effect of
Black Chaos?
Yeah, let's see. He must have.
Yeah, I think all the rest of those came back on their own accord. It is kind of the original Dark Magician of Chaos effect, any spell.
Yep, sets 1 face down, sets another face down, another face down, and is there another one? The spell and trap zones are all now filled up. Plenty of cards on the field, plenty of cards in the hand. Luca's gonna hopefully find a way to push through this, but it's gonna be quite difficult. Jerome, you mentioned how the Mulcharmy's not so great against the Mitsurugi part, and Jerry definitely knew that and found a way to navigate through this really well.
But if you're Luca, what card was that gonna be that does something against this?
Droll and another copy of Droll and Lockbird. Yeah, it's tough.
Fly back to California and get the second Droll.
There you go. All right, and so now it looks like he's using that Mind Shuffle to add and then send the Ragged Record of Rights.
Yep, he grabbed the Blackluster Soldier, Soldier of Light and Darkness.
So now he has multiple forms of interaction, even more than before. He's going to use Rotary here, revealing Effect Veiler to summon a tuner from his hand. An extra summon.
I wonder if he's going to summon either of those or maybe a mystery monster from his hand. Just going to go ahead and use the Mind Shuffle now to put the Blackluster Soldier on the field. He's going to be able to banish a card and protect all of his back row, and that is enough for Luca. He is going to surrender. I mean, I don't know what 5 cards could really deal with this situation.
There's not a ton. There's really not a ton. It's probably not going to be a bunch of one-for-one kind of things against the deck where the cards all multiply themselves significantly like this. But the crazy thing is we see how powerful that deck is.
Yeah.
He lost 2 times before this. So it's not impossible.
It's a high variance deck. There's a lot of cards you don't want to draw, but if you draw the good half, the redundancy, the actual value cards, every single one of those cards just gives you multiple. As you mentioned, they all multiply. So if you see the good ones, it's just so hard to beat.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm a little sad we didn't get to see any of the Yummy action. At least got to see an appearance by Lollipo just for a moment, especially because we got to see that awesome,
Taking out the Q-Tune, as we've mentioned, it is the most represented deck even in this event. And so considering that they are even a little bit weaker, given that, you know, Rotary is at 1 and Synchro is at 2, I think you have a really good matchup against those anyways. And if you play a mirror match, I think also is one of those matchups where it's very much skill-based and even the die roll doesn't matter that much. So I think it's a solid choice. But of course, I mean, we have seen also the combo pile decks, and those are a bit tricky if you lose the die roll. So, you know, it's only one game.
So if you're the Sky Striker player, you want the top 8 to look a little more like the WCG than the European Championship.
That's the dream. But I would say, as compared to, for example, I think Ryan really did something remarkable, but the difference is here you can afford to lose, you know. So even if you play against a couple of combo decks and you lose the die roll, you're fine, as long as, you know, you get to play a few, again, cool tunes. And I think, you know, it's totally doable to make it with the next 2 record with Sky Strikers. So of course then you make it to the top 8, and then there it's anyone's game. You can play against literally any deck. But here they are. Round 6 already on his way, actually. So Danilo looks like he won the die roll.
Off to a great start here on his branded strategy. From what we see, we see an Aliber on the field, which is more indicative of a more pure branded strategy.
Absolutely. I mean, Danilo has been on Dragotail branded and then pure branded for most of the season. He switched it up for that Invoked at the European Championship, but now he's back on his, I guess, familiar territory. And I mean, been working out pretty decently here for him.
I think this is the first Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon that I've seen synchro summoned this tournament so far. It's normally just being sent off Fallen and the Virtuous.
Yeah, we've been seeing the Sword Soul being summoned a lot more, but Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon, honestly, the more powerful of the level 8 synchro options that this deck has. And we see him playing even the more extensive version of the combo, having Gold and Sword Soul in his deck.
Oh, that's what Tri-Brigade Spring and Kit.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely a pure branded deck, this one. But
going into both of those synchros now, the Sword Soul summoned onto the field. Going to be able to grab another level 4, level 8. We're going to just summon back the Fallen of the White Dragon.
Not 1, not 2, but the 3 champions of Sword Soul.
And yeah, here comes Cartesia.
Blazing Cartesia at a blazing pace from Danilo. Very comfortable with the strategy, just going through the motions.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those, I would say, quick players, you know, usually pretty confident. Ooh, and we did see pretty good card in the end.
Absolutely. This is going to be an interesting matchup, though. You can kind of peek into Dylan's hand.
Yep.
It's a matchup we've seen several times in this tournament.
He's got the nice Mirror Jade, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, and
there's the Servant.
That's real good. This is a great setup from Danilo.
Amazing start, and I mean, we've talked about it at the start of the event. The World Championship is a 30 duelist tournament. Voices spread quickly, and at this point, I'm pretty sure they both know what they're playing against.
Absolutely.
So
I would say after round 1, everyone knew.
Yeah, pretty much.
It gets the Dogmatica Ecclesia, special summons are out. Dogmatica Ecclesia is going to add... Well, that's got to be the Fallen and the Virtuous.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Dogmatica Punishment before, but yeah, probably Danilo just on the Fallen. Gonna set a couple of cards and then move to end phase.
And then a couple of effects here in the end phase.
Yeah.
As
I usually call it main phase free for Branded, because Branded really has a lot of action in the end phase.
Oh, we even see a Courier.
Courier.
Okay. Yeah, that's not
Courier,
so usual.
Flurry to Lightning?
No, that's Incredible Ecclesia.
No, Incredible Ecclesia, okay.
And there is a
Tri-Brigade, yeah.
branded Retribution from, I believe there must have been an Albion in the graveyard as well from previously in the turn.
Yeah. I mean, this is...
Ecclesia returns.
Wow, Retribution. This is a great opener.
Absolutely ideal,
Yeah, as good as it gets for the pure branded deck.
Dylan will need a lot of powerful cards to go into this, but I see one strong one already, a powerful spell card to start things off. That's going to be Pot of Sloth.
Wow, in the main deck, interesting.
Oh, now let's go ahead and count those up. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I'm going to be able to craft the perfect 6-card hand here, now that it's able to resolve. Branded not typically having too many ways to actually stop your opponent from activating and resolving effects. Just mostly just points of interaction, just trying to remove cards. There is Retribution, which is able to negate a summon, but outside of that, it's all removal.
Let's see. I mean, as you've mentioned, pretty much we are able to shape up the end that we want.
So in this case, it's draw 8, put back 7.
Yeah.
Anything you drew that you really didn't want to draw, it's going straight back. It's one of the strengths of Pot of Sloth.
I wonder if Dylan, within those 8 draws, I mean, total, what, 6 plus however many, will he have found that one card that he's opting to main deck that separates his list?
If it did,
it's going to be pretty significant.
Yeah, I'm worried about Danilo if it did. And if it didn't, it would be quite unfortunate because you pretty much saw half of your deck now. So
let's see what we do next.
I think we did.
Is that it?
I think we did.
It looks like we are entering battle phase.
I think we are entering battle phase. Danilo can read it as a bluff just to force.
Yeah, does he believe in the main deck?
That's wild. And you can see Danilo shaking his head and being like, is that for real?
I mean, these are the gambles that can make or break a world championship.
But I mean, in the moment in which you saw Pot of Sloth in the main deck,
kind of start thinking, right? If your main deck can go second cards.
You're like, either he didn't side out, and I don't think that's the case, or there is some going second action going, so. Ooh, and I think, yeah, it's there on top.
Oh, it's definitely there.
Oh, wow. Unbelievable here from the Australian. I mean, what can you even do?
We were talking about cards that could potentially deal with the situation. That is probably the best card he could have. We're going to activate Fallen in the Virtuous here. Going to attempt to destroy his own Ecclesia by sending
the graveyard. Yeah,
makes sense.
Just try to mitigate some of this damage that's going to happen.
And I think that's fine.
And there it is, evenly matched. Hits the table. Danilo will have to get rid of every single card except for one, and the remainder gets banished face down.
That's incredible.
And you can't really resist this effect either because it's forcing the player to do it.
If it gets around some of those cards that are unaffected by things.
This is brutal. Unfortunately, Retribution does not interact with this, and regardless, we are gonna be...
What do you choose to keep? We're going to change the polymerization. Going to discard a card from his hand here. Going to be the Ecclesia. That will come back. And then just try to put some cards in the graveyard to have them come back if he sees another turn, which he will. We are going into main phase 2 after this, so he will at least get another turn. Try to get some advantage back in the end phase.
Oh.
There's a Gren-Grignol that hits the field. I imagine that's still getting banished. Halibur's gone, Gren-Grignol's gone. Are you keeping the Retribution or the Mirror Jade? We're keeping the Mirror Jade.
Makes sense.
I like it.
But now it's just Mirror Jade for Dylan.
And a Dream. I see. He's had a Fallen the Virtuous in the hand as well. We're going to start off by scaling Ginoldo.
Ginoldo, all right.
I mean, confirming here what deck he is on. It's indeed another Power Patron deck.
Oh, it's actually Nervetto. Card to tell with the Starlight. Very shiny card.
Just recapping the effect for Danilo.
Yep, this is the Art Mage Power Patron.
Okay, and we see the Rinbram.
Going to be able to summon out the Fallen of the White Dragon from the graveyard. It's going to use this effect to summon Ecclesia.
This Ecclesia has been properly summoned, so it can come back.
Danilo doing a lot of damage control for that evenly matched, leaving him with multiple interactions still. There's the Realized Lull. Looks like this is going to be able to resolve because it controls an Art Mage card. It's going to be able to summon Medius the Pure.
There it is.
Medius is now going to be able to activate its effect. Or, no. We're going to start off with Fallen the Virtuous. sending his own copy of Ecclesia to go after Danilo's Ecclesia.
Yeah, and the big thing is Danilo cannot interact because the lull says that when the monster is summoned, your opponent cannot activate cards.
So everything in this chain here, the Medius effect, the Fallen, the Virtuous, anything else you want to put it on that chain, it's all free.
Yeah, that's great.
Really, really strong here. I still have to deal with the Mirror Jade.
Let's see how it navigates this through. And this is the time for the Mirror Jade to be activated. Yeah, Titanic Lot.
Yep, going to banish the other copy of Nervetto that was summoned off Medius the Pier. And then we're going to summon Graflair.
Yes, and he's pointing out, yeah, so this doesn't say Archmage, but this one counts as.
Yep, each of the Power Patrons are always considered their appropriate name, whether it be Archmage, Dooms, or Elf Note. Graflair.
Nice. Gets the Arcane Academic Acropolis.
Yep, the field spell for the strategy. Seeing if there's anything that Danilo wants to do in between. Grand Grignol is going to summon Coritis. And now we're going to be scaling.
Wow.
Ooh. All right. So Vdolum is scaled. And I can get a different pendulum. Which I don't even think it needs to be a different pendulum. It could be another Vdolum.
Yeah, once it goes through the extra deck.
Yes.
Just going to go ahead and destroy itself. Just to make it so all the level 12s gain 5,000. Because I imagine he couldn't use the other effect.
Then it goes to the extra deck and triggers its other effect.
As I mentioned earlier, he's just going to be able to grab any of these Power Patrons here. Dylan considering his options. I mean, most of his cards are face up on the field now, so he needs to try to navigate through Danilo in a way where he can't go for game, so he has to make a board that can allow him to survive the following turn. We're going to normal summon the Archmage Power Patron, use its effective use.
And one or both of them is thinking on this one.
I imagine Danilo has no more responses left. It's just Coritis that can
Turn
change the
everything
attack,
zero.
which doesn't matter without a battle phase.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so Deactorus is here, Archmage Deactorus.
Now we get a search of the patron.
Yeah, Power Patron, when it's sent to the graveyard, can go ahead and grab any card. Yeah, Power Patron grabs any Archmage spell trap, so he grabbed the... Let me see quickly, which one did he grab there? Was it Assault? Or was it Alteration? Looks like Alteration.
Then flips the Arcane Arts Acropolis. He's going to go ahead and discard both Alteration and the trap card as well, Awakening. And take roll call to get the remaining members of the Archmage class.
Lutera hits the field, gets the Awakening back, discards it again.
There's Funmel, Finmel.
Going wide here, but Danilo gets a lot of the resources back during the end phase.
So he does have to shuffle there because Finmel's going to give him another draw.
Now we have access to the Awakening effect in the graveyard as well, allowing us to return a monster to end and then destroying a card.
Yep, just bouncing his own Archmage card to go ahead and destroy a card on Danilo's side. Dactoris is a negate on the field, has the floating effect as well. There are 3 different types on the board now, so all these effects are quick effects.
Next, I can go ahead and link those 2 away for SP Little Knight. Okay.
Banishing the Titanic Clot.
All right, just
Oh, and yeah, there was the Mercurier indeed.
we knew about the Mercurier added off the Dogma that Devours.
And then 4.
4.
Interesting.
3 or 4. It's going to be 4 for Charmer Quartet in Bloom.
Just going to go ahead and summon back the Archmage monsters here.
And that is, which 2 did he get? Diactrys and
Litera. Litera will just summon back another one because there's 3 types, and then it'll just keep the chain going. Gonna want to summon Finmel back because that is also a form of interruption.
But now Danilo gets to add back a lot of cards.
The Titaniclad will be getting a card as well. So starting with a brand new hand, even after losing so many cards to the evenly matched.
It's a brand new game now. Important moment, definitely a grindy game, a lot of back and forth action, and it seems like Danilo will have a lot going on. So,
and we see this a lot with a card like Evenly Matched. It just forces a much longer game, but usually the most powerful decks will have the ability to play around it. They will just manage their resources in a way when they know that they can't lose that turn to just have maximum output on the following turn, and Danilo did just that.
yeah, definitely not on purpose, because I don't think you expect it in game 1 necessarily, but yeah.
Yeah, he just used his interruptions in a way that would give him the necessary resources on the following turn, because he didn't have to defend the entirety of that turn anymore. He didn't have to use his resources to survive. He needed to use his resources in a way that generated more value.
Indeed. And now we see the original Albas.
Yep, Albas summoned off the effect Titaniclad in the end phase. We're going to be able to use its effect now to... oh, no, no effect.
Yeah, we don't, because they still have the negation.
Yeah,
now,
all the effects are alive.
They can't be used as material or tributed, I think.
Well, that is true. Off the effect of Charmer Quartet and Bloom, they also just cannot be used as material. We're going to start off with the effect of Ecclesia in the graveyard, putting back the Dragon that Devours Dogma to go ahead and try to shuffle back the Dactoris.
I think Diactrys needs to be something on the field.
Well, it looks like the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon does resolve here. Dactoris goes back into the extract for Dylan.
Yes, so because it's a graveyard effect, the Diactrys can't do anything about it.
Ecclesia hits the field now from the hand. Keep in mind, we still have Awakening in the graveyard as a form of interruption. The Litera could summon... actually, the Litera can't summon anymore, right? Or does it count your opponent's monsters as well?
It is if you have 3 or more different monster types on the field. Actually, no, Litera is a little different.
Oh, it's just a quick effect.
It's
during
just
the
a quick effect.
Yeah.
It's the other ones that need 3.
Quem, summon, send random opening to the grave via the effect of Albion. Lots of ways to go from here for the branded strategy. We have tuners on the field. We have Cartesia that allows us to fuse. We're going to start off with... It looks like Cartesia's effect was used here. We're going to be fusioning, or sorry, using both versions of Albaz as material. As well as the Cartesia, are we trying to summon, using the Coritis instead, we're going to summon the dragon that devours the Dogma.
Yeah.
That'll trigger Quem on summon. Gonna be able to summon a monster back from the graveyard here. Neil playing a lot more carefully now, not zooming through his plays, has to be really thoughtful about the situation. The game is reaching its climax. You cannot allow a mistake at this point.
And it looks like on the summon of Dragon that Devours the Dogma, Dylan is going to go ahead and use the trap in the graveyard.
And then chain the Lutera, so to get maximum value here.
Yeah.
And I think that would also clear the zones behind Charmer Quartet.
That it would, but it looks like this is not enough here. He's just going to surrender. He sees that Danilo has so many more resources to be able to play this game. He wants to conserve time, and I think that's the biggest part of this. He can't clear enough. Danilo takes it away after a grueling game number 1.
That's one of the challenges with Branded, right, is actually finishing your matches within the 50 minutes. Because you take, 3 main phases a turn, as you put it, you naturally do a lot more manipulation of the deck, and you have to make a lot more decisions on cards to add, just because you have that many more opportunities to act.
I wouldn't even blame Branded for that. I think that one is completely on the back of evenly matched, forcing the game to go longer, right? Because you know there's going to be a third turn. You know that you have to manage your resources in a way to try to prolong the game. I don't know if it would have been a simple solution to be able to end the game after evenly, but I also think it was one of those situations where if Danilo did manage his resources incorrectly, then Dylan could have walked away with it.
No, absolutely, especially because you would get caught off guard by that evenly match, then he played it really well. But I do agree with you that that can be a concern, because probably against any other deck without the evenly match, the game is over in maybe 1 more minute. And now, I mean, we'll try to get, just some information on how much time remains, but they need to be careful with the upcoming games, because especially Danilo, I think, if he takes a look at his hand, he doesn't like it, can just pick it up and go to game 3, I don't know. They are that experienced to never take a double loss at this stage. They're both X2.
Yeah, they can't afford it.
They really want to win,
can't afford it.
And regardless, now we'll get to see some Power Patron Archmage combos going first. We have seen what the deck can do slightly, I would say, but we have touched also on some of the options that can come after siding when going first, so it is one of the scariest decks. Maybe Billy cursed a little bit Julian when he said that the deck is unbreakable, but let's see whether that will be the case for Dylan instead. And regardless, we shouldn't expect too many interruptions from Danilo. Usually his decks have been, very low on end traps in general.
Branded is very engine heavy.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't really afford to play those non-engine cards, but it really just tries to take advantage of decks like Cool Tune, where even though it looks at your hand, we've seen it before, if you have 5 engine pieces, you can just crack through, and Fallen of the White Dragon is such a good card at forcing interactions, being able to generate more and more value. Every single card that just turns into 2 cards immediately is pretty strong at dealing with something like Cool Tune. Maybe not so easy with the deck like Archmage that is actually also putting up several forms of interruption.
Yeah. And we haven't really seen what the full power of it is. Like when we tuned into Julian's match, they were already partway through the turn. We don't know what was there before the illusion gates started flying around.
But I mean, let's see whether that will be the case. In terms of what you do from Dylan's side, I guess you take out those part of loss and evenly match going first. And again, I'm really curious to see what sort of combo he comes up with going first. Again, we have seen all the way from like Anti-Spell Fragrance to different Solemns. We haven't really seen Solemns at all this weekend up until
Not really.
now. But in general, Solemn Accusation has been premium, especially against Branded, to shut down, you know, Fallen or other, you know, spells forever for the rest of the game. So we'll see whether that could be the case.
Yeah. And we know that he's playing Charmer Quartet and Bloom, so that also opens up opportunities of sending something directly to the graveyard and then bringing it back.
Spell Canceller, maybe, who
Spell
knows?
Canceller could be, you never know.
Anything
You
with
never
Senna can
know.
do so much damage here, but we'll see. We're going to start off with the Perulia immediately for Danilo. That is going to be impactful against the Archmage strategy. And then we're going to start off with Assault. Archmage Vandalism Assault is going to be able to add Medius from the deck to the hand. And now we have Etherealized Pass Lull activated as well, going to be able to summon the monster.
And as we expected, game one took almost half of the match away, so there are about 24 minutes remaining. And as mentioned, this can be quite tricky. I think you take about 5 minutes if you're Danilo to decide whether it's worth playing this game at all. And yeah, let's see.
It's a little more complicated too. He's going to draw cards for each of the summons from the hand. So the calculus on that decision could be shifting from moment to moment.
Indeed.
I mean, we use the Etherealized Pass Lull to get around the Perulia here, so far giving 0 draws by special summoning the Medius from the deck instead.
Danilo laughing it off and saying, yeah, sure, go ahead.
Well, there is a triple tactics talents in Dylan's hand as well. I imagine the Perulia was used in the draw phase.
For sure.
Yes.
But we'll see if there's any other points of interaction that will force the talents. I mean, that will almost always force a concession.
Yep. I think we got Recapture here.
Yeah, Recapture is usually the one you want to put on the field, and then Ginoldo, or sorry, not Ginoldo, that is...
Awakening.
It's the Dooms one.
Awakening.
Jupleto.
Ah,
there you go.
the monster.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's going to link summon Beyond the Pendulum.
Yep.
Jupleto, when it sends the extra, can add a copy of Terminus. And then there's Ginoldo. Ginoldo goes into the scale. We can't do anything until we Pendulum Summon. Ginoldo also going to the other scale. Now we summon 2 level 10s from the extra deck.
Again, no draws.
This already threatens a Varudris, as well as potentially each individual Power Patron from the extra deck. There's Terminus.
Terminus.
This is looking great for Dylan right now. Archmage Power Patron sent to the graveyard to go ahead and grab another copy of that Power Patron Unity. Now we are going to be using the effect in the scale to destroy itself and summon back a Power Patron from the graveyard, summoning back that Archmage Power Patron. And we get multiple triggers here. The Vinolium will be able to add a Power Patron, and the Ginoldo will be able to...
It's the draw effect, no?
Draw 2, discard 1.
Looking great here for Dylan to
Here it is.
even the score.
And it does destroy itself. You gotta discard first. There we go.
Getting rid of a copy of Nervetto, and then just going to be able to add the Nervetto back.
Very convenient. Now we're gonna use the Archmage Power Patron to fusion summon yet again.
There's the Actorus.
Just another interruption onto the field. Finally, we're going to be using 2 level 10s into Varudris.
There it goes. I mean,
That's pretty impressive.
yep. Now I think Danilo just asking, what do I know? And yeah,
That's 3 different effects that negate cards,
and Dylan.
as well as a lot of follow-up in the hand. Will we have anything else? Oh, and there
Ooh,
is...
the Archmage Acropolis.
That's going to get a lot more here.
Yeah, Danilo says.
I'm going to discard Terminus. Let's see which one we grab. Imagine we're just going to go straight into Finmel. Yep, that is
Finmel. It goes to the hand first, though.
Do you even?
I don't know if you...
commit? Yeah.
I mean, it is a strong interruption for one card. It's a solid trade.
Yeah, one draw, I think he'll live, especially when he gets a draw as well.
And it's a pretty strong one.
Fair enough.
It's another card in the scale, sets one face down,
And that's
it's Danilo's turn.
You'll back to 6 cards in hand now.
Will he try to fight back? He does get a draw at least here,
Yeah.
attempting to.
Pseudo Upstart Goblin going to be sending Retribution to the graveyard with the effect of Albion the Shrouded Dragon. It's going to go to the bottom of the deck, and we will draw a card.
I'll just see one more card here. Gotta be careful not to look at it when you pick up the deck.
Exactly.
There are-
That's not what you want to get.
That's not gonna do it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see if we can figure out what the rest of these cards are.
I mean, they're particularly... Some of them are particularly good, but we're going to start off with normal summoning Quem.
She's not ideal.
We're just going to use the Finmel to negate its
Wow.
effects on the field. Cut it off, because it might pose a threat later in the turn anyway, being able to summon from the grave. I'm going to use Fallen the Virtuous.
And we didn't see what the target is.
Titanic is sent to the graveyard, trying to target his own Quem.
Interesting.
Will that force one of the negates from Dylan? Nope, he's gonna let it resolve. Now Quem will be able to resolve its effect as well.
Yep.
Just going to send Brand Fusion. Retribution will be able to grab that back, if he so chooses. Yep, immediately activating Retribution now to go after that Brand Fusion. And we're just going to negate the Retribution itself. Going to activate Branded Opening now.
It's going to resolve, discarding that unfortunate Fuvalos. Which...
I mean, being able to use it as discard, not too bad. Aliber is going to be added to the hand. Going to be able to use its effect, and that's allowed to resolve here. Will we be grabbing a copy of High Spirits? There it is, Brandon. Yeah, Brandon and High Spirits is going to be able to go to Danilo's hand. He has another copy of Aliber, and he does play the Coritis.
Wow.
I truly do not know if this is good enough. Draco Stapelia hits the board now, fusing away the Verudris. I think Danilo should try to force game 3 as quickly as he can. There it is. The surrender has been declared.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about their time situation here.
So from what I know, we are about 15, 16 minutes remaining. So, which is all right, slightly less than ideal, I would say.
Quick siding, you can do it.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to side quickly.
Yeah, it is definitely enough to play an entire game. It is not enough when you're on Dylan's side trying to play an evenly matched strategy, right?
Yes,
If you're trying to crack through and not trying to stop them from happening, I don't know if you can get away with it. I wonder if that'll impact the way he side decks, if he opts to leave that out and try to focus on different strategies. But I imagine if you built your deck that way, you don't have too many options to do that.
I don't think you do. And also, like, Branded is a deck that you can't really stop. You know, it's not like back in the day where you could just save the Ash Blossom for Branded Fusion. And I mean, nowadays we saw
Well, those were the days,
you know.
weren't they?
Yeah, indeed, indeed. So I don't know. I totally agree with you that time is gonna be a concern, but they're gonna try their best. And I'm sure Danilo also, as mentioned, he has been playing branded or branded variants for a long time, and has always been using some spice, I would say, in the side deck from event to event, changing the different targets that he's, you know, coming up with. So we could see some of that in this game as well when he gets to go first and replace obviously those Mulcharmies. So if that is the case, maybe he has, you know, a solution for what his opponent could have in the first place. So let's just see, and regardless, you know, we're gonna hope that one of them can make it to the top 8. So keep on advancing with the X2 score.
It feels like the best way to win if you're Danilo here is to hope he puts in the evenly matched and just have something to stop it. Because if you stop it, then the entire strategy is not going to work.
Well, something we've seen so often in a deck like Branded is they're siding some powerful monster to send on Guegwignol to summon back a Fallen the Virtuous, right?
That works too.
Like, it doesn't matter if you evenly match, if you just keep that monster. If they can't play the game, then you're just going to win off that card alone. And then, as you mentioned, or sorry, as we've seen so many times with the Branded strategy, you get all your resources back during the end phase. So you will absolutely be able to end the game on the following turn. And I think that might be where Danilo will be trying to go with this game, but we'll, you know, time will tell.
All right. Well, they've got 15 minutes and counting or so in order to get this last game in. They're going to be making their final side decking decisions and shuffling up to see who's going to stay in the 2-loss column and who's going to be hoping for the best tiebreakers at the end of the evening.
Yeah, be very comfortable to move on with, what is it, going to 4 wins after this?
Yep.
You're trying to get to 5, is that guarantee? But 4 is enough to qualify for that top 8. So this is a pivotal match right now, and 1 game away from having that top 8 potential.
And here they are. Is it a full end of spells? Wow, Branded Fusion is the first card activated.
Which is not necessarily a good thing for this version of Branded anymore, but we do see a lot of abilities to extend. He has the Golden Sword Soul in his deck that we saw in game number 1. That can allow him to do a lot more with the simple resolution of Branded Fusion.
Seems like it's an heavy spell end indeed for Danilo, and yeah, maybe not what you want. Ooh,
there it is,
There it is,
Christia.
for Christia.
Wow.
Just sending it straight to the graveyard here.
So now we're on Guegwignol watch.
Yep, okay, and no more from the extra deck, and we're done. We're just going to activate Nadir's Servant now.
Yeah, definitely not the most explosive.
Second copy of Albion.
Okay.
It's a little awkward. We're going to just grab back Fallen the White Dragon from the graveyard. Now we're going to activate Branded High Spirit. It's going to be sending the Fallen the White Dragon, just loading up the graveyard with these fusion monsters that have effects in the graveyard. Titaniclad now hits the grave as well.
So presumably it's going for Fallen and the Virtuous then, as the revival card of choice.
Absolutely. And we see the Fallen the White Dragon using its effect now in the hand. Going to send yet another fusion monster to the graveyard. This time it is that dragon that devours the Dogma, and then hitting the field using its effect to summon a monster from the deck. This time it's going to be Dogmatic Ecclesia that is going to add Fallen and the Virtuous, which will be live because Ecclesia is on the field to have that reborn effect for that Archlord Christia. We're going to set 1 before going to the end phase here.
Yeah, I'm sure that evenly is on Danilo's mind, but I don't know if... Is there an out? If you just, you know, get evenly and keep the Christia. Is there even an out for Christia? That's the big question.
I mean, that is what Dylan has to find out.
You know, like, if you get to that point at least. And yeah, now we get Mercurier.
I mean, there could easily be a copy of Forbidden Droplets in Dylan's deck.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any card that will just easily go ahead and destroy it. We saw the Awakening as an option, but will we be able to facilitate that?
Got Quem coming back.
Quem off the effect of Titaniclad, sending a copy of Blazing Cartesia.
And then plenty of fusion sent there.
Fallen the Virtuous
there
in
it
the
is.
end phase, added off the effect of Albion to summon Christia.
Okay. It's like 2,000, I guess, in defense, something like that.
Yeah, I believe it's 2,800 and 2,000.
23. No, 23 actually.
Oh, even bigger.
Yeah. So fair enough.
It's very difficult to get past anything 2000 or higher without special summoning.
Yeah. So
And gets another Fallen Virtuous.
I mean,
It's
definitely
a tough one.
bold, because anyways you're not really respecting that evenly, playing a similar strategy, but I think it makes sense. At the end of the day, you know, now there should be about 10 minutes left.
Dylan's up, gonna start with Terminus.
And
mistaken arrest.
Mistaken arrest. Oh my goodness.
I mean, that's going to end this game
Wow.
quickly.
Wow,
Now all
mistaken
those
arrest
ads are turning into draws.
plus Christia.
But there's pot of slots. We're going to try to keep it going.
Okay.
I mean, Danilo doesn't really even need to respond to this.
Wow. That's a card.
What an opening for Danilo
Yeah.
Syracuse here.
Definitely looking for evenly matched once more.
So can't add except by drawing for the rest of the turn.
I mean, if you're pot of slothing for an evenly match, it's going to just leave the Christia on the field. What are you really doing?
I mean, on the one end, yes, but on the other end, then what can Danilo do the next turn? Like, you're asking him to get rid of the Christia, otherwise he's just gonna have to pass on Christia back with no field.
Well, I imagine he's going to do a lot of the same that he did in the previous game, where he's going to use his Fallen the Virtuous to leave himself with the materials. And it's just not going to be just the Christia anymore. You're going to have all the resources in hand. If he ever does clear the Christia, he's going to have so many ways to play through.
Yeah.
But also, if he does leave the Christia, Dylan's not going to answer it. It requires too much to get rid of it without something outside of his engine, but there it is.
There it is.
It could just be Christia beatdown. Like he's not going to get rid of his own
Yeah,
thing.
but the thing is, if it's Christia beatdown, then you can find your own Fallen, no?
Yeah.
And just keep it for your own turn. So I think there is still a chance here for Dylan, actually. This evenly match once more.
It's definitely the first
in
step.
there.
Christia stays on the field. During Dylan's end phase, a lot of resources will be going back to Dylan's end.
We have the Fallen.
Oh, do we?
Oh, he's got it
Yeah.
already. All right.
And
Well, that's suddenly very interesting.
So we don't even need to wait if we want. I mean, we are still under mistaken arrest, so.
Then do you even want to do it?
yeah. Do you do it now or do you wait?
I feel like you have to wait.
I think so.
You don't want to have to do it now under the mistaken arrest where you can't capitalize on it. You also can't end the game this turn anyway because of evenly matched. You are in main phase 2, but we're going to activate it.
Okay. Christia gonna go on top. Yeah. But, you know, making sure, but yeah.
Often forgotten effect for Arsenal Christia. I forgot until you mentioned it right now.
And now he's looking through his graveyard to see if he has 4 fairies.
During the end phase, or sorry, immediately after that, we're going to use Rinbrum to summon back Fallen the White Dragon, but that is met with Ash Blossom here.
But now we do get back Cartesia.
I love the stamp.
Yeah.
Stamp cards.
Wow.
And then Albion will not be able to add from the deck to hand, but he is able to set directly from the deck, and it's going to get another copy of Fallen the Virtuous for Danilo's turn.
I don't know.
But, I mean, now he has a full hand.
Yeah. That's why I was really on the idea that you can just keep the Christia there and then out it the next turn. But
I do agree, if you do have the out, you do wait until you have another turn to have a more potent turn. We'll see how far one Fallen the Virtuous can go. Danilo does have to play kind of quickly.
Yep.
Blazing Cartesia hits the field using its effect.
7 minutes should be remaining at this point.
Goes ahead and sends the Ecclesia to take out Fallen White Dragon. Fusion summons with Christia instead.
I mean,
that goes ahead and makes
Grand
Guignol. He's checking there. You know, what kind of monster does it need to be? It's Blazing Cartesia and a light or dark.
Yep. Checking what even he has left.
I mean, now that the Christia is back in the graveyard, can always Fallen Virtuous it back.
Guignol's what, 2,500 right now? Probably enough time for one last rush.
So we have double High Spirit, I guess.
I mean, he has High Spirits and Mercurier. We knew he
I think
never got to
double High Spirit and Recorder, maybe, yeah. Needs to be careful here. 5.5 minutes remain.
We're just going to attack with the Grand Guignol.
Grand Guignol.
I suppose it's not too different than Archer Christian Pass.
Wow. Yeah.
About 5 minutes remaining. Cartesia goes back into the hand.
Just going to go ahead and check the graveyard here.
The Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon is going to be able to easily force something from Danilo before Dylan starts the remainder of his plays. Can he do it in 5 minutes? Another Fall on the Virtuous from the effect of the Dragon that Devours.
And now,
Looks like we're just going to use it.
yeah,
Ecclesia is in the graveyard still.
and no. We had it back already.
Oh, we have.
So maybe, yeah, we could have waited, I guess.
I don't know. Looks like we are going to just summon Fallen and the White Dragon. I imagine this is Dylan's turn now. Because we already tried to do this last turn, or on his turn, right? It was ashed.
Ah, but wait. I think we're under mistaken arrest, though, no? Because we activated it in the previous turn.
For 2 turns,
so
right?
we
It's
have
till
to
the end of the
set.
next turn. So if he sets it and then he goes back to, oh, it's Dylan's turn now.
Yeah, I do believe most of this was in Dylan's turn.
You get Fallen of the White Dragon. Fallen of the White Dragon.
Just gets another Ecclesia.
So 2 Fallen on the field, 1 Ecclesia. And now Dylan's going to start off by adding a card to the Pendulum Scale. It's a Vidolium.
Using its effect to summon from hand, summoning Ronaldo.
And then gets into the extra deck, and it's going to activate there.
Just gonna grab another Power Patron. Let's see which one he goes for. Looks like he's eyeing Terminus. The players have to be really careful with the time right now.
Yeah, this is a
Less
close
than
one.
3 minutes remain.
Yep, the Vinolium will add Terminus to the hand. Terminus is now activated. Oh no, he's going to surrender.
Oh, it's a surrender from Dylan.
Not going to be able to end the game. Just going to decide a winner here. And Danilo moves on with a 4-2 record.
Yeah, that's just a tough ending, but I think that's the right choice to be made there.
I mean, we kind of called it, right? His strategy to break a board was evenly matched. Not possible with the amount of time he had remaining.
Yeah, just need too many extra turns there. And the fact that he had to get rid of Archlord Christia on top of it and wasn't actually able to spend that.
in some time. Water Enchantress to the Temple is going to be banished to add Rite of Aramasir. Going to be able to special summon that Adventurer token and place Faithful Adventurer onto the field.
Yeah, this is one of those differences between their decks, and this engine still working out pretty well for Andres, you know, insulating him from some of the popular entrops. And here we see a very, very, very good card that is played by many of the Light and Darkness Ritual decks, which is the Fleeting Phantom Mask Master, and that just bridges everything so well.
Yep, he has the Wandering Griffin Rider to the hand as well.
This card can get you access to the Water Enchantress, or as we saw here, the Skull Archfiend. Now going to be able to use the effect of Skull Archfiend to send the Mitsurugi Mirror and go ahead and add another ritual monster.
Amen, no Murakumo, no Habakiri. I could imagine.
I would only assume, but
it's relevant to also note that there are a few differences with the TCG format, because in terms of Mitsurugi card, pre-preparation and prayers are limited, so you don't have the full engine.
Yep, the Habakiri is going to be added. It's going to special summon the Saji. The Saji is going to be tributed thanks to the Habakiri, and then going to allow him to add...
I mean, all Faithful Adventure, you get Draco back as well.
Oh, yeah, it's triggering on the summon, and he'll also be adding the Mitsurugi Ritual.
Yeah, trying to play a quick pace, because, you know,
they know between these two decks especially, the game can take a very long time. Mitsurugi Ritual now hits the board, going to be able to Ritual Summon from the hand. The Habakiri going to be using materials from the deck. We saw it before, going to be sending a copy of Kusanagi as well as likely Aramasa.
Yep,
there it is.
So going to be able to add back the Mitsurugi Ritual and add a Mitsurugi monster from the deck to the hand.
This is going to likely add either Murakumo or Futsu here. Yep, it's going to be Futsu. We're going to be using it to summon the Murakumo from the deck by activating the Mitsurugi Ritual for the second time.
No response here from Jerry so far. Yep. Oh, looks like he distributed the Futsu from the hand instead of the Habakiri on the field. So he's trying to play maybe a little safer.
I think he just wants it in the graveyard to be able to summon it back. If we can find access to a mirror again. There is a copy of Prayers.
The only one.
I like how he's using the copies. You see their commons because you can get them in the legendary modern decks. If you want to play Mitsurugi yourself, you can pretty much get a full Mitsurugi deck out of the legendary modern decks.
Now we are going to be linking away.
Yep, just showing him the prayers.
Yeah, he was able to add with the Futsu, doesn't need to summon it back.
Yeah,
and
here it is. So this is another of those bridges, because it is a level 8 dark, so you can just turn it into a spellcaster.
And now it becomes a material to special summon the Dark Magician of Destruction, which will allow Andres to add Magician Souls to the hand.
All these engines blending together.
Wow. I mean, Magician Souls was used with the Adventurers back in the day, but it's been a few years now.
I mean, it's literally a free draw, too. It's just going to be Pot of Greed for Andres Torres.
Yeah, being able to send that Draco back and the Faithful Adventure to the graveyard that he was able to access for free, really showing why this strategy meshes up so well together. Everything just vibes very well.
Yeah.
Option to send Diabell Star here, meaning potentially have other ways to access the Light and Darkness Ritual side of the deck.
All right, so he's going to send a couple of spells from the hand to draw 2 cards.
Draco back in Nightmare Hands.
Yeah.
Draco back doesn't be able to use its effect when sent to the graveyard to go ahead and equip itself to a normal monster on the field, that being the Adventure token.
And we are on 6 cards in hands here from Andres.
Still has that Wandering Griffin Rider in hand. Now it looks like he's thinking about Link summoning, sending the Reproducus and the Magician Souls to the graveyard to summon a Link 3, and it's going to be Celine.
Yeah.
So now we see why he sent that Black Witch, because he's planning on summoning it back. The bridges continue to be built.
Diabell Star going to be able to trigger on the field, going to be able to set a Sinful Spoils.
What a turn.
Probably going to grab Deception of the Sinful Spoils, if I had to guess, trying to go for the Azamina portion of this deck. There it is, Deception.
going to just set it and immediately flip it. So now it's active on the field. Jerry looking at his hand of all engine. Can he possibly go after this board? There is a copy of Black Chaos in his hand, going to be sent to the graveyard for the effect of Deception. It's going to grab a copy of Hollowed Azamina.
Yep. Now the Hollowed Azamina will allow him to send that Deception to the graveyard to summon an Azamina fusion monster from the extra deck, a level 6 one. Now that since he's already used the Black Witch, he might not just go straight into Ilya Silva.
Just reading a Fateful Adventure and Draco back.
Yeah, it's good to know. The Draco back does protect the token
from being destroyed by battle.
Yep. Making sure he knows all of the interactions.
Now we're just linking everything away. This is going to be Zena.
It's a Link 5.
So.
Yep, there she is.
So lots of deception going on. Deceiving and deception.
Let's see what's going to be the send.
Zen is when it's summoned using Monster from the Field. You can go ahead and send a card from the deck to the
Draw.
graveyard. That singular Droll and Lockbird that we're going to just put right back in our hand.
Yep, there's the Hollowed Azamina. It's going to special summon Azamina, Ilias. Oh, it's going to go Murasalgia?
Yeah, Murasalgia first. Just going to get another free card before we eventually put it back in the graveyard.
Yep, gets the wanted.
Could have been a way to send that Fairy Tale Snow that we mentioned, but instead, if we can get the Droll and Lockbird, since he knows what he's up against, that can be devastating. And here comes Cross Sheep.
Yeah, one of the most powerful cards against a strategy like yourself. Like, if you're playing a mirror match and you have Droll and Lockbird going second, it is impossible for Jerry to crack through.
Indeed.
Yep, so he's going to activate the Hollowed Azamina that he added back since he returned to the Azamina Fusion. Going to chain Wanted Seeker of the Sinful Spoils. Going to send that for the Hollowed Azamina, as well as resolving it to add a copy of Black Witch to the hand.
Now summoning a fusion to an arrow Cross Sheep points to be able to trigger its effect and go ahead and summon a monster back from the graveyard.
Yeah, usually you get to see both effects of Crush Sheep in this deck with both the Ritual Monster, but in this case, yeah, just going for the Revive, I guess.
Yeah, we're not really prioritizing the Light and Darkness Ritual part of the strategy so far.
Yeah.
We did see Black Chaos, so we know that the option was there.
Or Mitsurugi as well. That works too, you know. So, gonna get a draw.
Yep, gonna put the Deception on the bottom so we can draw a card.
Still a full hand for Andres here. We know he has prayers to get access to the Mitsurugi engine again. And there's Griffo finally going into the Light and Darkness part of the deck.
Sets the Mind Shuffle, can immediately activate it since the effect of Griffo lets them do that.
Yeah, immediately using the effect. Going ahead and adding a copy of Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos, and discarding Pot of Sloth in the main deck.
Interesting.
It's a very strong card. I can imagine why players decided to main deck cards like that here this weekend.
Yeah, I guess in a deck like this, it does make sense going second. I mean, going first, you should win most games, and going second, you do have a lot of engine requirements in the deck, so it can fix the end and maybe get one of those few non-engine.
Looks like he links summon into Protect Code Talker. Next up is Light and Darkness Ritual. It's going to summon that Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos. He'll be able to add back a spell card from the graveyard to the hand.
What is it going to be?
Could just be that Pot of Sloth he puts back.
Or
just anything.
Prayers also, no? Oh, Pot of Sloth.
The Prayers hasn't been used. It's still in his hand. Now the Protect Code can go ahead and link away with the Magician here. Gonna just go ahead and go to that Firewall.
Yep.
Protect Code will be able to summon itself back, and then now we have a co-linked Firewall that can add back that Droll and Lockbird.
Yep.
Andres knowing exactly his game plan, knowing how to play, playing at a fast pace. And there is the Droll and Lockbird back to the hand, as you mentioned, thanks to Firewall Dragon.
Yeah, great play. Later on, we can go for the Abao and then pretty much reset the Firewall for next turn if we want.
Or we can go into the Charmer in Quartet right now.
So he has Droll and Lockbird, he has the Wandering Griffin Rider, he has Mitsurugi Prayers, he has Firewall Dragon, he has Azamina Ilya Silva. Such a strong start here for Andres Torres.
More interactions, and Jerry has cards in his hand.
What's the verdict?
Looks like he's thinking about the
Yeah.
Charmers in Quartet.
Then, okay. Yep.
This is going to be able to summon back 2 monsters from the grave. Just going to get access to the ritual monster again. Or just putting Diabellstar on the field. Oh, going to get Murakumo as well as Diabellstar. Diabellstar, really, I think that's Diabellstar, right?
Yep.
Okay.
It kind of
Yeah.
floats.
Yeah. Really, no, it floats a lot in this deck in your opponent's turn because the effect of Mind Shuffle as well.
Oh yeah, if they don't even get rid of it, you can just put it back in your hand for follow-up. Such an amazing play here for Andres. Not only putting up a really strong turn 1 board, but making sure if anything goes wrong, he will have plenty of follow-up. He still hasn't even used the graveyard effect of Light and Darkness Ritual to return itself and a monster that mentions it to the hand, but it looks like he's going to be doing that.
He's currently using the effect of a Scholar's Fiend of Chaos, just going ahead and putting these back in the deck to just summon it onto the field. And no real need to do anything else. Like I said, you take up every single zone you can when playing this deck. Off a single Griffo even. But this time it started with the Rite of Eremacir. It all gets there eventually.
I love that the Adventure Package is back in rotation. It's a really cool engine that kind of fell out of favor for a long time, but now it's found a home in one of these 60-card decks.
Yeah, this is...
Will Jerry even make an attempt here, or will he just concede and try to go to game number 2? I think beyond everything else in the hand, the draw and lockboard you just can't beat.
We'll have to see if he
And he
finds
draws
it.
his own draw as a 6th card.
Wow.
Would have been
brutal.
useful in his opening hand.
That's
You don't say.
But we'll see if it's going to help him here now at this point in the duel.
Adding insult to injury for Jerry.
He could droll himself, potentially.
Sure.
All right, so he's going to use Mind Shuffle to add and send the Skull Archfiend of Chaos to send the Light and Darkness Ritual to add that Blackluster Soldier for more interaction on Jerry's turn. All right, if we've seen a deck win going second, it has been this Light and Darkness Ritual deck, but this is going to be tough. A key card right here could be something like Dark Ruler No More. There's, if you main decks it. He does have some powerful spell cards in his hand, but he's going to start with Black Chaos, trying to get access to Mind Shuffle. It looks like Andres doesn't want that to happen, so he might tribute off his Azmina Ilya Silva, and he does, to negate the Black Chaos effect.
That gives him space to use the Griffin Rider.
Oh, that's right. That's still in his hand. It hasn't even been summoned onto the field quite just yet.
Yeah, too many cards. You never have the space for it.
Trying to take a look at what Jerry has, but...
I mean, this is absolutely such a difficult position to be in. I do not think he can break through, but maybe he knows better than I do. It looks like he's going to attempt to activate Ragged Records of Rights next.
Let's see how Andre responds. He's going to use Ameno Murakumo's effect to force Jerry to discard, or...
And there's a surrender. Not going to waste any more time.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. He's playing a similar deck of his own, so he knows that he needs the time if he wants to come out on top, but Andres gets away with what has been, I guess, by far the most impressive opener of today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't think I've seen anything quite like that. And you saw that he knew what he was doing, played as quickly as possible, and still had the optimal play. And like that's really a sign of an excellent duelist, because he knows where he's going, knows how to get there and maximize everything.
Yeah, can you believe that you can actually do everything that he just did off one card? That's just one Griffo.
Yeah.
Or one Rite of Eremacir.
Well, he needed the. What's the guy's name?
Oh,
it's such a long one. Yes.
The fleeting
that's
the
the one
illusion
that
monster.
Yes, that's the one that you send off Nightmare Hands. That's how you get that far. But that's the bridge that gets to every single part of the combo, and you get there through Griffo especially. But Skull Archfiend of Chaos is kind of the name of the game. That is the card that enables everything in this deck.
I mean, that's the best part about Yu-Gi-Oh! To me, is like a card like the fleeting card. Like cards that you'd like overlook, but then if you actually can focus and find something like that, can really like make your deck take it to the next level, of course.
But now I think he's going to look forward to return the favor to Andres. As mentioned, he is playing a similar deck, although quite different in his own, because he is on the Yummy package. So we'll see whether that will be the case. Maybe not as impressive of an opener, but still he can do a lot going first. So.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about the die roll being really important in this matchup. A lot of really offensive options, not as many defensive options from both players. So Andres winning that die roll could put him in prime position. But Jerry, not down but not out. It's a best of 3. The side decks come into play and can play a huge part in this kind of matchup, especially going into game 2 or 3. Because even if he wins this game, goes to game 3, he'll definitely have more of those defensive interactions from the hand than he did in game number 1.
Yeah, we'll see if there is a Mulcharmy from Andres here, but we did see, even from Jerry himself, that it doesn't really matter too much if you just see the right part of your engine. You could just play entirely off of the Mitsurugi part, depending on which Mulcharmy you're hit with. But I don't know if you can get away with that as much against a deck like Andres's, where if you only do the Mitsurugi side of things, can you handle every single engine that Andres has?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough battle here for Jerry here in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big skeptic about that, also because the Yummy part of the deck can be really good against other decks in the format, like, of course, the problem is when you're facing Mitsurugi, we know how good it is against Yummy. It can completely shut down that part of the deck, and then you're not against Kultun, where the interruption or putting monsters face down really has much of an impact. So
yeah, the Murakumo really cleans up against the Yummy cards, because no matter what they do, even if you have the Synchro tag out, they're all going to be sent to the graveyard at the end of that. So it's going to really come down to if he's able to navigate and stop the Mitsurugi part of Andres' deck, and then utilize his cards to be able to fight off the other engines for sure. But he's definitely going to have the eye on stopping the Mitsurugi portion.
Indeed. Or maybe we just throw the one draw and lock.
The one
He was close. He almost had it.
Exactly.
He did, yeah. And well, we saw him have the one crossout designator, Call by the Grave forbidden here at the World Championship, but that one crossout could really put in a lot of work, and Jerry's already done it once. Jerry does have 4 wins, so even if he loses this match, he will still have an opportunity to make it, but Andres defeating him might bolster his tiebreakers to put him over him to make the top 8. And there's so many duelists that are going to finish with that 4-3 record. You really want to solidify that 5th win.
I think a lot of players are actually counting on Andres to beat Jerry here, because that would potentially take 2 people out of the tournament. They're both out at X3. If their tiebreakers are higher, they can, push. A lot of people are looking at this match for very different reasons.
Yeah, it all comes down to, this last round to find out who's going to be in the top 8. And the best part is we aren't going to be done after the 7th round of Swiss. We're going to play the top 8 here today, and then we're going to have the semifinal back in the morning before we move over to the big site for the final of all of our tournaments, the Duel Links finals, the Master Duel finals, the Duel Links Rush Duel and Speed Duel, and then of course the TCG OCG finals, where we will cap off the World Championship 2026 here in Japan. It's just been an incredible, I think I've commentated many World Championships, but this has been the most wide open, I think, of any of them so far.
But here we are.
Step number 1, do we have any of these starters? We're going to start off with Wanted. That's good enough.
Yep.
All right, no Ash Blossom, no interactions from the hand here from Andres, no Perulia yet.
Yeah.
Let's see if there is a draw on Lockbird. Andres not touching his cards. Doesn't look like he's going to have any responses so far. Oh, then he picks his hand up,
yeah,
but
I mean,
nothing.
He can't use it, I guess, if it was in the draw phase anyways. So.
Oh, if it was draw phase, yeah, you're right, which of course it would be.
And let's see, okay, yep. For now, no response.
So far, so good. And you mentioned now that the strategy has access to its side deck. You can have even more powerful cards coming out of the side deck. Ways to really lock down the first game. We've seen cards like Anti-Spell Fragrance before. There are ways to even search Anti-Spell Fragrance in a deck like this. We'll see if that comes up.
All right, Deception going to be activated. Now he's going to be trying to probably find the Azamina portion of the deck, maybe get out Azamina Elias Silva before he tries to do anything else. Does he have a Griffo or a way to get the Skull Archfiend Chaos to continue his plays? And looks like the Murasagio will be coming out first.
Yep.
No, we went first for Dark Magician of Destruction.
Oh, it's Dark Magician of Destruction. Okay.
Yeah.
It's purple and dark.
Yeah. No, we just flipped the Deception, but we haven't used it yet, so we just went for that first. And
yeah,
and
spell card has now been activated, so you can turn the Devival Star into Dark Magician of Destruction. Go ahead and add that Magician's Souls, which in Jerry's version of the deck will immediately turn on the Yummy side of things.
I'd love to see some of the Yummy cards in action. I've seen a lot of them in between games, but I'd love to see it be used here in the actual duel itself. I'm a big fan of the Yummy cards.
We're going to use Deception to get rid of the Dark Magician Destruction.
Looking for that one copy of the Hollowed Azamina. 60 cards, kind of hard to find. Still hasn't found it just yet. It's somewhere in there. There. Oh, it's Azamina Debtors.
Okay.
So not going for the Hollowed Azamina, going for Debtors. Maybe he already has a copy, or he's just going to end up using the Debtors. Andres wants to take a quick read to make sure he knows what it does.
Yeah, I think this is one of the other differences in their decks.
All right, and there goes Debtors, going to be able to send the Deception and still access the Azamina fusion. There is the Ilya Silva.
Going straight into Ilya Silva here. We did already use Wanted, so this makes sense. Now, how we continue, we're going to normal summon Cupsy.
Cupsy Yummy. Let's go. We're going to get to see some Yummy cards in action finally here in the final round of Swiss. Going to add Yummy Surprise with the Cupsy Yummy.
The one-off, as a reminder, because it is at
limited.
1. Yeah, it's limited here. So, opening it in 60, pretty good.
I mean, he was going to get to it anyway.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Let's see if he decides to summon Yummy Snatchy.
We're going to start off with Magician's Souls before going into a Link Summon with Cupsy.
Sends Black Chaos to the graveyard.
Is there anything?
I think
now takes a look at this. Ooh.
Jerry just wants to make sure he's not restricted into being able to go into Link 3 Star Hires before doing this Dominus Spark.
Yeah. Okay.
So he's going to try and banish this Cupsy Yummy.
Yeah, that must have been an inclusion from the side. Very interesting.
We're going to force the Ilya Silva here. Now Debtors has the ability to summon it back, right?
First, he's going to go ahead and banish that Wanted to put the Deception of the Sinful Spoils to the bottom. And draw a fresh card.
Let's see what we get here. Oh, is that another Deception?
I believe so. That's what it looked like.
Not ideal. Gonna use Souls just to turn into another card anyway.
Yep. Big draw.
Skull Archfiend.
Oh, did he send a Triple Tactics Thrust? Is that what that is?
No, it's another dead. Oh, that could be Thrust, actually.
I think it is.
The Alt Art of Thrust. Looks similar. But now we're going to link away into Almirage, actually.
He did normal summon that Cupsy Yummy and has less than 1,000 attack, so it meets the requirements for Almirage. And now finally a Synchro Summon for Cupsy Yummy Way. So we add 2 Yummy cards from the deck to the hand, and then he'll send one to the graveyard. Adds Lollipo and Cookie, I'd imagine.
We will see. Could be Marshmallow. If there's Marshmallow.
Yeah.
I guess he does still have the surprise in hand. Gonna discard a Skull Archfiend to Chaos, so we're gonna keep on.
Yeah, big pickup.
Yeah, that's huge. Now he's access to the Mitsurugi portion of the deck, sending Mirror to add the Habakiri, so we're not done yet.
Nowhere close. Habakiri is now able to activate its effect.
It's gonna probably special summon Asagi.
Oh, it looks like that is a surrender.
Oh, okay,
right.
That's a surrender.
Andres doesn't have a strong hand. He doesn't want to waste any more time. They do not want to go Didn't want to have a double loss, so we are going to be going to a game number 3 here in our last round of Swiss between these two titans of duelists. Australia versus Latam, just absolutely phenomenal.
And I mean, there are about 20 minutes remaining in the round, so it makes sense that, you know, that combo I think would have taken at least 5 more maybe or something along those lines, and Andres needs the time to perform his own. So, I mean, it was interesting. Definitely a strange start to this game too, but he found the way to just combo through. And I mean, it's just what we expected from these two piles, I guess.
Yeah, going first is so strong, but you know, now that they are able to dive into the side decks, even though Jerry lost that game number 1 going second, things might play out a little differently here in game number 3. I mean, he was really just 1 card off from being able to slow Andres down.
Yeah.
That Droll and Lockbird being the 6th card. If he's able to open with it now, things could really be different. If he's able to open up with the Griffo, find a way to mind shuffle, he could have more interactions. Things could really play out differently here in game number 3 than we saw in game number 1.
I think it'll really come down to, I mean, luck is a factor, but I think it's going to be how much of the Mitsurugi cards Andres starts with. Because if there is a Fuwalos from Jerry, that is going to be extremely strong outside of the Mitsurugi engine. Because it's hard to get enough points of interaction without having that engine online specifically. You can do the Light and Darkness ritual stuff, but it's not it's not really that many points of interaction. It's good at keeping you alive, but it's not nearly enough. So Fuwalos could get him there if it doesn't start with Mitsurugi cards.
That's true. And I mean, even if he does have the Mitsurugi cards and the Fuwalos, that's kind of like a little small victory, because if you can keep them on a half board, it's way easier to break through that field as opposed to what we saw in that game number 1. But Andres, not only does he have the Mitsurugi cards, see, this is where their decks differ, right? One's playing the Yummy engine, the other playing the Adventure package. The Adventure package lines up a lot better into those Mocharmies than the Yummy cards do as well. So things are kind of looking more in Andres' favor, but you never want to count Jerry out.
No, absolutely. I mean, they are here for a reason, and out of the two, he is the one with the better score at the moment. So with the X2, that would guarantee him, you know, the top 8 spot. But of course, Andres is gonna try his best, and out of the two, I gotta say, he is also the one that is surprising me the most with the side deck that we have seen a little bit of in round 1. And for a deck like this, usually you expect the side decks to look extremely focused on going second. But this is not the case. He has mostly cards for going first, as we have seen a few, and so let's see. I mean, different approaches to the main, different approaches to the side decks, but only one can possibly advance. So I guess we gotta find out who will be the player.
Yeah, I mean, I think the pressure's on Andres here. Like you said, Jerry, if he loses, still has an opportunity to make it with the 3 losses, but Andres, if he loses, guaranteed he's out of the tournament. Yes. So this is his final match, final game potentially of the World Championship, and you know how hungry he is for this win. He's won many, many tournaments throughout his career, but nothing would be as special as winning the World Championship, and you know he wants it.
Absolutely. We'll have to see if the deck is able to perform at such a high level. We've seen it overperform every single round that it's been on feature. At some point, it has to give. There are so many bad cards in those decks to draw. Can we see all the starters, or will we finally see the break?
I haven't seen it yet. These decks are performing like they're the most consistent decks on the planet. They're also been really good at going second, even with All Engine. But in this particular matchup, maybe you're facing Cool Tune, you can navigate your way with All Engine. A lot harder of an order, a lot taller of a task here against like 2 powerful decks facing off against each other here in this last round of Swiss.
After 6th round, we only have 2 players already guaranteed in Logan and in Foon. One on 6-0, other on 5-1. So now we gotta find out the remaining 6, and this will be the first match that might give us one of those 6 remaining duelists. But as Billy already touched on, no matter what happens here, don't go anywhere afterwards, because we will be showing you the quarterfinal, because tomorrow morning we'll have the semifinals, and so today we'll find out not only who are the top 8 duelists, but the top 4 duelists advancing to tomorrow. So it's gonna be a lot of exciting Yu-Gi-Oh! Been a great day, so no matter what, you can also go back and watch some of the actions, both from, you know, our side on the TCG stream and on the Japanese stream on what we had. But yeah, I'm excited for this one. There should be about 17 minutes remaining when we start the duel. Should be enough, hopefully.
Yeah,
but, you know,
theoretically,
it's up there. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, a double loss here would really throw a wrench in everything. I mean, I know the other competitors are probably cheering for these players that have a double loss to have that opportunity to make it, but we are finally here. Game number 3 of our last round of Swiss. Let's see what Andres has to start things off.
Oh no, it's Mitsurugi cards, Mitsurugi Ritual. Is there any response? Going to be able to summon Futsu from the hand?
Nothing here from Jerry just yet, but the Futsu, not the strongest start here from Andres, but enough to get some Mitsurugi cards online. Going to be able to send the Saji and, maybe he's thinking about Kusanagi and Aramasa instead. Maybe he doesn't need access to another spell card right now, but would like to have another Mitsurugi monster.
Yeah, this makes the most sense here, just being able to start off with the ritual, just putting the monsters on the field. Now it's almost impossible to stop the Mitsurugis from sticking in some capacity.
Yep, so adds Habakiri, adds Mitsurugi Ritual back from the graveyard, activates the Habakiri to try and special from the deck. There's no Mulcharmy.
Just going to go ahead and summon and tribute the Saji. Saji, when attributed or summoned, will be able to add a Mitsurugi spell or trap, grabbing that prayers. And now Ritual again. This time he can summon from the deck using the Habakiri in the hand.
Keeping the Futsu on the field.
Futsu is your best insurance policy. Now Murakumo hits the board as well.
The Habakiri will be able to add and won't summon itself back since it wasn't properly summoned just yet. That since Andres is going the first, he might have Purification. Nope, gonna grab Mitsurugi Mirror. Still has a chance to add Purification if it is in the deck.
All right, this time we're gonna be using the Futsu as material to summon the Habakiri, I imagine, from the graveyard. Futsu, is it gonna be able to trigger?
Yep, so he'll be able to add a Mitsurugi card and summon back the Futsu, and there it is, the Purification.
Yep.
I mean, playing with just Mitsurugi cards, this is already a lot of interaction. Futsu comes back, adding that Purification. Murakumo still online, and now we are... Hold on, what is that? It's a chibi, I think.
Couldn't quite see it this distance.
What is it?
It's a monster that can be used to link summon Reproductus, I know that for sure. There's a reason why that Habakiri is in the zone that it's in. Is it Archfiend Eris?
Oh, it's Eris.
It's Archfiend Eris, oh,
wow.
okay.
Okay.
So that will let him add an Archfiend card when it's sent to the graveyard.
No, but only by card effect.
Oh, by card effect.
Yeah.
Okay, so not something you really want to draw, but you still finding a way to utilize it as a material.
Yeah, not ideal, but I mean.
Yeah, Andres not opening as well as he did in game number 1, but showing that his deck has still plenty of ways to interact. Is that a Nibiru?
Wow! Out of the side deck, Jerry has Nibiru, the Primal Being.
Wow, the Murakumo hasn't been used its effect yet, so it will be able to use the effect to force a discard and come back and add another Mitsurugi. But
he does not want to use the discard effect because then he could discard the Nibiru and he gets no token.
That's true. That's true. So yeah, no point in using that. But the big thing is the Reproductus isn't going to be able to turn that Habakiri into a spellcaster, so he's trying to cut off the access to the Dark Magician of Destruction.
I mean, still able to play through with the effects of the Mitsurugis. You have prayers in hand, you do have Purification, but this is going to resolve. Nibiru hits the field. There's going to be a massive token on Andres' side. I don't know how long it's going to stay there.
Yeah, Nibiru is a card that's fallen out of favor a lot because a lot of these decks have ways to stop the Nibiru before you're able to activate it, but still having any sort of key card going second is important here. And if there's one that's going to catch people off guard, it is going to be Nibiru.
Jerry opting to have it as the surprise factor in his side deck. Fallen out of favor, as Billy mentioned, but so powerful against a deck like this that is putting so much on the field.
The fact we had to normal summon the Eris is not a good sign for Andres. Could be that he doesn't have much more to push here. So
yeah, he'll be able to summon back Murakumo. The Mitsurugi Mirror will return back to the deck since the Mitsurugi monster was tributed, or one of the ritual monsters.
Going to be able to protect the Murakumo from being hit by Ash Blossom, because that would have been devastating in this position. Did not use its effect to destroy.
My question is, do we have a target? Because
we might not.
We might be out of Mitsurugis, eh?
Oh,
it looks like that might be the case now. Amino Murakumo is still in the graveyard.
So as mentioned, prayers is limited, and I think we are out. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we are out.
Was he trying to activate it to search the mirror that he just put back with no legal targets prior?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Yeah, I guess that's probably what he's asking. Yeah.
Wow, this Nibiru could be huge.
That is insane. I mean, there's still prayers to summon back the Murakumo. It's not the end of the world, and Purification does form as another form of interruption as well. But that could be the end of Andres' turn.
Wow.
Nibiru, the primal being here in round number 7. With Andres Torres' tournament life on the line.
You see, these are the small differences that, you know, are quite huge. Players being limited, and it makes Nibiru just so much better here.
And we see Jerry has a lot of powerful cards in his hand to be able to start playing.
Yeah. Let's see.
Andres taking a lot of time now. They don't have a whole lot of time to play with.
Yeah, his play has slowed down.
I think,
He's in bad shape.
he's giving the deck.
And then we're activating the prayers? Just going to go ahead and summon back now?
I guess so.
All right, activates prayers. Does he have a reptile tribute? Nope, just going to use one of the effects just to special summon back.
Yep, pay 800, special summon back the Futsu here.
He does have the purification, so he does need a Mitsurugi ritual on the field to be able to use that.
Wow.
I don't know. Nibiru, the primal being, really wasn't on my bingo card to see this weekend, but here it is, making a huge impact.
Thinking about setting the third. Probably not. It was just...
So only Mitsurugi cards here from Andres. We're not seeing any of the other engines. Nibiru cutting off the Reproductus from going into Dark Mission Destruction, which could have got him so many more cards. And I see a really strong spell card in Jerry's hand.
Absolutely. Now he will try his best to play as fast as possible to guarantee to get out of the double loss option. And yeah, the Pot of Sloth.
Oh, wow. I see so many cards in Jerry's hand that are good.
Yep.
He's going to start with Pot of Sloth so we can draw 1, 2, 3, 4 cards and then put back 3.
Would you negate it?
I don't think you can afford to.
I think you have to.
All right, we'll see. Futsu is going to be tributed for the effect of purification. Sloth is negated. Futsu's going to be able to summon himself back because now Mirror is in the deck.
Indeed. Lifesaver. And there are about 10 minutes remaining in the round right here.
I mean, a double loss still means Andres is eliminated and just puts Jerry in like a little tougher shape to try and make the top 8.
Now, as we've figured out from the previous turn, none of the other Mitsurugis will be able to activate their effects except for Murakumo to destroy. But no searches remaining for the Mitsurugi cards. But Futsu will be able to put up several bodies onto the field if Jerry just keeps summoning.
Checking the graveyard there, full of Mitsurugi cards. Nibiru, the primal being, making a huge impact here in game number 3.
Is that a thrust? Now we can activate thrust because the monster effect has been activated.
Devastating for Andres, amazing for Jerry.
This is almost done.
If he can get just talent, take the Futsu.
Exactly.
Do we have it?
He's looking at it.
Surely we do, no?
I mean, just considering his other options to make sure he doesn't miss something, but that is the most obvious one here.
Yeah.
Completely cut off Andres' engine.
I mean, he can even talent stake the token and then... No.
Just swing it. Well, that's a
he has to still destroy the Futsu.
Yeah. Style on him, I guess.
Anytime you have talents versus a giant Nibiru token, you kind of want to look at it and be like, can I just win? Yeah. But no, the Futsu has an enormous amount of defense, so.
Is he? Oh, he's considering another Pot of Sloth.
Ooh.
There's no way you don't grab talents.
Yeah.
I know his hand is full of yummy cards as well. He has Marshmallow and Cupsy Yummy.
Yeah, again, drawing into those one-offs. Both are one. Let's see.
Jerry doesn't have, like, it's his detriment to take too long on this turn.
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
finally grabbing that talents to the hand.
Yeah, surely he must realize at this point that there is not that much time.
He's going to go talents. I can assume that he's going to take.
Yeah.
Yep, the Futsu changes sides.
And yeah, just look at Andres' face on his...
Yeah, the demeanor. You know, I always tell people when you see your opponent holding their head in their hand, it's because they're heavy in thought, usually. I mean, it's not always correct to, like, assume that, but that's something, a tell you can always read into.
And there it is, Azalea going to be able to go ahead and send a copy of Hornet Drones to the graveyard.
And then he'll be able to...
Camellia.
Camellia, yeah. And they'll send the Hornet Drones and go into Kagari, add it back. It's classic Yummy. Andres still has a face down, so he's not out of options just yet.
Will he use his last remaining potential interruption? Is it something along the lines of Infinite Permanence, Forbidden Droplet?
Andres taking a long time to read a card that just says send a spell to the graveyard, but I mean, it has other effects as well, but it's send a spell or it has a graveyard effect, but it doesn't come up in this matchup.
I mean, surely they're just aware that there's clearly a change of pace here from both these players. Now we're going to just immediately link off the Camellia into Kagari. Kagari's going to target that Hornet Drones. Try to put a level 1 as well as a Link 1 onto the field. Hornet Drones hits the hand. We're going to activate it.
Yep, and
no response from Andres.
And now we also have a Link 1 that allows us to special summon soon enough our Yummies without even wasting the normal summon.
And the best part is he's turning Marshmallow back online as well, getting all those other non-Yummy monsters off the field.
We do have a lot of Yummy monsters in Jerry's hand right now. He looks like this might have just turned into a pure Mitsu versus pure Yummy Game 3.
Yeah.
Andres, I don't know if he's deep in thought or what's going on here, but he might have something he can activate.
Is it Purification? Like,
no, he used a Purification.
He used both that and Prayer, so...
it's an unknown card.
I meant like the one in the gravy that he was thinking about, but...
Let's see what it is.
Dominus Spark again! He's just going to try to banish the Kagari and cut off the Yummy engine, but he doesn't know that Jerry has multiple Yummies in his hand already.
Yeah.
That's just going to be okay. Now, Andres is locked into Light and Dark.
And here's the bad news.
Or not, because it was set, right?
Right. But as soon as he summons this Yummy monster, I would imagine Andres might just concede.
One would hope. But here we are. Are we moments away from summoning Cupsy Yummy? I don't know what Jerry's thinking about.
There's a lot on the line.
Cupsy hits the board.
Yeah, you see a smile. You see a slight smile there from Andres. He knows what this means. He's going to be able to add the surprise. The surprise is not a surprise. Oh, he's just going to go for the field spell. Okay.
He might have decided out surprise. He's going second.
Yeah.
Maybe that could be the case. Because yeah, the Yummy Snatch would be able to get you the field spell as well.
Now we're synchroing with the Snatchy and the Hornet Drones token.
Yep, gonna summon Cupsy Yummy Way to add 2 Yummy cards and discard a card from the hand. Ooh, see a Sphere Mode in there.
And now you know what we're discarding from our hand? I'm pretty sure there was a pretty good target in his hand to discard.
Does he have the Skull Archfiend Chaos?
Does he really?
I'm almost certain he does. Skull Archfiend Chaos hits the graveyard.
Yep,
and that's enough. Jerry moves on with a 5-2 record representing Australia going into top 8.
And Andres, after a strong, dominating game number 1, we told you the side decks will come into play throughout the match. And the big key card of this matchup was Nibiru, the Primal Being, which would only be really good if Andres had a weak hand. But when you're going second, you just have to throw it all in there. It doesn't matter what it is. If he can work going second, you need to have that opportunity. Hope that your opponent doesn't draw the cards they need. Have a key timing for that. All right, but he has the JJ Cool Tune. It might have been the bait to begin with. He wants to be able to continue his summoning. He's going to summon that Cool Tune Q. Going to special summon from the deck here. Unless Danilo has a response.
Gave it a check. I mean, you've mentioned this several times. Danilo looks pretty upset with his hand.
Going to summon Ash Blossom. Going to be looking to add that back with Cool Tune Remix on Danilo's turn. JJ Cool Tune is going to swap out that Ash Blossom for probably Cool Tune Rico here. It's the only one he hasn't used the effect yet.
And while we have a brief pause here, just want to remind everybody that the rules have changed here in top 8. There is no longer a time limit, so this match will be seen to its conclusion one way or the other, although players are still expected to play at a reasonable pace.
Now
indeed they are.
We all get to see the hand. Guiding Quim, Blazing Cartasia, Brandon and High Spirits, Nadir's Servant, and is that Fallen of Albaz?
I think it's just Fallen of Albaz.
All right, not a horrible hand, but definitely one that's manageable here from Mario potentially, but he's going to want to make sure he takes a moment to understand all the options. The Brandon High Spirits threatens Fallen of the White Dragon in addition, but having the original Albaz in hand means he won't be able to summon it off the incredible Ecclesia he'd summon with the Fallen of the White Dragon.
I mean, Mario just has to pick it apart. Hopefully, the top card of the deck is not going to be one that he can't deal with.
So he adds Cool Tune Synchro.
That's
Branded Fusion and
Uber.
But with so many normal summons in Danilo's hand, he's going to leave the Aluber on top, banish the Branded Fusion. Aluber being able to have the Fallen of the Virtuous could be something key here, but having the Guiding Quim already in hand, that's a tough one because he's going to want to normal summon that as well. But having multiple normal summons, but yeah, that expression there from Danilo is not great.
That's the tough thing about playing against Cool Tune. If you don't have the best hand, they will know.
Yep.
And they will take advantage of it.
And they'll make sure you're not going to draw a card you want either. So yeah, we're going to see Remix be summoned, and now probably a Zaylin, the Shackled Dragon. This is the bread and butter. These two Synchro monsters are often on the infield for Cool Tune. 2 cards face down. And this is going to be Mario's gambit here on the first turn of this top 8 match.
Ash Blossom in the grave for Remix to grab back. Really easy to target down all of Danilo's major plays here. Danilo seems very dissatisfied with the situation.
There's also a final randomization going on with the judge at the table there. That's why he took the deck off screen.
And it looks like turn will be passed to Danilo here, drawing Aluber for a turn. Aluber, Quem, Blazing Cartesia, Brandon High Spirits, Nadir Servant, and Fallen of Albaz in the hand, immediately using the effect of Remix.
Yep, he wants to get that Ash Blossom to try and stop the Brandon High Spirits potentially. The Brandon High Spirits being able to discard the Fallen of Albaz will turn on the Blazing Cartesia where he can special summon it from the hand potentially.
Absolutely. You want to be able to cut that off, also cut off access to a Fallen of the White Dragon, and then just have something to deal with the Nadir Servant, which you very easily do.
All right, so he's going to add back the Ash Blossom, summon the Rico, probably not going to Synchro summon. He does have the Cool Tune Synchro set, and yeah, the Rico will add back the Rotary from the graveyard. So now the combination of Zaylin and Cool Tune Synchro, since Danilo's going to want to hold that Brandon High Spirits because being able to chain, so you activate a card, then you'll be able to chain another card to the Cool Tune Synchro, so the Zaylin won't be able to negate that very first card that was activated.
The difference is now Zaylin will be able to interact with the High Spirits. Is that what you want?
No, you have to hold. Yeah. I mean, that would be the case there if you want to interact with the High Spirits. But it just depends what he's trying to get him to negate. Like the Aluber getting access to Fallen the Virtuous might be something he's looking for potentially.
But we are going to just start off with normal summon Fallen of Albaz. That's going to demand an answer immediately.
Yep, discards the Aluber. Doesn't need another normal summon in the hand. So
and as you mentioned earlier, that does turn on the Blazing Cartesia.
Yep. And he's going to Ghost over the Albaz. He doesn't even have to use the Zaylin.
That's huge.
It's always the unknown that's going to get you. That's devastating for Danilo.
That's tough. That's real tough.
Because now all he has is the Blazing Cartesia. But if he can get the Cartesia on the field, he can activate the Brandon and the High Spirits. If he goes for the Cool Tune Synchro, he can chain the Brandon and High Spirits from his hand. Or he'll chain the Blazing Cartesia so he can protect the Brandon High Spirits so he's access to Fallen of White. But he's going to just go ahead and use the Cool Tune Synchro here right away. Maybe grabbing Cool Tune Mix? Or I mean Clip, sorry.
Here's Clip.
Maybe trying to set up a Loudness War as soon as he can.
He's going for Track Maker, it looks like.
Yep, there, okay, there's Trackmaker, and with Clip, that gives you access to Loudness War.
Rotary. Oh, he might be trying to take out the Fallen of the Albaz out of the graveyard.
Yep, identifying that option.
Yep.
The Albaz is going back to the deck.
He knows he doesn't want to get him any quick effects so he can hide from the Zaylin. I just assume the other card he has set something he can change. Well, the Clip he could change to turn on the Zaylin as well.
The only 2 cards playable in Danilo's hand right now are the Branded High Spirits and the Nadir Servant, both easily answered.
Yeah, Mario's looking in prime position to win this first game here. Looks like Danielo kind of knows it.
I think he knew it from seeing his first hand immediately.
Okay, so he's going to go ahead and use the Clip right away. I guess the Loudness War also will work the same kind of way if he wants, or he's just going to go into RS.
Yep, this answers with his hand. This answers both the spells that Danilo has.
This is huge here for Mario in game number 1, but we've seen a lot of players win game number 1 and then lose the next 2 games, so.
Including Mario.
Including Mario. Albion, the Branded Dragon, getting banished. Not a bad one. All right, so here comes Branded and High Spirits. He still has Ash. The RS can stop the Nadir Servant. If he has a chainable card, he could also use Zaylin.
I mean, there's really no need. Yeah,
Yep.
okay.
Just RS, negate Nadir, and I imagine a concession is next. Nope, he's going to pass.
There's no need to concede here
Yeah.
since there is no time.
Yeah,
Might as well
exactly.
see if he'll mess up.
Okay, well, there you go.
I was like, I don't know about that.
That's what I get for opening my mouth.
The writing is definitely on the wall here. Back to back being able to put out so much damage, and Mario takes a game number 1. Now he just needs to win one more game, and he will have his ticket into the top 4 of the World Championship. He deserves this. I mean, all these players deserve it for sure, but he has been putting in the work. Last year, the past couple years, he's been so close to going.
monster from the deck, and that's going to be met with Mulchammy Fualos.
That's big. That's big.
Tough.
He's going to get a draw. He's going to stop him potentially from summoning a Synchro monster. That's huge. Going second and seeing that Mulcharmy in your hand has to feel good as Mario, especially when you're playing a deck like Cool Tune, when a lot of your interactions aren't as impactful and like to trade one for one, but Mulcharmy Fualos definitely incredible here.
Now, the branded strategy is still very strong at giving very few draws to a Fualos. I mean, you've seen it play with just Nadir Servant, so sometimes you don't access the extra deck at all. We'll see how much he wants to commit. We're going to give him one more draw, Synchro into most likely the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon. Now it is now a +1 off of the effect of Mulcharmy Fualos. I don't imagine we're going to do much more. Oh, no, we're going to keep going. No, we're just going to
banish it to summon an Ecclesia from the graveyard, probably.
I would have to assume.
But you could just summon, I mean, Guiding Quim is usually where you want to go with it.
It depends on what other options he has in his hand. A lot of these other monsters that you can get off the Ecclesia, you can get through the other monsters in your extra deck as well when you have access to them via spell cards. Looks like we're going to get Ecclesia onto the field, which still gives you access to Fallen the White Dragon on the following turn, which does pretty much the same thing.
Or Fallen to Albaz as a disruption during Mario's turn, potentially.
Right.
I'll be on the Shrouded Dragons and be activated next, sending down a copy of Branded to High Spirit, so we'll be able to add that back during the end phase, and it'll go to the bottom and allow Daniello to draw a fresh card. And the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon will be coming back to the field as well. So he can still find ways to get to the Guiding Quim, the Fallen of Albaz, plenty of interactions, but he did have to give, you know, Mario 2 cards. And if there's a deck you don't want to have more cards, it's Cool Tune.
Between the incredible consistency of the deck and how many powerful other tuners that it plays, you know, the Ash Blossoms, the Ghost Spells, the Ghost Ogres, you just can't give them that much.
I mean, the one thing going against it in this tournament compared to how it's been is its consistency, because it did lose some key pieces. Only in the consistency factor, we lost a Cool Tune Synchro, we lost some copies of Rotary, but if you are able to still find any one of those starters, then it doesn't really matter.
Does he have other cards he can set? Oh, I do see some defensive options, so that's good.
Some great ones.
Yep, sets 1, sets 2, sets 3. Not a bad hand into that Fualos. Now the branded in phase begins.
Looks like there's not going to be an Ash Blossom here. Nilo likely going to be setting a copy of Retribution, if I had to guess, or another copy of Fallen the Virtuous. I did see one already.
He only has the one fusion in the graveyard, so I don't know if it will be Retribution. But it could be. Okay,
we're going to grab Branded Opening to the hand. It looks like we will likely be activating that in the end phase.
To add?
Really? Okay.
Is he just going to add a card for next turn, I would guess? Going to discard an Incredible Ecclesia that'll be able to go back to the hand during the end phase as well?
Well, I mean, he might be doing this after Fualos resolves.
That's for the whole turn, isn't it?
I think it's through the till the end phase.
Or till the end phase?
I mean, I doubt that Mario resolved Fualos.
I mean, he has to.
Does he?
Before the it's a mandatory one, so he can do it. He do his optional effects after the fact.
Okay, well, let's see if that's the case.
I'm pretty sure he still draws in the end phase, though. Like, pretty positive. Yeah. This turn.
Yeah.
Is it this turn?
Yeah, it's this turn.
Yeah.
So you can't get around it that way.
Yeah.
All right, we tried.
I mean.
And they're explaining the sequence of events here.
Yeah.
Looks like
he can still add it to hand if he wants.
Looks like, I mean, this is a key decision. Giving him another card could be devastating.
Yeah.
I mean, is it because the Ecclesia, or the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon could get you access to the Quim anyway.
Yeah, it seems like a bit of a misstep at this point, but that's going to be one more draw off the Fualos.
That's tough.
I don't know.
And Quim can go ahead and send another card here.
So he'll be able to access the Blazing Cartasia.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about playing against 8-card Cool Tune. Oh, I do know. I feel it's not very good.
Yeah, it is a little brutal.
A little sick to my stomach, I think.
He does have the 3 spell and trap cards that could be impactful depending on what Mario has. Even though he's drawing a lot of cards that could be redundant at a certain point, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be triples of Ash Blossom and Ghost Spell. You can only use one of them.
I mean, he used none of them. So. That is the scariest part with the deck like Cool Tune. If you see no other interactions other than the full Wallows, then likely the hand is all just playable.
All right, the end phase still continuing that incredible Ecclesia discarded off the branded opening will return to the hand. The Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon will come back to the field. And now it is back to Mario with a full hand.
More cards than he potentially knows what to do with.
Holding it so we can't know anything too early.
Lightning Storm
in the main deck.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, no, side deck.
It's a side deck.
Sorry, side deck. It's been a long day. Side deck Lightning Storm. That would have been crazy if it was the main deck, but
Wow.
he's going to go spell and traps. There's nothing to destroy, nothing in attack position.
Could definitely be a quick one here.
We're going to use Fallen and the Virtuous, try to mitigate some of this, just get some more follow-up here.
Be able to trigger the Guiding Quim to bring back the Blazing Cartasia. The Rinbrum can summon back a Fallen of Albaz. Then we have another chain here.
Crown.
A crown to stay alive.
Who's going to crown his own Ecclesia.
Was it?
And it was Retribution set.
Wow.
Can't use it.
That's tough.
Well, he would be able to use it now that the Rinbrum was in there, but... Now the Guiding Quim, since a card left the extra deck, can special summon back the Blazing Cartasia.
We just got to keep in mind that all of those effects are on there right now.
Yeah, he still has plenty of interaction.
I mean, the only one you can't use is the Ecclesia.
The incredible one.
The incredible one,
Not
yes.
the one on the Dark Dragon.
Yes, yes.
There's 3 different Ecclesias on the field right now. I just want you to know that.
We're messing with...
Well,
Sorry,
no,
Cartasia.
yeah.
Cartasia's a little different. Similar.
They're all kind of the same, girl.
We are still violating the principles of causality here.
Illusion Gate.
Illusion Gate.
What a combo.
Just
I mean, it's the classic. It's Raigeki Feather Duster.
it is. When you draw so many cards.
Something's never changed.
You know, with Monster Reborn, I guess.
All the classics happening here in game 2 of the top 8. Mario D'Amico unstoppable. But it looks like we're going to chain the Ecclesia to the Dark Dragon. But yeah, the Illusion Gate being able to stop the Blazing Cartasia is huge. And Hydraulis Harmonia on top. This is just phenomenal. I mean, we talked about how scary it is to give Cool Tune a lot of cards. And
Well,
we're
here you
seeing
go. This is why.
Technically speaking, we still haven't seen a starter.
True. There's a chance for that.
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Alright, he's going to put the Wind Pegasus, adding this in the graveyard for some more protection later on. Because that crown on the Ecclesia is going to pretty much ensure that Daniela will survive this turn.
Now Cartasia has to resolve.
Just going to put the Granganol in the graveyard to potentially summon something from the extra deck later on.
And Granganol also explodes. All right, Ecclesia. Go do it. Get there.
I guess he could just summon back the Granganol, just so like, or no, he can't summon the Granganol because it's just sent there. What does he summon? I mean, does it matter? A tuner? So he could synchro with it potentially?
I mean, it looks like he's just taking away Rinbrum target in the Fall of the White Dragon.
Makes sense, makes sense. Cost him half his life points here, though.
All right. And it would also mean extra copies of Illusion Gate are no good. You can only apply the effect once per duel.
I think he's okay with that.
All right, does he have a starter?
Synchro Overtake.
Synchro Overtake.
Is there an Ash Blossom? Anything from Daniela to stop this?
No, he's just he's just laughing.
Wow.
Wow! And Mario D'Amico is on the top 4. 2 wins away from becoming the world champion, representing Canada. Absolutely phenomenal. The deck building, the technical play, the time he's put in, it's all come to this. Everything he's done in his dueling career up to this point has put him in position to become a world champion.